Yo!
Good morning, Chetty House.
Good morning, everybody. Ramsey gets a belt on a Friday. Congratulations, Ramsey. Shout out to everybody who pulled up to the Chatty House meet and greet last night. It was so nice to meet everybody and see everybody. Really appreciate you. I'm sorry I didn't make it. Well, my plan was because my buddy Leo was at the game. He's a big Timberwolves fan. He lives down in Southern California now. But we're buddies in college. And I don't think I've seen him since I graduated college and maybe even before that.
Oh.
So we're minimum like 11, 12 years. And we spent a lot of time hanging out when we were in college. He was my RA.
Yeah, I gotcha.
In the dorms. And he was there last night and realized this. And so we met up at half, and it was just going to be a like, dap up, say what's up, great to see you, man. And then we ended up chopping it up, catching up for the entire halftime. I look up, there's 10 minutes left in the third quarter. I was like, oh, I gotta go.
Yeah,
not
great
to do. My bad, Joe.
It was fun. I went over and said hi to everybody that I could. Plus, my friend Ed Montez was over there. The great Ed Montez.
Hell yeah, we love Ed.
Yeah, so it was good to see everybody. I was surprised how many people were there. It looked like
it was crazy.
Like a good 40 or 50 people.
Yeah. Shout out to y'all, man.
Yeah.
I saw Ramsey and got to meet Ramsey's dad. Salute to the homie Ramsey's dad.
I see Ramsey
I also
every
met
game.
Loki. Shout out to Loki Trickster. Here we go. There we go. Oh, good morning. Good morning, everybody. A happy Friday to ya. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson, and we're hanging out with you on ESPN 1320. To those of you listening on the radio, salute. Hello. To everybody in the Chatty House, salute. Hello. And everybody watching on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. A big salute and a shout out to you as well. Wish we were talking about a Sacramento Kings win. Alas, we have to discuss a 117-115 loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I got to tell, look, I don't want to pander. I don't love to pander. I will. Like, I'm not above pandering.
Okay.
But it's not my favorite thing to do. And you know me, though. You know how reactionary I am.
Mm-hmm.
I am like...
Oh, you wear it on
I
your
am,
sleeve.
what's the... hot and cold. I am... North and South Pole, whatever the two, I can't think of the
yin
word
and yang.
Yeah, I'm just very hot and cold. That'll work. What? I thought last night was not bad.
I thought it was a hell of a game, Kyle.
It was a really good game.
I thought it was too.
Dude, we'll get to like in depth of what we liked and didn't like from the game. I didn't learn anything about the Kings last night. I thought going into the year, 51-31, they're a playoff team. That's about what they looked like last night. They had a couple of shots not go down. The Timberwolves made some tough shots. Julius freaking Randle goes 5 of 6 from 3 and makes a bunch of tough shots. Anthony Edwards hit a bunch of tough shots. All right. Like, I don't have it in me to look and go, they blew a 12-point lead. How could they do that at home in their season opener? I can't get there.
I think the reaction that I've seen is wild. Like, I put out my 6 quick thoughts last night, and I just got buried. Like, so many people were upset that I marked, like, hell of an opener. That was a great game.
It was a super fun game.
Like, look, the Kings looked so bad last week, and Minnesota looked so bad earlier this week, but these are two very, very good teams, and they battled mano-a-mano almost the entire game. The biggest separation was 12 points.
Yes.
And it was in the third quarter, and the Kings blew that lead so quick. It was, it wasn't even really a 12
points in the modern NBA is more like 6.
Yeah, and it's not like, it used to be like when the Utah Jazz got a 6-point lead on you with 4 minutes left, the game was over.
Right.
You were going to lose by 8.
Yeah.
Or 7.
Sure.
You were not going to win at all. It was over.
Yeah.
That's not the modern NBA. And so for me, like, I thought it was a very good game. You wanted the Kings to come out on top, like, if you're a Kings fan.
Of course.
But at the same time, I think everyone should be really excited that the team that showed up on the court was really good and has so much room to improve.
That's it.
That like, you can see the path to improvement. Like, you can see it.
If your takeaway from last night is, man, they have to do X, Y, and Z better. Like, yeah, no doubt. There's a bunch of stuff they need to do better, and we'll get to it for sure. But that's why there's 82 of these games, 81 more.
Yeah.
The number one for me, it's process and results, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you'll see this all the time, especially like on basketball film Twitter. They'll post a clip of a certain set, and maybe the shot gets missed, but they always say, like, the result is what it is. The process was good.
Mm-hmm.
They were in this play. It got this person wide open. The person missed the shot, but that's a shot that you feel good about them knocking down. This was good process. I thought the Kings' process for the most part last night was good. They absolutely have things to iron out.
Oh no, totally.
But I don't have it. I just, so if Keegan's shot goes down, we're all of a sudden deciding that, like, everything was great and nothing was bad. Like, no, man. Minnesota's I'm a little bit down on Minnesota, but I still think they make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a playoff team, and it came down to, hey, you know what? Last shot didn't go in. Like, all right. Next game, you get the Lakers, who you dominated last year. Then you get Portland.
Yep.
You can be at 2-1 by Monday night.
It's just sitting right. Like,
I don't know, man.
They're fine.
Like, maybe yeah.
Hey, look, I during pregame, I asked Mike Brown a very specific question. I said, "You're having, like, a tough time putting your arms around this," is how he's described what your team is, because you've had so many injuries and you're trying to integrate new pieces and you don't really know. And I said, "How much are you going to rely on what you do know?" And to me, that is exactly what we saw.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a coach that was like, man, I do not know what Kevin Huerter is today. I know who Kevin is as a player.
Yep.
But who he is today as a player, who Trey Lyles is today as a player, I don't know what those guys are right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so 43 minutes for Keegan Murray, 43 minutes for DeMar DeRozan, 38 minutes for Domantas Sabonis, 37 minutes
insane.
for De'Aaron Fox, to like 27 minutes for Malik Monk. Like, he relied exactly on what he knew that he could rely on, and everything else was a mess.
Yeah.
Like, everyone else who stepped on the court was like, they don't know where they fit into the puzzle yet.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be on Mike to expand and contract this thing until he figures out how all the pieces fit. And for today, you lost by 2 points.
Dude, and I said ad nauseum going into this year, it's going to take a while for them to figure this all out. The fact that their game, where they very clearly, you got not a ton from Kevin Huerter. It wasn't terrible, but you got not a lot from Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
You got not a lot from Trey Lyles. Keon Ellis had a super quick hook. I think he played 11 minutes. All those are three guys that are expected to be key pieces of your rotation. It like you said, the non-starter minutes were kind of a mess.
Yeah.
But the starting lineup and the closing lineup were both very, very good. If your first game, if your game where it's like, man, day one of this, got a lot to figure out, is a 2-point loss where you had a good look for the win, that's a fine spot to be in. And like I said, I am not a pander person. I'm not I am a knee-jerk reaction. I'm going to overreact to everything kind of person. That's in sports and in life. God forbid I leave my water bottle in the house after I get in the car. Day ruined, right? No, but I just 48 minutes last night. I went, oh yeah, no, this is a good team. This is kind of about there were some gripes, but yeah, I thought the biggest takeaway, the biggest like positive takeaway, if you happen to be Kings fan who is very upset or distraught at what happened last night, we talk about the importance of Keegan Murray all the time. Since Keegan Murray stepped on the court in a Kings uniform 3 seasons ago, it was like, this is the dude. It's Fox, it's Sabonis, and then Keegan Murray is that third major piece. What does he become? What is his ceiling? He was outstanding last night. 10 3-point attempts, 17 total shots, had opportunities where he made plays off the bounce. I thought he had Nas Reed on him at one point, I think it was in the second quarter, and just backed him down and then hit a nice little turnaround fadeaway. Well, 10-foot jumper. Yeah, man. It was just like who is this guy? Catching and shooting. It's super aggressive on the glass, 11 rebounds, really active with his hands, knocking rebounds out. I think the Kings only had 4 offensive rebounds. Keegan had 2 of them, and another one was generated because he tipped the ball away from Minnesota. Like, he was everything that you kind of want to see Keegan Murray becoming. I thought he was last night, and he was awesome defensively. It was about, if you're watching that game last night from a 30,000 foot view of this is game 1 of 82, you have to be thrilled with what you saw from Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I totally agree. And like, look, the Kings they do have a structural problem here with this roster, which either they'll fix or they won't. I don't know. But the problem that they have is that early on, Keegan Murray started on Anthony Edwards, and he did an outstanding job. Ant-Man was like a non-factor in the first half. He had done a very, very good job of defending him. And then at some point, Julius Randle caught fire. And then, so what you needed is for him to go defend Randle now. And then Minnesota helped them out, because what Minnesota did was that they staggered the minutes of Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards, which is a problem that they're going to have, because those two, I do not believe, can coexist.
I'm 100% with you.
Like, I worried a little bit about this with Kyrie and with Luka, but this is a different degree of it. Like, Kyrie is one of the smartest basketball players you're going to run into, and he understands when it's time to go and when it's time to back off. I don't think that either one of these guys have that in them. And so what happened, the reason why Keegan plays 43 minutes is because they keep staggering these guys. And Keegan's like, okay, Ant-Man, now I got to slow down Julius Randle. So you can see Julius Randle was on fire early, totally slowed down. As soon as they had to take Keegan and put him on Randle for minutes, then Anthony Edwards started getting going. And it was like this back and forth thing. I thought Keegan was so spectacular.
Yeah, that's it. Like, everything we've wanted to see from Keegan Murray, just from an aggressiveness standpoint.
Yeah.
Took 17 shots. That's second most on the team last night. Like, man, yes, this is great.
Yep.
Do you want that night in and night out? Probably not. With De'Aaron Fox, you want to see him get going, scoring. There are going to be nights where DeMar DeRozan, who led the team last night with 18 shots, is going to get going. But man, the 10 3-point attempts was great. They went to Keegan for the win, which was great. He hit 5 of them. That was the other key, is get up to between like 8 and 9 3-pointers a game, and then make 40+%. I have of all the things that happened last night, good and bad, Keegan was number 1 in the good category for me. That is the reason I will remain optimistic about the Kings despite the loss.
I agree 100%. And the fact that, hey, we need you to go defend a high scoring 6'5", 220-pound guard, an electric guard. And then, we need you to go defend a 245-pound power forward that wants nothing more than to run you over. Like, just his versatility is so incredible on the defensive end specifically. Yeah, really, really high quality first game for Keegan.
Ant's first step is ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah.
He got going downhill a couple of times last night. That's like, man, it's funny when you watch games in person, you can see the like stars. They just move a little different.
Oh yeah, they're electric.
Yeah.
They jump off the court.
He was really, really good last night. There was a point that it wasn't the Ant and De'Aaron back and forth that I was hoping we'd see, but the Kings were up early. The Wolves go on an 8-0 run to go up. I think it was 8-5. And then De'Aaron just took it on himself, blow by layup. Okay, run is over. Next possession down, goes over, gets to his little mid-range bucket like that quickly. And then Anthony Edwards did that a couple times too, where the Kings had hit a big shot and he'd just come right back down, layup and one. Like, man, this is 2 really, really good players.
Yeah, I totally agree. And like, look, they held Anthony Edwards to 10 of 24 from the field. Like, that's
super efficient.
Yeah, 5 of 15 from 3, and that's what he shot 10 of 25 in the opener. Yeah, that's a good thing. The Kings did a nice job on him. I mean, in the end, he ends up with 32 points, but like, that doesn't mean they didn't do a good job of defending him.
Yeah. The other process related thing I loved last night, speaking of aggressiveness, was Domantas Sabonis putting up 4 3-point attempts.
Oh yeah.
First time he's done that since January of 2022. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's such a long time for a guy who I was going through some of his old 3-point shooting numbers. He has made 4 3-pointers 4 times in his career.
Okay.
I forget when the last time he did it was, like 2021. He did it 3 times as a rookie.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, like he used to just put him up apparently.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been that kind of guy. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, they started to bulk him up.
Sure.
And to make him more of a center, not a power forward. Yeah. So
I will gripe a little bit. There were a couple times where he hesitated shooting mid-range jumpers and 3-pointers where I think he probably should shoot those.
Mhm.
But for the most part, man, you get Domas going 3 or 4 again. That's a thing that we asked for. I've been asking for since last year, and that they emphasized this offseason. And you saw it. They ran a play. They ran a play for him where, he floated to the corner. Like that's where he was going to stand. Is going to pull Rudy Gobert away from the basket. De'Aaron drives. Rudy crashes. De'Aaron out to Domas. Wide open 3 from the corner. It's a bucket. Like, that's going to be there, man.
Yeah.
They need to keep shooting it. But that's where, again, result bad, process on the Domas stuff I thought was really good.
Yeah, and he goes 3 of 4, which is impressive. The other thing that he did, I think, which was kind of hidden, Rudy Gobert in 35 minutes scored 3 points. And he went 1 of 2 from the field. I thought the Kings did an outstanding job of stopping the pick and roll, of keeping Gobert away. And, again, he fouled Gobert late, which he wasn't happy about. Sabonis wasn't happy about. And he certainly was very upset with himself on the Anthony Edwards. But like, what are you going to do? He's going to score either way.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So, but I thought his defense on Gobert, because like Gobert's got over on him a couple of times. Like Gobert has gone for 20 multiple times against Sabonis. But not in this game. I thought he was just a much better player than Gobert.
Yeah. I think so too. The other thing I loved was didn't love De'Aaron's overall game last night. I think he needs to be more effective as a scorer. But if he's only going to score 15, dishing out 11 assists to go with it is a nice little wrinkle to have.
No, I totally agree. And he had 2 turnovers on the night.
Yeah.
So 11 to 2 assist to turnover ratio.
It felt very much like the preseason from an offensive standpoint for him, or not from an offensive standpoint, from a scoring standpoint.
Yeah.
Where it's like letting everybody else figure it out and I'll just pick my spots.
Yeah, I need him to not do that every game.
Yeah, you got to get out of that eventually.
We're kind of looking at like, hey, are you going to allow DeMar DeRozan to take all the shots in the fourth quarter? And I hope not. I hope that that's not where Fox is. Fox needs to like balance being aggressive and assertive and not being like disrespectful. But at the same time, like this is Fox's team. Yeah, and he needs to go out there I don't think he had a bad game, but he also like look at all the other guys that had 20 points.
Yeah,
and points aren't everything, but I would have liked to have seen him go for the jugular late in the game, as opposed to seeing what we saw from DeRozan, which is going to be one of the bad things that we talk about.
Okay, yeah, let's get to that just right now.
Yeah,
that stretch from DeMar DeRozan it started at 7:33. I want to make sure I got this right. 7:33 in the fourth quarter. The Wolves had a 1-point lead to 5:57, so about a minute and a half stretch where it was just DeMar DeRozan doing DeMar DeRozan stuff, where he was working for tough contested layups, tough contested jumper. And I know that's his thing, but in that spot, man, like you were down 1, and by the time that whole sequence ended, they're down 6. And it eventually ended with DeMar getting to the line after trying to shoot another tough contested layup. But man, that just can't. It felt like he went, it's DeMar DeRozan time. I'm going to take over this game. It was just not the time for it. If there's a minute and a half left and nobody's doing anything, then go for it. Go be the DeMar DeRozan that everybody knows and loves. But that was a weird spot. And again, that's kind of the learning curve that we talked about, is when does he take over a game like that? When does De'Aaron Fox do that? And how does that DeMar DeRozan takes over with tough contested jumpers? fit in with the Kings motion spray 3 type of offense.
Yeah.
That was not the right time, FYI.
Yeah, I totally agree.
That out.
Well, that, and I also feel like he should have understood that Jaden McDaniels was defending him, who's an outstanding defender.
Got paid like $35 million because he plays defense.
Well, yeah, and he's like 6'9" with a 7'3" wingspan, and you can't get away from him. I mean, he's very, very like athletic and mobile.
Like the prototypical modern wing defender.
Yeah, like very, very good 3-and-D defender. And the problem I had, I guess the one thing I will say in DeMar DeRozan's defense is if Fox had rolled his ankle or something, like there was a moment where Fox went off the court right about the 7-minute mark of the fourth quarter.
And is that when he took the knee to the knee?
Oh, it was knee.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
It was DiVincenzo. Yeah, they knocked knees, and he limped off to the court and maybe sat for like a 2-minute stretch right there. And that's where DeRozan like stepped up. But what DeRozan should have understood in that moment was because Fox wasn't on the court, that now he had McDaniels defending him.
Yeah.
Before that, McDaniels was defending Fox almost exclusively throughout the game. It's a big difference between McDaniels and anyone else on that roster.
Literally anyone else.
They cannot defend like him at all. Like as far as a perimeter defender. Don't take away from the fact that Rudy Gobert is a 4-time defensive player of the year.
Yes.
It's different, right? And that 4-time defensive player of the year gave up 24 points on 8 of 13 to your center. Like Domantas Sabonis destroyed him. So, but my point is that DeRozan should have been more like cognizant of the fact that he was being defended by an elite defender, and he probably should have moved the ball. I also don't think Malik Monk was in the game at that point, and then Mike brought those guys in together to finish off the game. But yeah,
it's one of the like. It's hard to ask this question, and I think I can't remember who it was last night. Somebody asked this last night, but basically said, in nicer terms, like this is one of the best teams you've been on for a while, and what's that adjustment like? And that's something that I think we're going to have to see over the course of, I don't know if it takes a couple of weeks, a month, whatever. That when he was on the Bulls, like salute to Kobe White, but it was like, man, DeMar's the guy. He's the guy. They're down a bunch at Golden One Center to the Kings in the fourth quarter. They need DeMar to take over. And he can go do that. That's, I think, going to be an adjustment for him, finding out that, like, man, you don't need to do all that here. Keegan Murray's a good player. Domantas Sabonis, good player. Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, good players. And I like I said, I know that's kind of a little bit what you sign up for. I just didn't think last night was particularly effective. Wasn't my favorite DeMar DeRozan game.
No, but I mean, at the same time, he led the team in scoring.
Sure.
Like,
and he got to the free throw line a billion times.
Yeah, he had 8 rebounds. He had 2 assists. He had a steal. He only turned the ball over twice. He's 7 of 18 from the field, which isn't great.
Yeah, he didn't suck. It's not like, oh my God, they made a mistake. It was just that one stretch. That was my concern, and I think that's why it jumped out to me. My not my only concern, but my major concern with DeMar DeRozan was, hey, are they going to get into these spots of games where he just starts shooting tough shots over and over again and they kind of get out of their offense?
Yeah.
And that's a little bit what happened there. And it was, again, minute and a half. It's not the end of the world. It just, like I said, it really, really jumped out as it was happening last night.
Well, that and coaching DeMar DeRozan on day 1 and coaching DeMar DeRozan on game 25 when you have a much better relationship and understanding of each other is totally different. And I think Mike will learn when he sees stuff like that to rein it back in.
Yeah.
But he also will understand that if he changes the ingredients on the floor and goes back to a Malik Monk or goes back to a De'Aaron Fox, and the defense has to shift to those guys, it might free up DeMar to do what he likes to do. I'd also point out, we talked about this before the season, DeMar DeRozan goes 12 of 14 from the free throw line. And he missed 2 free throws early, and everyone was like, oh, man, he got...
It was like, welcome to the Kings, yeah!
Caught the Sacramento flu, right? But the Kings went 28 of 35. They shot 80% from the free throw line. 28 of 35.
35 free throw attempts, bro.
The Timberwolves, 15 of 17.
Come on.
Like, that was incredible. The Kings were the more aggressive team, but the DeMar DeRozan effect is real. Like,
Mhm.
he is going to get more free throw attempts
Mhm.
for his teammates.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it works out, but I think it's a great thing for the Kings, because if they're hitting their free throws, it really does take a lot of stress. It slows down the game. And, I looked, the Kings only had 82 shot attempts, but 82 shot attempts compared to 86 for Minnesota. Then add in the free throw attempts.
Mhm.
So look at how many more possessions they had than the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
And that's how you make up for your deficiency at like the 3-point line and stuff.
Yeah, they got outscored by 20. Oh my God, is this right? 60, 30, 27 at the 3-point line and lost by 2.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Thanks in part to outscoring them by 13 at the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
Cuts that number almost in half.
Yeah, that's how, if you're not going to shoot a ton of threes, I think this team will shoot more threes. I think
that is one thing. I don't think, and I want to get to our Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game, a new segment we're going to be doing. I want to get to that here in a second, but that's the other thing that jumped out from last night. 29 threes is not sustainable in the modern NBA. They got to figure out a way got to figure out how to get more up.
They shot 39 last year, but I'll tell you, this is
39 a game.
Yeah, 39 a game last year, and this is why what I sort of opened the show here is that the problems that they had last night are so incredibly fixable. Like, I expect Keegan Murray to be around 8 to 10 3-pointers a game. I expect Domantas Sabonis to try to get 3 or 4 threes a game. And De'Aaron Fox shooting 4, that's not going to happen. Malik Monk shooting 2, that's not going to happen. But Kevin Huerter going 0 for 3 and Trey Lyles, again, going 1 for 3, that's not going to happen. In the regular season, when this thing is really rolling, those numbers will naturally come up because your shooters will be put in situations to shoot more. And for right now, you're still trying to drag Kevin Huerter and Trey Lyles along and have everybody learn. But it's not an easy transition. And I'll keep saying this. The guy who's really all the pressure is on is Malik. Like, Malik has so much pressure on him because he didn't know Keon Ellis was going to start next to him, was going to be his running mate with the second unit until like 3 days ago. Yeah. He didn't know that Trey Lyles was going to be back. Like, all of these pieces are coming back at this one time, but it's that second unit that really hurt the Kings last night and got abused. And that's because Malik is playing with a bunch of dudes who haven't been there. And that's one of the tougher things.
Yeah. All right, let's get to our Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game. We got plenty more King stuff coming up. This is a new segment we're doing, the Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game. And last night, it was this sequence that I wrote down in my notes, not to brag, but I took notes last night. And I wrote down, like, there's been 3 or 4 moments where it's like, if this 3 goes down, the roof is going to come off this place. And then we finally got one in the fourth quarter, and it started with this Alex Len block.
DiVincenzo blocked by Lynn. He sends it back. Murray for 3. Cash.
I'm a little upset. Big shout out to NBC Sports California for posting that clip. I'm a little salty that they cut the clip off before the Murray response from the crowd. That's fine.
Yeah,
it's okay. No, that was just that at that moment. Honestly, as we're sitting up there, you get the Alex Len block. It's on Dante DiVincenzo. De'Aaron Fox grabs it, gets it up to Keegan. Keegan hits the 3. Kings up 6. It's like, all right, they're rolling now. This place is rocking. This is where they pull away. And then obviously they didn't. But I think again, process over results. I think that's the kind of thing that excites you if you're a Kings fan. Is like, man, you got Alex Len defending the rim. De'Aaron Fox getting the ball ahead. Yeah, Keegan Murray, no hesitation, knocking down a 3 above the break. That's good basketball.
Yeah, I totally agree. And what we're seeing from Murray is every single thing that the Kings were asking their players to do in this offseason, he did. Sprinting as fast as he can down to the corner, hitting the crash zone, all of these things. He did a spectacular job.
Yep. Huge fan of Keegan Murray's game last night. And the Alex Len block leading to that Keegan Murray 3 is our Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game. All right, we got James Ham's 6 quick thoughts. We've got NFL Week 8 action. We've got other NBA action from last night. We got mad props. It's a Friday. We're having fun. Here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning, guys. I didn't get to say good morning to everybody. We're scrambling a little bit. But good to see everybody hanging out in here.
Zabo, there were a ton of people that met up at halftime. They're crazy. Like 50. Like Cool Raul. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice meeting everyone last night. Wheezy, Spencer, like it was really cool meeting everybody. Zach, I don't
Trying
mind.
to keep vibes up. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't mind Fox shooting a couple of threes off the dribble, but like he just every player in the league shoots a higher percentage as a catch and shoot player.
Yeah, it's easier.
Yeah. The opening night atmosphere was phenomenal.
Thought it was really good.
The Kings did a great job of like all the t-shirts were cool. They added like these weird lights to all the handrails, which were
It was sick.
They were like zip tied on. I don't know if you saw that. Like those lights,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
were just like zip
Yeah.
tied on.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to be a permanent thing, but
I hope
like,
so. It looked cool.
It did look cool. Like all of the aisles in the entire place had like lights that were coordinated and doing different things. So I thought that was cool.
Felt very like, and I mean this in a good way because these games are very fun. It felt very hockey to me.
Okay.
Like that.
I haven't been
like
inside. I haven't done a hockey game.
Oh, dude, we might have to do that this year.
Okay. I would do it. Yeah.
And we'd have to do some planning because that's a trek for you to get down to San Jose.
It's a trek. Yeah, I'd have to stay down there
Yeah,
or something.
no, no, dude, it's right downtown San Jose. We'll go get some drinks after. It'll be great. It'll be a fun time. This is actually why I did not pull up. I didn't want to get kicked out. I heard John Bull was going to be there and was like, nope, I got to stay professional.
That's right.
I can't punch anyone in the face today.
John Bull was hanging out with my guy, Ed Montez. At least I think they were.
You tell Ed Montez next time he sees John Bull to give him one of those.
Punch him in the face. Yeah. Sock John Bull.
Yeah, if you've never been to a hockey game in person, go. They're super fun. My wife is not a sports fan.
Yeah.
And we went to a Sharks game and she's like, when can we go again? She loved it.
Yeah. It's super high energy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it just, you don't get an appreciation with hockey. Because like in basketball, it's like subs happen during timeouts and like they blow the horn and the guys come on and the guys come out. In hockey, it's just like, nope, it's just constant. Like it just never stops. It's so much fun.
That's fun. Like I've covered baseball, and covering baseball versus covering NBA is the wildest thing because it's literally like hanging out and watching a baseball game.
Yes.
Like you write your story, somebody hits a 3-run homer in the ninth, you got the next 2 pitches, you've changed your entire lead, and your story's fine, and away you go. Like it's so slow compared to like last night. We didn't know the outcome of that game until the end. I wasn't able to write my end, my first thought to go with the 6 quick thoughts until the very end. And then like having the whole process of like, it's wild. Some NBA games are like that.
That is one thing I appreciate very much about quote unquote covering Kings games is because I don't have to write.
Oh yeah.
And I'm taking notes and following along and stuff, but
I'm glad
to basically sit there and watch a basketball game.
Yeah, I'm glad that I don't write the same way that I used to.
Yeah.
Because it just like nobody wants to read it that way. And I get so much more engagement on my 6 quick thoughts than anyone is getting on their game stories.
And you get to you get to give your like thoughts and opinions.
Yeah.
It's not like
you're
here's
pulling
what
back
happened.
a little bit. Yeah.
To do some editorializing.
Yeah.
All right, 10 seconds. Oh yeah, there's a World Series tonight.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You play blow the whistle at your wedding or at a party, you're getting a show.
There it is.
I'm not going to do this on the radio. If you're watching online, you can't you can't hear, but the Blow the Whistle instrumental by Too Short is what brought us back in.
Okay.
I'm not going to start singing, rapping. He's James. I'm Kyle. The Kings fell to the Minnesota Timberwolves 117-115. Sacramento is now 0-1 on the season. Is their season over? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Should the Kings be tanking for Cooper Flag? James, your thoughts?
Well, that's a tough one, Kyle. Because, man, he's good. And they do need that 3-4. Yeah. No. Like this.
Where does Cooper Flag fit in this rotation? Let's talk about it.
They are perfectly fine.
All right, let's get to James Ham's 6 quick thoughts. If you follow James on Twitter at James_Ham NBA, you will have already read these, but we're going to discuss them a little bit more in depth. Here we go.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
James Ham, take it away. Thought number one.
DeRozan didn't disappoint. I thought he was absolutely spectacular for long stretches of the game. Like defensively, I don't think it was really all that bad. I thought he held his own. You know, he had to spend a lot of time on Julius Randle. Offensively, he scores 26 points, grabs 8 rebounds, a couple of assists. Like, look, this is exactly why you went out and got him. It got sticky in the fourth quarter, and I think it was a learning process for everybody. But again, I think it's more than just DeMar DeRozan took too many shots or got blocked a couple of times, forced some things. I think it like plays into a bigger scheme that, you know, you need multiple players on the court with him at the same time in order to draw defensive coverages and stuff. And the Kings were, you know, trying to get through their first NBA game of the season with a whole bunch of players that had never played before with them. So, yeah, really, really nice opening night start for DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, nothing happened last night that made me feel differently about DeMar DeRozan on the Kings. And frankly, even though I complained about that little minute and a half stretch there in the fourth quarter, there's also going to be games where he has stretches like that and he's cashing everything he shoots.
Yeah, he did it last year against the Kings. He put up 19 in the fourth quarter and torched them.
Yeah. You saw it in the preseason opener against the Warriors.
Yep.
He had 6 for 6, and every single one of those was like a tough contested jumper. Yeah, I have no problems with DeMar DeRozan's overall game last night.
Yeah.
He did exactly what we thought he would do. Number 2.
Keegan is a two-way star. I thought, again, we're wondering what Keegan Murray, if he's going to get lost in the shuffle because of DeMar, if he's going to be able to elevate his game. Everything that I saw last night tells me that he's on his path to being one of the better two-way players in the game.
Yeah.
And that's a really good thing for the Sacramento Kings.
He needed to be more aggressive shooting the basketball, and when given the opportunity, put the ball on the deck and go get a basket. And he did that every time last night. The 11 rebounds, the active hands. I would love to know how many deflections he had.
Yes, probably a lot.
I will look that up while you're talking, but I couldn't have been more impressed with Keegan last night. It's the exact, I've come on the radio and been like, hey, I need to see this and that from Keegan. And I saw both this and that last night.
That's right. And I will say this too. Shout out to Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox, because the Keegan Murray selection was not the most popular thing ever. And what they've done to like put him in a position to succeed is huge. But also the way that the training staff has worked with him and developed his body, and the way that he continues to grow, the way that De'Aaron Fox has pulled him under his wing and made him part of the family. I think all of these pieces, for once, I think the Kings have an environment where a young player can develop and become something really, really good. And I think that's what we're seeing from Keegan Murray right now. He's done a lot of work to make himself better. He's a very talented player. But on top of that, all of the pieces are in place to support him in the right way, where so many other young players in Sacramento have gotten lost in the shuffle because they didn't have this support system in place.
Last night was why he was a perfect fit when they drafted him.
Yes.
That's why it was the right pick. That was my take on draft night. You can look it up. I have looked it up. Keegan Murray deflections last night in the Sacramento Kings season opener against the Minnesota Timberwolves. He had 0. Number 3. It felt like he had his hand on the basketball a lot. Maybe there were some that weren't technically deflections. He was poking away rebounds.
Maybe they gave him rebounds where he should have had steals or deflections.
He had no steals, no deflections.
That's
I take it all
amazing.
back. Keegan Murray stunk last night.
Um,
Should they trade him so they can tank for Cooper Flag? No.
There we are.
Number 3.
Number 3, I thought Domantas Sabonis was really solid. He did not get a double-double, which is stunning because he had so many, and he only had 1 assist, which is crazy. But 24 points, 8 rebounds, 8 of 13 from the field, 3 of 4 from long range. He even hit 5 of 8 free throws. Look, this dude just every single game, and if he's going to be this aggressive as a scorer, number one, De'Aaron Fox is going to have to fight to get over 22 to 25 a game. But this is what you're kind of hoping for, this elevation of everybody, not just of the young players, but even the guys who are all-star level that can take another step.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about Domas coming up here, so I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but overall we saw in the preseason that he was more aggressive scoring the basketball. I think we saw it last night. A couple of times he hesitated when I would maybe like him not to, but again, we're game 1, learning process, etc. Overall, really nice game from Domas last night. Number 4.
Fox had a slow scoring night, and something we've talked about. 6 of 14 from the field, 1 of 4 from 3. Only went to the free throw line twice. I think he played a different role. He played the role of distributor last night. 15 points, 11 assists, only 2 turnovers. And to me, there are going to be nights where this is who he's got to be.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also going to be the night where, like, man, take the Ferrari off the blocks. Let's see what you got. And I think Jaden McDaniels had a little bit to do with that. He's a very good defensive player. But I also think that playing to your strengths in a game like that, where you're going to be defended, is probably the right move. Get to the painted area, find your teammates, set people up. The look ahead to Keegan Murray was spectacular, but he fed Keegan Murray on a bunch of threes.
Yep.
And when your team finishes a night with only 21 assists and you have 11 of them, that means that you were part of the solution. You were not part of the problem, regardless of how many points you scored.
Yeah, and to your point about setting up Keegan threes, there were a couple of times last night where he could have taken like a tough contested floater that De'Aaron Fox probably hits, but Keegan Murray is not I don't know, Glenn Robinson III. Like, Keegan Murray is a legitimate elite 3-point shooter.
Yeah,
or at least he's trending that way. That is a much better shot. A wide open Keegan corner 3 is just the right shot and the right play. I'll be a little bit more. I'll have more of a reaction to De'Aaron's scoring night if he doesn't cook the Lakers. The Lakers don't have anyone who can guard him.
No.
If he's scoring 15 points against LA, now we can have a bigger conversation about what that looked like. But I'm guessing you will see the scoring tick up on Saturday night.
Yeah, and I want to add this too. Mike Conley went 2 of 9 from the field for 6 points.
Bruh.
Dante DiVincenzo went 4 of 10 from the field, 1 of 6 from 3. De'Aaron Fox was defending both of those guys the whole night. I thought defensively he was really good. Him and DiVincenzo, there's a little like love-hate thing going on there.
A little beef.
Yeah, it does feel like there's a little beef happening for whatever reason. And like you saw, they were going at it.
I don't think Dante's probably a quiet person on the court.
No.
He probably gets under people's skin a little bit.
Told you, Dante DiVincenzo is one intense
Yeah,
dude.
the offensive foul with the little chicken wing to De'Aaron.
Yeah, but even that, I think a lot of people did not think that was a foul, and Fox did the Chris Paul move there to bait him and get that foul. So yeah,
I thought it was pretty clear he threw an elbow up there, but
it's possible.
I had a bad angle.
Yeah. And look, I enjoyed like Dante DiVincenzo, the person, when he was in Sacramento for like that brief moment in time, but it did not end well. And he wants to torch the Kings every time he plays them.
You also noted that he's an intense dude, and he is. And boos rained down on him when he entered the game.
Yeah,
he's probably playing with a little bit of an edge last night.
I don't know why though. He didn't do anything.
He didn't do it.
He didn't do it. The only thing he did was for some reason not get to start over Holiday. Like the Kings traded for him and Holiday at the same time, and he's coming off the bench behind Holiday, and it was like he wasn't happy about it. Like, what in the world? I wouldn't be happy about it either.
Justin Holiday, right? Or Aaron?
Justin Holiday. Yeah, I think.
Not Drew.
No, it was not Drew.
One of the Holidays who wasn't Drew.
It was Justin, I believe. Yeah. Justin Holiday. Anyway, like, his gripe, his beef was legit. It was legit.
Mhm.
And then when he left, it was very strange. Like, again, the Kings had him as a restricted free agent and pulled a qualifying offer and allowed him to become an unrestricted free agent. Like, yeah, I've received some stunned phone calls from people around the league, but the phone call I got on that one that was like,
what are they doing?
What in the world just happened here was like,
Man.
oh, I don't know, man.
Tough.
Good luck with that.
Tough. I also think Dante's probably a little angsty because he doesn't get to play with his Villanova homies. I don't know if you know that, but the Knicks have a bunch of guys who went to Villanova together.
I just feel so bad for him. And
It sucks, dude.
This is a good spot for him.
Got the college teammates back. You're on a team that trying to go to the Eastern Conference Finals, and they're like, hey, go enjoy Minnesota.
And he was great last year for them.
He was awesome.
He was absolutely spectacular for them. Yeah, I feel really bad for him that happened. And like, look, he's a good ball player. Teams around the league, I look at him in a very similar light to a guy like Bogdanovich. These are winning players. They are like, he's intense because he wants to win. Like, he's a no nonsense dude. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with, like, teammates love guys like that. Guys who literally come out and play as hard as they can every single night. And, it didn't work out here in Sacramento, and hopefully it works out for him in Minnesota. So
Soren says Dante's been on 5 teams in 3 years now. Well, he got traded to the Kings, right?
Yeah.
Kings didn't offer him, so he signs with Golden State on a 1-1, plays his ass off in Golden State, gets a bag with the Knicks, and then the Knicks traded him as part of the Karl Anthony Towns deal.
Yeah.
That's tough, man. just done nothing but ball out. He should probably be starting over Mike Conley, though. I don't know what Mike Conley does for the Timberwolves. Mike Conley is there to take the inbounds pass, dribble up the court, hand it to Anthony Edwards, and then go over there.
Go hide somewhere.
I know he hit a couple of big threes last night, so respect to Mike Conley. He's 38 years old out there getting it done. I think the maximized version of the Timberwolves probably has Dante starting.
Yeah, it might have Dante starting, and again, Rob Dillingham is a guy who's hiding on their bench who down the road.
Yeah, what a weird thing.
It's very weird. Yeah. I did see, I was standing courtside with Mark Jones in pregame last night, and Dante came over and said hello.
Oh, nice.
Like, super nice. Like, again, he's an intense dude, but
beard looks great.
Super nice guy. So
we've gotten so far off track.
Where are we?
Number 5.
Number 5, Malik Monk picked up right where he left off. I thought Malik Monk was tremendous. And that's like, I've also talked about how he was dealing with the fact that he's playing with a bunch of dudes he doesn't know, or that haven't been there and aren't like, there were plenty of moments where I just thought he was there to take over a game. And I kind of wish there was a little bit more of him. Again, not everyone is going to get, we talked about this. There's only a certain amount of like shots. So not everyone is going to get to eat every single night. And the fact that he came in off the bench and looked extremely motivated, he had a dunk. He just like embarrassed Joe Ingles. Like he like got it in the corner, like sat there and dribbled for a second, then made a spin move and bye-bye, and then double clutch dunk. And it was like, what in the world?
I'm not sure Joe Ingles can slide his feet to stay in front of Malik Monk, James.
I don't think that's a good matchup for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, dude. No, I don't want to say there's nobody in the league. There may not be a 6th man in the league who understands moments better than Malik Monk.
Yeah.
And understands when his team needs him to be the maximized version of himself. Like he's always going to look for a shot. He's always going to try it and score, etc. But understanding, hey, here's a huge moment in the game. I'm taking this shot. Or here's a spot where, what was the game last year where he started to dribble inside the 3-point line and then just like turned around, ran back to the 3-point line and hit a huge 3?
Yeah, I don't know which game, but yeah.
You remember what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah.
He just, man, I really enjoy watching him play basketball. Just a really, really fine player. And again, 17-4 last night. No turnovers.
Yeah, it's just a really, really good basketball player. When Malik Monk is like your fourth or fifth best player, that means your team is really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he doesn't start, that means nothing to me. Like what he's able to do coming off the bench is just spectacular. He changes everything.
Yep.
And I needed more of him last night, not less. Like if he would have been the fourth guy to score 20 points, I would have been A-okay with that. Like he probably should have forced up a couple of more shots.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Last one, number 6.
Here's the downer. Kevin Huerter goes 1 of 4. Keon Ellis goes 0 for 1. Trey Lyles goes 1 for 4. Alex Len 1 for 1. Doug McDermott 0 for 1. The Kings got nothing out of everyone else that came in the game. They got a total of 10 points, and a lot of this is because Huerter was injured, because Lyles was injured. But it's really tough when most of your starters, Sabonis ran a -2, but the rest of your starting lineup all ran positives. And then you get to your bench unit, and Monk, because he's playing with these guys, runs a -7. But Keon Ellis -12, Trey Lyles -14. We're talking about in 11 minutes of action.
Ooh.
And so
-14 in 11 minutes is tough.
Yeah. So look, it's going to take a little while for these guys to figure it out. And I don't blame Mike Brown for giving Doug McDermott a shot at all, because he probably looked at the minutes he was getting from Kevin Huerter and said, okay, look, I probably am pushing too hard. I need him to ease his way into this. And I thought Kevin played physical. I thought he was good as he can be. Yeah, I thought he flew in for a couple of rebound attempts, helped defense. He fouled a couple of guys, but at the same time, I thought it was because he was trying, and I didn't hate what I saw from him, but they need more than 10 points out of that entire group, and just more of everything. And it will come. It's just right now, that's why Mike Brown went 43 minutes with DeRozan and 43 minutes with Keegan Murray.
I really enjoyed his transparency there when he said, I'm not comfortable with my rotation yet.
Yeah.
And that's not to say he's not comfortable with okay, who's going to play with who? It's I don't know who I can play right now. I got to figure that out. What is Kevin Huerter going to give them? Trey Lyles, I think they're probably pretty sure what they're going to get out of Trey Lyles. He's just not in basketball shape.
Yeah.
Or he's not game shape yet. But Keon Ellis was kind of a mess last night.
He was.
It was, and he's not starting, and then he goes in and plays 11 minutes and has that sequence where he gets the steal on the inbounds and then throws up a wild floater from the baseline and yanked.
Well, that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah,
because it was that, and then the DeRozan plays happened right afterwards, and so you have 3 or 4 forced shots within the span of 2 minutes, and you go from right in the game to down 4 or 5, and it really hurt them right there. And again, I don't blame Keon Ellis he did the work to get the ball,
sure,
but he probably should have made a better play there.
All right, we were gonna do NFL here, but since we're on the Keon Ellis thing, let's just get to this. We'll get to 49ers and Raiders in a bit. Not overreacting. It's game 1. Keon Ellis, more than likely going to be fine and going to be something close to the player we saw last year, if not a little better. But if this is kind of what this is for him this year, where there's a game he's going to be super effective in 11 minutes, and then, hey, maybe he has to play 20 minutes one night and he plays well, but it's just kind of an up and down thing, and he's not a reliable rotation player. That's bad. Because so much of what we've talked about this entire offseason is Keon's the starting 2, and if he's not the starting 2, then he's this awesome option off the bench. And last night he was not awesome. And it dawned on me, and again, this not because I think that's what he's going to be. If I had to bet, I'd bet Keon Ellis is going to be fine. But it was the first time I'd ever really considered, what if he takes a step back? Because I've been operating oh yeah, he's going to take this jump. He's going to have another year, and he's a great defender, and he's going to keep knocking down threes and this and that. But man, what if he doesn't?
Okay, well, a couple of things. Number one, I don't want to overreact on one game, and I don't think he had a great preseason. There's just something about him in preseason that looked different, and I don't know, and I think it's part of the reason why he's not starting. When he got a couple of breakaways, and he went up to dunk the ball, and his body looks tired. He wasn't exploding. when I watched his 3-point shot, all of a sudden he's taking like a major step forward on his 3-point shot and coming into a shooter, which is not typically what you want to do. Yeah, exactly. But like there's certain things that I feel like it's almost like he worked too hard this offseason and then got to training camp and was like a bit worn out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm reading more into it, but he didn't stand out. And the reason why Keon usually stands out is because he has so much energy. And when he steps on the court, you feel his energy as a defensive player. I did not feel that at all.
No.
He was a step slow. He was running into screens and not going through screens like he normally does. All he did was foul everybody the whole entire, like he was trying to play physical, but usually when you're fouling too much, it's because you're a little bit slow. So I don't know what exactly happened here in the offseason, but I think that there is a very good chance that he recovers and he's perfectly fine.
Sure. And that's why I said I didn't, this is not a referendum on Keon Ellis.
No.
It is, what if? Like there's
I'll tell you what if,
that's
Kyle,
tough.
Here's a real tough answer for you.
Yeah.
What if is that when Devin Carter gets healthy, he's not playing.
Oh,
that's the what if.
Oh, man.
So I hope that that's not where we are, because
I don't think it is.
I really like Keon as a player and I like what he brings to the table. And I also I like the energy that he brings. And if something's off, they need to figure it out.
And I also think, I guess this is the other side of the fence. We talk about Malik playing with a bunch of guys he's not played with. Same thing with Keon. He's been running with the starting group. And then 2 days before the season starts or 3 days before the season starts, it's like, hey, actually throw that gray practice jersey on. You're with the twos now. And now he's trying to adjust to what that role looks like.
I totally agree.
Because by the time he started playing last year consistently, Herter got hurt and he was in the starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a different, so there's going to be an adjustment for him too, which is why I think for the most part, he's going to be fine. That was weird last night. It was jarring.
It's kind of been weird and jarring the entire preseason. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm hoping he snaps out of whatever the funk it is.
Nice, dude. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We've got Don. Don, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up? Hey, Don.
Hello.
Yes, Don, are you there?
Yes, they just put me through, so it's Steve, but no worries.
Oh, okay.
My quick question to you is, Kevin Herter. You know, I'm not pro Kevin Herter. I know when he's on, he's on. And what is your opinion on that rotation? Like, I don't even know why they're starting him. And why are we using a real game to get him acclimated to, you know, NBA playing time? That's what the preseason is for.
Cool. Thanks for the call, Steven. Appreciate it. We'll respond to that when we get back. Why is Kevin Herter starting? Why are they ramping up his minutes in game? Good questions from Steven. We'll continue talking about that. We got a ton more King stuff to get into with you. We'll have some Week 8 NFL action, other NBA action, mad props, all of that coming up in the second hour. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, if you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us.
Yeah, please. That'd be great.
Please. We do. I'm going to try to make it a at the hour break every day. Also, you guys go to wherever you listen to podcasts and subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madson show. Yeah, it was a pleasure meeting all you guys last night. Like Michigan, you threw this up. That it was a lot of fun. Like, I'll just warn you, if you introduce yourself to me last night and you think I'm gonna remember everybody's faces and names, you're like sorely mistaken, because my brain doesn't work that way. Unless you were wearing name tags. If you all had name tags and I could see the name tag and then put a face to it, we would be okay. But there were so many people that came over and said hello. It was a bit overwhelming, like how many people. Ian, we're not giving you permission to panel.
That's so cool, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat, yeah.
Oh, it was very cool.
Yeah, Julio asked no Fantasy Friday. Yeah. Yeah, no Fantasy Friday this week. Faraz out again. Salute to Faraz. We're thinking about him. He said he will be back next week.
Sweet.
Yes.
Yeah. Plus, we have a lot to talk about because
Can you imagine if after the first segment we're like, and now fantasy football?
Yes.
So we need a third hour. Would love a third hour.
Kyle, you're right. I had no idea, but again, there were so many people. Like I remember you coming over and saying hello, but there were so many people.
I'll be right back.
Sacktown Tony, you were the guy that wasn't there. There you go. Wait, Puka starting? Did Puka start last night? Oh, see, we didn't even get to watch the game. Like, I tried to throw it on my phone at the end. Man, I'm going to answer this, Jeff. The reason why Doug McDermott played is because look at the distribution of minutes. 43, 43, 38, 37. Then Fox tweaked his ankle a little bit. Keon didn't play particularly well. And again, let's get back to that second unit issue that I was talking about. Like if Alex Len going 1 of 1 is where you're going to get like productivity, that's not a good thing. The Kings needed someone to come in and hoist some threes. So anyway, you've got mail. Is it more socks?
No, but I had a gang of people reach out about sending socks.
Oh, sweet.
Yes. So those should be coming hopefully today. I think a bunch of them are supposed to come in.
Chris Ochoa, go ahead and ask your question. You have a fantasy question. Go for it. We will try.
What I was going to say, we'll do our best.
Yeah, I didn't see that Puka played last night.
Yeah.
Like I probably should look up that game.
I told you during the Kings game. I was like, Puka's cooking.
Oh, I missed that.
Cool, man.
We do sit next to each other. I sit between Kyle and Sean. It's a lot of fun.
Here's my issue. This is why I never get upset if somebody like doesn't like hear me or remember what I say. I talk nonstop. I'm just constant. Just
you talk and you sing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Kyle's got himself something over there.
About the game. Making fun of Matt George.
Ooh, 7 for 106. Ooh, and then DeMarcus Robinson. Oh, you got new water.
Came through.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, shout out.
Where'd that come
yours
from?
at Yeti.com.
Oh, that's a pricey water bottle.
Yeah, I got a PR email that was like, hey, do you want this for free? It's like, I don't have to write anything or do anything. They're like, no, do you want it? Like, yeah.
Why don't you? You need to send me these people. I will take free stuff, Kyle. I never get free stuff.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Oh, good fade. The Kings fell to the Timberwolves 117-115 last night. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. If you call in, and we would love to hear from you, getting your reactions to the Kings' loss last night, it's either going to ring for a while or you're going to be put through right away. We don't have a call screener. So when we answer, it's me. You're on air.
You're on air. And that's why he calls everyone Don.
And that's why everyone is Don. Because our call screener is...
Except for Mitch in New Jersey, which we know Mitch in New Jersey's phone number, and that's why.
Yes.
It says Mitch in New Jersey.
But even the other caller IDs that I recognize, Don.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like messing with people. Yeah. I love it.
Mitch is just Mitch is special. A special place right here.
So many
in
ways.
My heart. We had Steve call in, not Don. Steve, he corrected our call screener before the break, and he wondered why the Kings were ramping up Kevin Huerter in the regular season and not in the preseason. It's because he wasn't cleared to play basketball games or couldn't play in basketball games.
Yeah, and look, I think it's more complicated than that, right? There's 82 games in the season, and if you have to give a few points away in game 1, game 2, game 3, so game 5, game 6, game 65, you have a more functional player, then that's what you have to do. I mean, Mike Brown doesn't have another option here. The Kings play Thursday, they play Saturday, they play Monday. They will not have time to practice. If they do practice, it's more walkthrough stuff, prepping for the game. And so once the games start, there's no way to get Kevin Huerter acclimated. And look, the best way to get Kevin Huerter out there and moving is to have him face as many different looks as possible.
Yeah.
And
gotta let him play.
Yeah, you gotta let him play through it or don't.
Here's the deal. I understand if you're frustrated with how the Kings game went last night. I totally get it. Kevin Huerter playing 20 minutes is not why the Kings lost last night.
No.
It was way down the list of things that went wrong. Especially when the alternative was Keon Ellis, who didn't look great and only played 11 minutes. So I just that was down my list of problems.
Yeah, sure. I think it was really, really far down the list. I think just overall, he still had the same pull. You still saw the reason the spacing opened up. I mean, look at where the Kings were in the first quarter. And then, they were playing extremely well in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And they started to build a lead and they gave it back right at the end of the first quarter. They gave up a 3. They should have been up 5 coming out of the first quarter. A lot of that happened while Kevin Huerter was on the floor. They were a +6 with Kevin Huerter on the floor in the first quarter. And I didn't think he played poorly. And I still think that there are moments where you can see the old Kevin Huerter. It's just going to take a little while. He didn't play for 7 months.
Jill Adge posted these splits last night. Kings Twitter MVP Jill Adge posted these splits last night. The Kings starting lineup had an offensive rating of 134.5, which is an insane number in 13 minutes together. A defensive rating of 103.4. That's a net rating of 31.
Oof.
That is good.
Yeah.
You're going to win a championship if you do that. The closing lineup, DeRozan, Sabonis, Fox, Monk, and Murray. Offensive rating of 125, defensive rating of 105 for a net rating of +20. Also outstanding.
Yes.
That's what matters.
It is.
Those two lineups being really good is a good start.
Yeah, and look, I warned people if the Kings go 500 out of the first 10 games, where I still believe they could still go 8-2 in the first 10 games. If they go 500, that's not the end of the world. And after that 10-game sample size, if Kevin Huerter is not acclimating to the offense and he's not figuring it out, Mike Brown will make a change if he has to.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Now, it's got to be that Keon is pushing,
yes,
and that Kevin is struggling. And so far, we haven't seen the push, and we haven't seen maybe we've seen the struggle from Kevin, but you expect him to struggle. He did not play in the preseason, and there's no other way to get him acclimated and up to speed than to put him in and let him fail, let him succeed, let him grow, let him figure out how to work his way into this lineup.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the program on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. You've been hearing our thoughts on the Kings' loss to the Timberwolves. Let's hear yours. Don, you're on the air with the Insiders. He's James. I'm Kyle. What's up? Hey, Don. Oh, there we go. Don. Don, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Tim. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, Tim. Sorry, our call screener got your name wrong. What's up?
I apologize. Hey, I think you guys are great. I appreciate you guys. I listen to you every day. I don't know. I just keep hearing all kinds of different things, but I mean, Fox has got to score more than 15, and I think we win that game. You know what I mean? Especially if he's going to be considered all NBA. I don't know. I just wanted to hear your guys' thoughts, and I think we're fine. But anyway, I just want to hear your guys' thoughts. Right. I think Fox could have scored 5 more and kind of totally changes the game. You know what I mean?
Okay, great. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate the call. I don't disagree. You need more scoring from Fox for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
There's going to be games like this. There's also going to be games where he goes for 40.
Yeah, man. I'm chalking up almost everything last night, save for like the 3-point defense. The Timberwolves went 20 of 50 from three. They shot 40%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm chalking almost everything else up for now as game one. Call me at Christmas. If this stuff is still an issue at Christmas, we'll talk. But I just, would you like to see De'Aaron Fox be a little more aggressive putting the ball in the hoop? Like, yeah, no doubt. I couldn't agree more with Tim. But at the same time, he's dishing out 11 assists. He was not forcing shots. I think somebody in the chatty house noted he had no points in the fourth quarter. That's not great. But again, this is figuring out that balance with Malik Monk and with DeMar DeRozan and with Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and how this looks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be more concerned, like I said, if he's not scoring against the Lakers.
I totally agree. And then I'm also going to add in that, like, we can't excuse the fact that Minnesota is one of the best defensive teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And the Kings scored 115 points against them.
Yeah, man.
And, like, you can say what you want about, like, you know, who scored what. But last season, their defensive rating was 108.4. They were the best defensive team in the league.
Yeah.
They were two points better than the Boston Celtics. Defensively. Like
Boston Celtics, good team, in my opinion.
Yeah, they are a quality ball club. Exactly. Solid. So again, like if you're going to put up 115 against a really, really good team in your opener, like this is the first game. You shouldn't expect this to look perfect.
You got nothing from Kevin Huerter, and you got 15 points from De'Aaron Fox, and you put up 115 against Minnesota on opening night.
Yeah.
Like I said, there was so much more good than bad.
No, I totally agree.
I get, like, you want to win all the games. I understand the frustrations, and I understand that there were several things that didn't go right. But so much of it I'm chalking up to game one. Let's hear from Don. Don, you're on the air. You're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up? Don, are you there? Hey, Don. Going once. If you're wondering if we're talking to you, we are.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yes.
Go to that. You see a blue truck right there? That blue truck right there with the dog.
He's not talking to us.
I'm gonna turn that down before it gets bad. I'm gonna let him hang out. We'll try this again in a second. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Can't wait to find out what happened with the blue truck. I got so many questions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try again. Hey, Don, are you there? Hello, caller. You're on the Insiders.
Hello?
Yes. Hello, Don. How's it going? You're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up?
Oh, yeah, you calling people Don again. I'm tripping. Yeah, this Titus.
Titus,
Hey,
what's up, bro?
I'm pointing the finger at Mike, no defense Brown. He refused to, like, have him guard the three-pointer. We didn't watch it all preseason. He used to having like a defensive stopper, like Draymond Green, and he used to like Tristan Thomas when he was in his prime, and LeBron and stuff like that back then. We don't got defensive players like that.
Yeah. Titus, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did the blue truck move?
Did what?
Did the blue truck move? We heard you. We heard you talking about a blue truck. I just want to make sure it moved where it needed to go.
Oh no, I'm outside, man. Don't worry about the outside. If I have somebody, doing me a favor, man. That's all I'm trying to do.
Titus, appreciate you listening. Appreciate the call, buddy. We'll talk to you. Thanks. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you take it. Go ahead.
Okay. Like they went 20 of 50, and like they also have like guys who are not great 3-point shooters going 5 of 6 in Julius Randle. I mean, overall, I think the Kings did solid defensively. It's really tough to defend Naz Reid behind the arc, especially he throws up laser beams from like 30 feet.
His 3-point, just his jumper, gives me anxiety.
It's angry.
Like, dog, it's just like, no.
It's like when he goes up for a dunk, he throws it out. When he goes up for a 3, it looks like he's throwing up a 3 as he's just like he's dunking. Yeah. So I look, do the Kings have trouble defending the 3-point line? Yes. It's something that's happened the last couple of years. But at the same time, Mike Brown had this team improve to like the number 14th defensive rated team in the league. They are also like, I want to say like number 8 after the All-Star break. Like they can play defense, but you have too many moving pieces that are new.
Yeah, and one of their keys defensively is Keon. Like Keon Ellis, Titus said Mike Brown's used to having like a defensive stopper. Like that was Keon on the perimeter last year. He was wreaking havoc. And I think Keegan Murray can be that guy too. And if you have both of those players on the court together, when they're playing defense at a high level with De'Aaron Fox, who's a very high level perimeter defender, you're in really good shape. Would every team like to have a Rudy Gobert standing around the rim? Like, yeah, for sure. But I think the Kings are figuring out how to make do without it. I don't blame their defensive struggles on Mike Brown.
Yeah. And I'd also like Jaden McDaniels 0 for 4. Anthony Edwards 5 of 15, 2 of 7 from Connolly, 1 of 6 from DiVincenzo. You did a good job against those guys. It's we talked about it yesterday as one of the keys to the game. They let Nickeil Alexander Walker bust him for 3 for 5, and Randall.
Julius Randle hitting 5 of 6 is silly.
Yeah.
If he goes 3 of 6, they win that game. Right?
Yeah.
Like it just
even 2 of 6, which is more around where he is as like a career shooter.
Right.
Like if he goes 2 for 6, then we're not concerned. It's those extra 3. If they went 17 of 50 and shot 34% from 3, everyone is totally fine.
Yeah.
But a dude who doesn't typically hit all of his threes just loves to play against Sacramento and lit you up.
Naz Reid is only 25 years old.
Yeah. Telling you.
He looks 40.
I would have, like, if I were the Kings, that's the guy that, like, I would have gone and offered them, like, at least 1 first-round pick and maybe more to get Naz Reid. Like, I believe in Naz Reid as a player.
Yeah, man. He's
especially as a player that could play alongside.
And 19, 13, and 3 last night. Man, good player.
Yeah.
Good player. 6th man of the year potential for Naz Reid.
Oh, yeah, you think so?
Yeah, he just needs to start some games and then he'll be there. Elk Grove Kia talk line is 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up?
It's the real Don of Sacramento, Kyle.
There he is. What's up, Manny?
What's going on?
What's happening?
Hey, it's good to see you yesterday, James. I don't know where Kyle went. He just kind of ghosted everybody.
Yeah, I heard you were going to be there and decided not to show up.
Oh.
But I think everything after, like, any major criticism after game 1 is so wild and ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, this is a new team. Like, yes, there's core members here, obviously, but there's new changes, even with Herter and Trey coming back, who haven't played at all in the preseason. Trying to figure out the right rotation, who's really going to be the core rotation. Like, this is what Mike's doing right now. This is what every coach does. And if you win the game, it's not championship or bust. And if you lose the game, it's not let's sell everything. It's literally, in my opinion, this is going to take anywhere from 15 to 20 games before you get a real understanding of where they are. And not to say you can't know now what they need, but you'll have a better look, because there's always players that surprise you on what they're able to contribute, and there's players that end up not doing what you thought they could do at the end of the day. And 15, 20 games, I think you get a core better look at what you really need and what you have, and that's when you start really critiquing after that.
Yeah, no doubt. Once you get those reps, things start getting a little bit easier, for sure. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, Kyle, if they lose by 20 to Portland on Monday, then people can get upset. If they're 0-3,
sure,
and you lose to Portland, it's not a good team, then people can start to say, hey, look, like, what is going on? But that's not where we are.
It's not. Look, this is what I'm really trying to walk this line here, because it's not overreacting to react to something. It's not overreacting to go, I'm a little worried that the Timberwolves went 20 of 50 from 3 and this trend continue. It's like just spotting things and going, okay, hey, here's all the things that happened. And now let's go to the Lakers game. It's just, and if the Lakers go 12 of 40 from 3, then okay, cool. But if the Lakers shoot 40% from three again, it's like, okay, well,
Yeah,
it's just these trends. If Keon Ellis really struggles again, it's like, oh, okay, well, you've got to figure it out.
Yeah.
No overreaction.
No, I totally agree. And for
That's
as much as we're looking at Julius Randle go 13 of 17 from the field, Rudy Gobert went 1 of 2 in 35 minutes.
Mhm.
Like, they shut him down completely. Like, he was a non-factor in the game. And so there are things that will happen in a game that you can point to, but 40% from three is really good. It's worth 1.2 points per possession. Hate to tell people this, but Rudy Gobert shoots like 65%, 70% from the field. If he would have had 10 shot attempts and hit 7 of them, the score probably would be even worse, because that's worth more than those 3-point shots. It just is. Like, a 70% shot is worth 1.4 points per possession. So again, like, I think that there are things that they did really well. And then there are some things that they just, they let a couple of really, really talented offensive players get loose.
Yeah, man.
It happens.
It does. And if this is why, like, if let's go to the world where Keegan's 3 goes down last night.
Mhm.
Good look at the end of the game, and they win 118 to 117. Everything is exactly the same.
Yeah.
We're just coming in and we're playing the highlight of the 3, and wow, Keegan, what a cap to a great game. And that's more the focus. But man, there were Jill Edge in the chat. The weaknesses are the same that we have seen, and until a trade is made, they will still be there. Like, yes.
Yeah.
I have my opinion of the Kings changed 0% last night.
I'd also say this. The best thing that happened last night was Keegan Murray actually took the shot.
Yeah, man. Yes.
If we rewind to the week before,
process over results,
where he did not take the shot, and we're all sitting here like, oh man, you got to take that shot.
Mm-hmm.
He did take the shot,
and
it didn't go down, but it's part of it, right? And Mike Brown explained after the game, part of the problem was that the lob in the pass, you got a new guy throwing the pass in DeMar DeRozan. But not only that, but because of the way the defense moved, the pass took a long time to get there.
Yeah.
And Keegan Murray was not as open as he should have been, and he had to like pump fake it and throw it up. So like these things happen.
Yeah. That's it.
Yep.
It's kind of the long and short of it. Let's put a pin in the Kings game. We got other NBA action to get to. We also have a couple of NFL games to get to this weekend. Let's take a look around the rest of the league as the Kings were playing against the Timberwolves. The Celtics beat the Wizards 122 to 102 as the Celtics' path to 70 continues. I think they're going to win 70 games.
Or 82.
Or all 82. Jordan Poole had 17 points in the first quarter. Salute to Jordan Poole, man.
It was so funny. We were sitting there and you said, man, Jordan Poole had 17 points in the first quarter. And I don't think you caught it when I said it initially. I said, yeah, how far were they down? And Sean, sitting next to me, starts chuckling. He's like, yeah, I bet you they were trailing, weren't they?
2 points.
Yeah.
They're hanging with them.
Yeah, but still, and they were losing despite the fact that he scored 17.
Yeah, because the Wizards stink.
Yeah.
The Celtics are very good. Shout out to Jordan Poole. I think he finished with like 22. 24. Something like that.
The Celtics like, oh, hey, someone go turn that faucet off.
More important for the Kings, though, a couple of games, a couple of heavyweight battles in the West. The Mavs played the Spurs 120-109. Klay Thompson, 22 points, 6 of 10 from 3. Luka Doncic did Luka stuff with a near triple-double. He had 28, 13, and 8, something like that. And Wemby really struggled. 17 points, 9 boards, and assists. Went just 1 of 8 from 3.
And what, 3 of 16 from the field?
Yeah. No, it wasn't. It ended up being better than that. 5 of 18, maybe. Yeah,
at
not
the
a good.
end?
Not a great night for Wemby.
Yeah, that's because he hit a couple of late shots. Like, he was not having a good night. Yeah, Klay Thompson was so open. There was one play where I think he tapped his toe like 3 times.
Yeah.
And then finally, like, okay, I guess nobody's coming over here to defend me. I will shoot the ball again.
They went from, now this is where, is Klay Thompson the player that Klay Thompson was 8 years ago? Like, no, of course not. Yeah. But if you're putting him in a spot where, who was the dude that they had who went to the Clippers?
Derek Jones Jr.
Derek Jones Jr. Thank you. Derek Favors was the only name I could think of, and I knew that was wrong. You have Klay Thompson shooting those shots now instead of Derek Jones Jr. That's a decent upgrade. Decent little upgrade.
Yeah, it's definitely an upgrade, and I would even say
28, 10, and 8 for Luka, by the way.
he's taking those shots instead of Tim Hardaway, and
Yeah.
Hardaway is so inconsistent. So
Mhm.
now they have Najee Marshall instead of Derrick Jones Jr. But still, I think that's one of those teams where like teams will make adjustments, and the
Mhm.
other thing they're going to do is they're going to make Clay play defense,
Mhm.
and at some point Clay's going to have to figure out if he can still move laterally and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
but you'll take the 22 points in 26 minutes.
The thing that jumps out to me the most, because I had the Mavs finishing second in the West this year.
Mhm.
The thing that makes me feel best about that is Derek Lively, 15, 11, and 6.
The 6 is crazy.
Dude's figuring it out, man. He can hoop.
Yeah.
I like Derek Lively a lot.
And coming off the bench, like what?
Yeah, man. Thunder 102, Nuggets 87. Chet Holmgren 25 and 14 and 4 blocks.
Yeah. I said this at the time, and I'll say like the Chet Holmgren, what is still, in my opinion, the perfect fit to go alongside Domantas Sabonis. Like there's no way to get him, but that's one of those players where if you had him next, like his ability to shoot, his ability to block shots, his ability to pass, rebound, elite defender. Yeah, he's good.
I cannot wait to see the Kings play the Thunder.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Monday, November 25th. I've got the date circled. That's gonna be a ton of fun to see where the Kings stack up against a team that I think a lot of people had as the best team in the West. And man, they looked like it last night.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. Isaiah Joe in the starting lineup. That's interesting. As opposed to Caruso. But yeah, they've got a lot of players, a lot of depth.
Yeah, good team for sure. The Kings don't play again until Saturday, where they will visit the Lakers and then come home for one against the Blazers, and then go on a long road trip.
A really weird road trip.
Yeah,
it's like Utah, Atlanta. It's a weird one.
Are the Lakers just going to play all home games this year?
I think so. I because next they're going to bring out like the best mother-daughter tandem of all time and have them sit courtside.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. At Utah, man. If the Kings played like here's my overall overarching takeaway from last night. If the Kings play like they did last night against the Lakers, against Portland, and then their road trip, Utah, Atlanta, Toronto, Miami, home Toronto, home Clippers, they're going to be a lot better than 0-1.
Yeah.
They're going to win a lot of those games if they play like they did last night.
I totally agree. Yeah. So that's why I'm not concerned. Like
Yeah,
I was impressed. Like I was worried that they would come in, and don't discredit the fact that they hadn't played in a week and that Minnesota had already played. They played on Tuesday. They had already opened their season. There is a value to that, and getting a game in beforehand. It's just like in preseason we talked about. The Kings played the Warriors in game 1, but the Warriors had already played, and then the Warriors busted them for 29 threes or whatever it was. There's like now that everyone's going to play 2 or 3 games, you're going to start sort of it even out.
Yeah.
But in that first game, if you're playing against someone who's already been on the big stage, bright lights, they already got to see a father and son tandem play, and the Griffeys, all that stuff.
Yeah,
pretty crazy.
Happen. Best mother-daughter tandems of all time, 916-909-1320. Silk Grove Kia Talk Line. Jesse Tapia is going to join us next. We've got mad props to go through. We'll take a look at some Week 8 NFL action. We'll look back at the Kings game last night. Plenty to get to in the final segment. He's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia joining us next for the handoff here on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. I'm going to go toss this. I'll be right at the back.
Sweet. I will hang out with the people. Yeah. This is an interesting one right here. Cindy. Well, no, wrong one. Cindy Crawford and Kaya Crawford. What is that series that I just watched that Kaya Crawford's in? Oh, it's the Kristen Wiig film show. Palm whatever it is, Palm something. Soren Smith, it is Donut Friday. Kyle brought donuts today. Yep. And it hit. It was very nice. Very nice. Baseball is still on. Tyler Jennings, yeah, I think something called the World Series is starting tonight. I know my guy Frankie Cardicelli is very engaged, and so is Jake Gaden, two huge Yankees fans. And Tristy Rodriguez from NBC Sports is on her way down right now to LA, where she had bought a ticket to go see her beloved Dodgers play. So she will be in the stands and paid a lot of money. This is a good one right here. Uma Thurman and Maya Hawke. Very underrated. I like Maya Hawke. I think she's going to be a good actress. I do not believe that Dalton Connect will have the best game of his life. I think he may have had that in preseason. But anyway. Hey, what's the Palm something that you told me to watch?
Royale.
Okay, so I watched, and you did realize that the young girl that's messing with her husband in the end is her nail lady. The young girl that's in it the whole time. That's
Mitzi.
Yeah, that's Cindy Crawford's daughter.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. I mean, if you look it up, you'll be like, oh, I should have caught that. She looks just like her mom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mitzi feels
something
right.
like that. Yeah, we're going through best mother daughters tandems here. Mariska Hargitay and her mom is Jane Mansfield.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Isn't Kate Hudson's mom famous?
Yes, Kate Hudson's mom is Goldie Hawn.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. Well, I knew. So I just watched Sugarland Express.
Oh, there we go.
And I learned that was why that was in my brain, because I learned that Goldie Hawn was Kate Hudson's mom, but I did not connect those two things back to each other just now.
Yeah.
Oh, Judy Garland and Liza Minnelli is good.
Oh yeah.
Lisa Bonet and Zoe Kravitz is really good. Oh yeah, same person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the show? Did you enjoy the program?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Fun show.
I binge watched it. Took me a day and a half, probably.
Oh, Diana and Tracy Ellis Ross. Hell yeah. A little under 2 minutes.
Oh, Chris Ochoa, let's see. Wide receiver 2 and 2 flexes. Allen Hopkins. I'm not going Hopkins yet because Hopkins is questionable. If he's playing, then sure. Worthy has been good. I don't know, man. You got a bunch of crazy stuff happening. Oh no.
Delmas and AD take a picture with the Griffies.
Yeah.
I've heard this, oldie. Yeah, I've heard that. Oh man, who can forget the Andre Ethier for what's it, Keith Ginter trade?
Oh.
Is that right?
I liked Ethier. And then he just flamed out.
He's a good player.
You guys are ridiculous, but you always answer the call, just so.
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah. What is Mark Jones's line? May not be.
Michigan, you're 0-7, dog.
May not.
Hey, did you see what the Vikings did last night in fantasy? -0.5 point.
Oh no.
Swing and a miss for your boy.
Oh no.
I got 31 points out of our defense in consecutive weeks, and then -0.5.
Oof.
Not all going to be winners.
That's funny. Wow. What is Rumor Willis in? Demi Moore and Bruce Willis' daughter.
Big Maya Hawke guy, by the way. She was outstanding in Inside Out, too. Okay, here we go.
Now, back Back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You're damn right. James Ham, Kyle Madson, and Jesse Tapia, who produces D-Lo and KC, the show that's coming up next.
Facts.
What's up, Doc?
Nothing much. Happy it's Friday. How you guys doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Got a lot to talk about. Got to remind everybody right now that Socktober is here, and people need socks. Bring them to 3010 Lava Ridge Court, Suite 220 in Roseville. That's 3010 Lava Ridge Court, Suite 220 in Roseville. The Gathering Inn, a local organization, is going to pick up those socks and distribute them to the unhoused in the greater Sacramento region. We would appreciate your donations immensely. Also, tonight, game 1 of the World Series, Yankees at Dodgers down in LA. Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320 at 4 p.m.
Let's go Dodgers. Hope we're able to get it done this time.
Yeah, everybody
Big
knows
Dodgers
you're
guy,
a dyed
yeah.
in the wool Dodgers
Mookie
guy.
Betts. Shout out Shohei.
I have a Dodgers hat and a Yankees hat. I'm just gonna alternate depending on. I want 7 games.
Yeah.
So I'm rooting for whichever team lost the previous day.
I watched that 2004 Red Sox documentary on Netflix this morning, so I'm trying my
The Sox-documentary?
Yeah, I'm trying my hardest just to make sure the vibes are ready.
Nice,
for the
dude.
Dodgers World Series.
I love
I'm
that.
doing my part.
I love that for you, man.
Yeah.
We'll get to Mad Props. I have a question for you guys regarding Jesse's Boston Celtics, who won again last night.
82-0 Boston Celtics.
82-0 on deck.
You're pretty disappointed if it didn't turn out that way.
They lose a game. Jesse's like, God.
I have to change the NBA from what I've seen on Twitter.
Should they keep shooting? Should they eliminate the 3-point line? We'll talk about it next. No, we need to get to Mad Props.
Oh.
Yeah, we got Mad Props coming up. We got the 49ers Cowboys game Sunday night. We have the Lakers Kings game Saturday night. I'm so happy that we're back with football, basketball crossovers for Mad Props. Here we go.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will he hire? That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's Mad Props.
Yeah, it's Mad Props time. So I pick a prop from the Niner game and a prop from the Kings game. We try and pick which number of those 2 is going to finish higher. James Ham, you're up first. We've got Jordan Mason rushing attempts or De'Aaron Fox field goal attempts.
Ooh, that's a good one, Kyle.
Thank you.
It's a good one. I am going to go De'Aaron Fox field goal attempts.
Very good.
I think it'll be like 18-17.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be close. I feel good about this one, Jesse.
I'm going to go De'Aaron Fox, too. I feel like the Jordan Mason carries thing has been a loser the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to go with Fox.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Fox, too, because I think he's going to make a concerted effort to get some shots up. And even if he only gets to 17 or 18, I don't know that the Niners with Jordan Mason's shoulder are going to want to get him well above that. And I think in close ones like this, I always go to the ceiling. And I think the ceiling for De'Aaron Fox is he gets hot against the Lakers defense that isn't very good and puts up 23, 24 shots.
Yeah.
Whereas Jordan Mason, I think your ceiling is probably closer to 20.
Fox only got 14 in this game yesterday, right?
Yeah.
I think he'll make an effort to get more in this next one.
All right, Jesse, you're up next. Brock Purdy passing attempts or Malik Monk points plus assists?
Malik, I'm gonna go Malik Monk points and assists.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with Malik.
James.
That's one of my favorite prize pick stats, the Malik Monk points assist stat.
Yeah.
It's one of my go-to, but I'm going to go Brock Purdy in this one.
I'm leaning that way too.
Yeah, I think we're going to get like 28.
Yeah, Malik would need to have a huge night, and maybe he will because the Lakers can't guard on the perimeter.
I'm banging on 20 points at least for Malik in this one.
Yeah, there's a chance that he goes for like 20 and 7, and Brock only puts in the air like 25 times. I'm leaning toward Purdy though. I think it's going to be a game where the Niners are going to have to score, and they're going to put the ball in the air. Ricky Pearsall catches James. Juwan Jennings likely out. He's missed the first 2 days of practice this week. Also missed week 7 against the Chiefs. So it looks like Deebo Samuel and probably Ricky Pearsall are going to be your 2 starting wide receivers for the 49ers.
Deebo's back?
Deebo is
out of the hospital and back on the field.
Yeah, he was limited in practice yesterday. My guess is he's going to play. Ricky Pearsall catches or Domantas Sabonis 3-point attempts.
Ooh, I'm actually going to go Ricky Pearsall catches.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Like if this is how far down they are with their amount of players they have.
Yeah. Jesse?
I'm gonna go Ricky Pearsall too. I see Domas maybe taking 2 threes at most next game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a guards game.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
because I think they will like to pull AD away from the basket because he's such a good shot blocker. And if they go Jackson Hayes off the bench and try to stick Jackson Hayes on Domas, yeah.
I think there's work for Domas to be done on the interior.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's going to want to shoot as many threes in this game. Jesse, George Kittle targets, keeping in mind Ricky Pearsall likely starting a wide receiver. Or Keegan Murray rebounds. 11 boards for Keegan last night.
Give me George Kittle targets.
James?
Ooh, I think they're both going to be around 10.
Yeah,
I'm going to go
that's
Keegan
the
Murray.
number I had in my head.
I'm going to go Keegan Murray.
Going Keegan. Yeah, I'm going Kittle because we haven't had a good 17 target George Kittle game in a while. I'm going with the ceiling here. There's a real chance that Brock Purdy is just leaning heavily on George Kittle in this one. And I don't know if the Cowboys have anybody who can defend him. I'm riding with Jesse on this one, and I'm going with George Kittle targets. James, 49ers red zone touchdown rate. 49ers red zone touchdown rate.
Okay.
Or Kings 3-point percentage.
Ooh, I think the 49ers are going to figure out the red area.
Okay.
I think we're gonna see an increase in time, despite the fact that they don't have a couple of their wide receivers or McCaffrey.
They're right around 40% for the year in the red area.
Yeah.
Jesse?
I think I want to go with the 3-point percentage. This game kind of feels scary Sunday night between the 49ers and Dallas. I'm not sure either team is going to kind of just
feels like a rock fight.
Great. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the 3-point percentage. I don't feel great, but I'm gonna stay there.
Yeah, I could definitely see one of those games where the Niners are 1 for 5 in the red zone. Yeah. Last one, Jesse. 49ers total points or the Kings leading scorer.
Kings leading scorer.
James?
Ooh. I'm gonna go 49ers total 49ers points.
Someone's going for 30 plus on the Kings on Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I don't think it's going to be the distribution night in and night out that we saw last night. I think last night was a really nice, evenly balanced offensive game.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with Jesse. At some point, somebody's going to just have a monster game, right?
Yeah, I think yesterday, Fox only took 14 shots. It's fine the way they played game 1 or whatever. But if anyone's going to have to give up their shots, I want it to be the other guys. I want Fox to get his. I think we'll see more of that on Saturday.
Yeah, I got the Niners right around 25 to 27.
Someone will score more than that. I think someone will score
no
more than
Ayuk, no CMC, no Jennings.
It's gonna be a rock fight.
I think the Niners are going to score a ton.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
what makes you think that?
Yeah.
Because I don't think Dallas defense is very good.
That's the case.
No
No
Micah
DeMarcus
Parsons,
Lawrence. No Micah Parsons.
Yeah. And I still think they can score. I think Mason can get a couple of touchdowns. Purdy's going to throw a couple of touchdowns. Yeah. I think Niners are going to score 30 plus. So, yeah, I think the Kings could have somebody right there, but I still think that Niners are going to score.
I'm going Kings leading score because I don't trust the 49ers right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I also don't trust the Lakers defense. So that's where I'm landing.
Fair enough.
Mad props. We'll revisit those on Monday. 49ers again. This is the 49ers Sunday night game against Cowboys and the Kings Saturday night game against the Lakers. And we'll revisit that on Monday.
Nice.
Sounds good.
Okay, here's a fun question. Who loses first? The Kansas City Chiefs or the Boston Celtics? Let me get their schedules up for you.
Yeah, I was gonna pull it up.
The Chiefs play the Raiders tonight. Or no, I'm sorry, not tonight, this weekend.
Okay.
The Celtics, stand by. I had it open and changed it. And now I've got to get it back. The Celtics have the Pistons tomorrow. And then they have the Bucks in Boston. Then they're at the Pacers. Those are the next 3 games. And then they're at the Hornets twice.
I think it's Boston because they play so many more games. I think the Chiefs get through the Raiders pretty easily.
Yeah, Boston's got a couple in there where it's like, oh, they can get you. You can be got there or something like that.
So by November 10th,
I can see the Chiefs winning the next 2 weeks or whatever.
is that right? Okay, yeah, November 10th. The Chiefs have the Raiders, then they're at the Raiders, home Buccaneers, home Broncos, at Bills.
Yeah, Chiefs aren't losing until at least the Bills probably.
At Bills is November 17th. If I'm circling a game, the Chiefs are going to lose in those coming up. That's the one I'd circle. So the Celtics by November 17th. Oh my God, they got so many games before then. Although, man, so we talked.
You got the Celtics going 24-0.
Bucks, Pacers. They could lose on the road to the Pacers, I guess. But then it's Hornets twice, Hawks. They get the Warriors at home, Nets at home. They're at the Bucks. That's tough. But then home Hawks, at Nets, home Raptors.
It's gonna be a fun season, boys.
Like dog.
It's gonna be a fun season.
I think they're setting the.
There's a
NBA,
legit
NBA.
chance that the Chiefs lose before the Celtics do.
I don't know. That's tough. Like we're going on 3 weeks of just not losing. I know. I get it. I
They
get
look
it.
good. And it's
You
not
figured
even,
they have to do like one, maybe.
But the Chiefs have a bona fide like losable game there in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Like that's when it's like, man, Buffalo might be favored.
I just figured they'd have to at least lose one by then.
Okay.
Where did the Warriors
pick
go?
Pick the one. Home Bucks on Monday.
I guess the one in Milwaukee, I guess.
No, wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Pistons tomorrow.
Yeah, no.
Home Bucks.
Celtics win.
Okay. At Pacers.
I could see that one.
That's
honestly.
a potential.
I could see
That's a potential. At Hornets, back to back.
The Hornets games are always kind of weird, but Celtics will take those, I guess.
I don't think they're losing those.
Yeah.
At Hawks,
No.
home Warriors,
Oh no. Tatum's going for 100 that day.
home Nets.
No.
At Bucks is a possibility.
There it is right there. So there's at least 3 that we just picked out right now.
3.
3 or 2 is the Pacers, and then I guess on the road on the Bucks. And the Hornets, like I said, always get one against Boston somehow, some way every year. So,
All right.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see the Celtics.
Okay,
dropping
so
one.
the 2015-16 Warriors won the
24 in a row.
24 to start the season. They went 36-2 through 38 games. But I don't know that there's anyone even close to the Celtics.
You're not wrong, but it's like it's tough to predict like just runs like that, though. I feel.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Like, if they do that,
look,
then it's just whatever, winning
this
all
is what-
82, and that's that. But
this is if any team was going to do it, that's kind of my thing this year. Like they have the formula, man. It's that. So the Warriors won that title in 15, but it was still like, okay, that was cute. Steph wasn't even the MVP of the finals. Like, okay, whatever. And then they go to 16 and it was like, nope, very much still here, going to try and win every single game. And this group of players is going to maximize and peak all at the same time.
yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a letdown with the Celtics this year.
Yeah, right, because they're still pissed.
Exactly.
Like they're going out to prove a point.
Like on Tuesday against the Knicks, it was kind of like they just picked up right where they left off from the finals.
Yeah, exactly. There was no, and that's where it wouldn't, I don't think this actually happens, but it wouldn't shock me if they're sitting there and going, hey, 73-9 is the goal this year. Like that's what we're chasing now. They think, okay, we got an easy path to the title, this and that. We're just going to wipe the floor with everybody all year.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think they got the right coach to keep him in that mindset too. I love Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah.
A
He's a good
psychopath,
coach.
but yeah,
He is a
Great coach.
lunatic.
yes.
Which, I don't,
It's hey, look, you assembled a great team.
I guess,
and
yeah.
I'm expecting them to win like 3 championships, like out in a 5-year window.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. We're going to look back at this team and put them like, I know the other day you mentioned like the Jordan Bulls, like they're not going to win 6 out of 8. And the only reason they lost 2 is because Jordan decided to go play baseball.
Yeah. And it's not that they'll be on that level, right? It's just, they'll be mentioned in that group.
Yeah. I think that they're going to be one of the great Celtics like groupings of, runs of players.
Tatum and Brown have been great for so long, but it's like realistic, they're hitting their prime now.
Yes. Like that's the thing. Like that's where the discourse around the Celtics gets sideways, because it's like, oh man, these guys choked. They fell short. And like, look, They were the better team in this series and in that series or whatever. And it's like, yeah, they went up against the LeBron Heat when Jason Tatum was 20 and they took him to 7. Yeah, they went up against the Warriors at the last end of their run, a team that had been there time and time again in their first trip to the finals. Yeah, that happens. It's not like they were all in their prime and not able to put it all together.
Yeah.
Like they did it last year. We saw it happen. Jason Tatum, their best player, wasn't even the MVP of the conference finals or the finals.
Yeah, he's still 26.
He's 26.
Jaylen Brown's 28.
Come on.
Derek White's 30. He's got years.
Especially Derek White's going to be awesome until he's 37.
Yeah, probably.
In his role.
35, 36.
Man. Like you said, you'd probably have to pick the Celtics just because of the volume of games.
Yeah.
But if you told me that the Chiefs lost before the Celtics, I would not be shocked.
I hope you guys were right.
It's a good question. Should have been one of our it should be a mystery like hanging out there.
I'm keeping track.
Mad props.
You want to throw it in here?
No, because how do we track it?
I'm picking Boston. How do we track it?
Well, just like whoever gets it 3 weeks from now or 2 weeks from now.
No,
wins.
you just pick. Does Boston or Kansas City lose first?
Okay, let's add it. Yeah.
Want to add it to this one?
Yeah, might as well.
It's fine. We'll just double back on it.
Now we have to start the music, go all over again, and
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which
let's just
number
go
will
over
be
them all
higher?
again.
That's
Okay,
for
here we
Kyle
go.
and James to
Can't
decide.
read you.
Here's Mad Props.
All right, Jesse. Jordan Mason rushing attempts.
No. I'm just kidding. So I'll take the Celtics taking their first loss for the Chiefs.
Boston losing first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Chiefs. Chiefs lose first.
I love this. I love this for you, James. So Jesse, and I got to turn this down. So Jesse I'm taking Boston to lose first as well.
You could have convinced me the Chiefs could have lost to Tampa Bay before they lost their 2 best receivers.
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
I'm calling Chiefs lose to Raiders this weekend. There it is. I'm not. Gardner mentioned.
What if that was the take, but then Boston loses to Detroit tonight?
Well,
or tomorrow.
Don't even put that in that universe.
All right, so
it could
James,
happen.
you're taking KC, and Jesse and I have the Celtics losing.
That's amazing. I can't believe Jesse won against his team.
It's gotta be a little bit
It's
realistic.
odds. It's just the odds.
Yeah, it's gotta play the
It's just
odds.
more games. I haven't figured out what time we need to be out yet. What were your? Did you have any? My mind was not changed about the Kings at all last night. I had zero.
Honestly,
nothing happened that made me go I'm off my 51-31 prediction.
Oh, you're 51-31?
51-31. That's where I landed.
I'm there too. I felt a little bit better about it yesterday.
I think I'm 49-33.
I'm at least 50. That's where I'm at. I don't have a set record. I'm at least 50 wins for them this season.
Yeah.
I thought it was good. You could tell yesterday was kind of let DeMar, get DeMar out there, let him do his thing. I think they'll figure out the flow and get that all done and all that. Where it won't look as wonky. Defensively, I feel like they gotta figure out where they need to be. I feel like there was too many times yesterday where it was 2 guys maybe I take him, you take him, but there's an open guy over here. They kind of just need to attack on defense and just know where they got to be, I think, a little bit more.
Mhm.
But other than that, I mean, yesterday, DeMar wasn't great in the fourth quarter, but Monk starts stepping up. I think that's going to be a thing all season where it's just there's so many options. But I feel good about it.
Yeah, sorting out who the fourth quarter guy is or that hierarchy, I think is going to be a big part of the first couple months.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be something where it's the Kings can't they're off and on winning, win-loss. I think they're going to be fine. I have them going 7-3 the first 10.
Yeah, it's not a matter of they don't have a player to do it. So who does it? They have 3 guys who have been that dude not for them necessarily, but who have been that guy in the league.
And I think it can be different every night.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be the same. And look, DeMar could have easily figured out a way to get to the basket every single one of those times. That's just who he is. But yeah, I want to see Fox be more assertive. I'm a little worried that he, what's his knee going to look like after game 1, because they play a day later.
Mm-hmm.
So a little concerned that maybe we won't see the full version of him against the Lakers, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Do you think that hampered him at all last night?
Well, I mean, he went out of the game for 2 minutes, and then I don't think he was super productive in the fourth quarter. He didn't score in the fourth quarter. Maybe he was, playing
Do we get any kind of pregame injury update Or is that just whatever injury report comes out before the game?
I'm gonna guess that he's not gonna be on an injury report. But that doesn't mean he's not gonna be slightly
a little hampered.
Yeah.
Mike Brown's got to figure out the rotations to him. Once he does, it look a lot cleaner too.
Yeah, that's the other thing with last night.
Was not a fan of Keon Ellis and Doug McDermott on the floor together yesterday.
Yeah, any overreactions to last night, that's the other thing I come back to.
Yeah.
Like you've got guys ramping up, you've got guy like Keon not playing at a high level yet. It's just a lot to figure out, man. That's why there's 82 of these things.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of game one stuff, but overall, I thought it was good.
They'll look a lot different after game 5 after 5 games.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Call me at Christmas.
All right, we'll do that.
It's my
I'm gonna call you at Thanksgiving. Let's see. Kyle.
Well, I mean, I guess
Here they are. Here they are, Kyle.
Yeah.
They're back.
I'm really excited for Thanksgiving this year.
Oh.
Yeah. Going down to SoCal, hang out with the family.
It's far.
Oh, nice.
It's gonna be a good time.
Dolphins, Packers.
Don't call me. 100% don't call me. Isn't it? Don't we have Lions?
That's the morning game usually.
Packers?
Yeah.
No, Dolphins, Packers.
I can't wait for
it's the 5:30
football.
game on Thanksgiving.
Oh, the Lions play. Did they get Minnesota?
Vikings? Yeah,
Might be Minnesota.
Look at us not knowing our football games.
Why would I know the Lions schedule?
Yeah, that's true.
They play an NFC North team.
The Lions play at 10 o'clock on Thanksgiving. That's all you need to know.
Isn't it like 9:30? Don't they start a little
That's
earlier?
true. They do it a little early, I think.
What
God,
day
I
is
can't wait.
Thanksgiving? Is it the 28th?
Yeah, it's a Thursday.
Oh, they play the Bears.
The Bears. That'll be
Fire.
great.
There
Can't
we
wait.
go.
Can't wait.
The Bears.
Fired up. Not nearly as fired up as I am for D'Lo and KC, though. What do you guys got coming up?
We got you, Ham, Eddie Gonzalez, and King Stock.
Eddie Gonzalez?
Yeah. Eddie's weekly on Friday, so make sure you tap it on
nice, man.
Fridays.
I love that. Eddie Gonzalez, host of the Et Ceteras with Kevin Durant, dragging Kevin Durant on the internet after the Suns win the other night.
Yeah.
That's great.
Shout out Eddie.
He's a fun guy. Love Eddie. That'll be fun. So will D'Lo and KC. They're going to take you into the weekend. James Ham and I are done with this program until Monday. Can't wait to get back in and talk some Kings and talk some NFL with you on Monday. Stick around for D'Lo and KC. They are next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. Back with you Monday at 10. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Woo! Chatty gang. Appreciate y'all. Have a great weekend. Be safe and see you on Monday.
See you guys.
Actually, I'll see you in like 20 minutes.
Hit the thumbs
But
up.
then I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What y'all want to do, man, huh? What y'all want to do? We supposed to be in a bad mood today? We supposed to be in a bad mood? Friday, man. Come on, y'all know what it is. Yeah, come on, man. Let's talk. Welcome into the Friday, October 25th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Say it again.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
The absolute worst. And we are so happy that you are here with us. That wasn't exactly what we wanted in the first game of the season. The Kings are just, I think I heard Deuce say, the Kings have never opened the season with a win at the Golden One Center in front of fans.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That is ridiculous.
That sounds about right. I don't know if
they won an empty arena match. But that was it.
That wasn't even the. I mean, it depends on what he's talking about, but that wasn't even the start the season. They started the season in Denver. That was buddy call ball game. That was the opening.
He might have been talking about the first game at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, man. Any home opener, I guess. Huh?
I don't know. Buddy ball call game was an empty arena?
Mm-hmm. Empty arena.
Has anyone asked Mark what that means? No. All right. I was just asking. I don't know.
No, it's. We haven't had.
It was great to hear the Louis Vuitton Don last night.
Oh man, he was in his bag. So I went back and watched the game, and oh man, Louis Vuitton Don was doing his thing.
Yeah, he was working, man. He was working. But the Kings lose the season opener 117-115. I mean, there's a lot to discuss here. There's a lot to talk about. Like as far as the game goes, there's a lot to talk about. The final few possessions. But really, it's tough to not look back at the end of the third quarter, which was arguably the only truly bad stretch of basketball that the Sacramento Kings played last night, and it wound up biting them, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was it was tough. I know we're going to talk a lot about the things that they could have done better to win that game or whatever. I'm sitting there, with the Hall of Famer Mark Spears. I'm sitting there with Mark Haynes. I'm sitting there with Leo, and a couple other guys. And it was a good ass game last night, man. That was a NBA is back. That was a good game. You would want your Sacramento Kings to win that game, but you get a win and you get a loss. Somebody wins, somebody loses. Kings were on the short end of the stick, but I thought both teams were hooping. I agree with my man, our man, Mark Spears, when he said, I'd love to see this in a series. I'd love to see these two teams go at it in the playoffs. Because
Mark Spears looks at me for the sole purpose of roasting me.
Did he say something last night?
Yeah, I went over there, paid my respects to the Hall of Famer, and he holds on to my hand and he just kind of looks me up and down. All right. My man. Like, okay, that's my man. Mark Spears. Mark Spears.
But I came away from that game. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to say it on last Friday at the end of the preseason, but I was like, they're going to play a game next Thursday. And regardless of what happens, all isn't great, all isn't fixed, or all isn't doomed. Mm-hmm. And that's how I felt last night. They got things they got to work on, but there were a lot of things that I saw that I liked. And last night was a hell of a game. That was a great NBA basketball game. And I was going around afterwards and looking around on NBA Twitter and people who were watching the game. It was the sentiment of a lot of people who were watching that game. Like, man, these are two good teams. And it was a hell of a game last night.
And that's the part that sucks, right? Like, is you recognize that's what it was. Like, if you can look at that game for what it was, like it was, that we talk about the end of the third quarter, that bad 11-0 stretch that really kind of changed the complexion of the game. The Timberwolves had a stretch that kind of got them in that position, right? So no matter what side, if you're D'Lo and JC and in Minnesota, or you're D'Lo and KC here in Sacramento, like, you can find things within the game, and we certainly will, that you want to pick apart and talk about.
Mm-hmm.
The tough part, I think, is for Kings fans, is after losing 5 games during the preseason, having so many questions in this offseason. Yeah, that was a hell of a basketball game. Yeah. In totality, you probably feel pretty good about what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, if it had been the exact same score the other way, or the Kings were able to hit those 3 free throws in the fourth quarter, if you were just able to do something to secure the win, like, it would feel a lot different. Mm-hmm. Nothing like in the grand scheme of things, like, there's 81 more of these. This thing can go a lot of different directions. Like, this isn't a game where you're going to look back on this one and go, if they had just beaten Minnesota at home 81 games ago, like, that's probably not going to be the case. Yeah. So it's just, I think it's a little tougher to digest someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. That's a hell of a game. It's not really one to be upset about. It's a little tougher to digest when you still feel like there are a lot of questions about this team. And when you went through an entire preseason with not seeing them play well, mm-hmm. and then you come back here and, all right, everybody's back, Trey's back, Kevin's back, and they are back, but they're not back.
Right.
And that's pretty clear. And Mike acknowledged as much before the game. I would have laughed if he had just said Kevin Huerter, but he didn't. He was like, I don't have a ton of expectations for Kevin and Trey because they haven't done this mm-hmm. in a while. So if he had said, I don't have a ton of expectations for Kevin, I would have laughed my ass off. But he said Kevin and Trey, and they both kind of delivered in the same magnitude. I'll tell you this, that Golden One Center crowd was behind Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
They wanted Kevin Huerter to hit those 2 threes that he took in, like, pretty close succession so bad. Mm-hmm. Like, the arena just started to rise when those shots went up, especially that he had a clean look from the top of the key that he just missed.
Right.
They wanted that so bad for him.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they in general, when you go to these games, it's different than maybe what happens on Twitter or in the chatty house or anything else like that.
Very much so.
And that's why this is a great fan base. It's why it's a great basketball town, because at the end of the day, they just want the Kings to do well. And if you're wearing a Kings jersey, they want to see you. They want to see you win. They want to see you, be successful. And that's what that was with Kevin Huerter. They, even through all the struggles last year, we went to games last year where he's struggling and people just were trying to will shots in for him. You know what I mean? And if he'd make a shot and it'd be a little extra oomph in the cheer with the crowd. And that's what we saw last night. He wasn't able to knock down shots, but I, like you just mentioned, and like Mike talked about as well, Lyles and Huerter look like they hadn't played.
That's right.
In a game
mm-hmm.
type setting before, and they were trying to feel their way through it. And they'll knock off some of the rust as time goes along. But it was good to have them back out there.
It absolutely was. There's a lot of things to break down in terms of rotations. Mike even talked about that last night. Like, DeMar and Keegan played 43 minutes last night. Absolutely monster minutes numbers for those two guys. And I do love that the old guy on the team played 42 minutes and 32 seconds and DeMar, that's the other part of last night's game. DeMar was as advertised.
Yes.
That man scored 26 and hit 0 threes.
Yeah.
That man scored 26 and only took 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
That man is at 14 free throw attempts. He put a Kings uniform on and played exactly like he did in a Chicago uniform, mm-hmm. exactly like he did in a San Antonio uniform, and exactly like he did in a Toronto uniform. That brother is as advertised.
And he is, we keep saying it, we're going to continue to say it, a professional bucket getter.
That's it.
Like he gets buckets in his sleep. And there were a couple shots, the one at the end, the turnaround that looked like it was on and it just rimmed out or whatever, that he'd like to have back. And McDaniels did a good job defending him a few times in the fourth quarter, but it feels like with that group out there, that everybody healthy on the offensive end, and you always going to have an opportunity.
Yeah.
You always going to have an opportunity because there's just not enough top flight defenders on other teams to be able to stop all four guys. And some say 5 guys. You know what I mean? Like five, when they got that closing lineup out there, somebody should have an opportunity to go to work.
Yeah.
And I saw that last night, even in the loss.
Well, since we're here, let's talk about it because, well, if De'Aaron Fox hits that 17-foot jumper, your boy's living the life today. Instead, Prize Picks got me again.
Oh, man. It wasn't a flex pick? It wasn't a flex pick?
I went all 3, man. I went all 3. And that was stupid.
Well, I mean, that
was dumb.
It happened.
Go flex. Go flex. Allow yourself some flexibility. But I took the L last night in De'Aaron's 17-foot jumper. That goes in. I hit the 28 points plus assist, and I'm good to go. And I didn't imagine he wouldn't get there, to be honest. Of all the picks I made, I thought that was the one that could get there. But thankfully, I'm still working with my promo code, Muddy. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup.
And here's the great thing about it. Even, you lose, I'm back at it. I'm back at it again tonight. I'm taking more than a half Franz Wagner three-pointers. I'm taking more than 19.5 Paolo Banchero points. I'm taking more than 1.5 three-pointers made from Cam Thomas. I'm taking less than 29.5 points for Jalen Brunson, and I'm taking more than 13.5 points for Tyrese Halliburton. We back at it.
Okay.
All right, we back at it.
Prize Picks, run your game. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code KIFM to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup, because trust me, you're going to need it. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details. We are back with more. We are just getting started here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Man, it was great to see you last night, Securin. It was dope. I thought so too, Kenneth, but the world disagreed. Oh, it is blurry. What the fuck?
I'm gonna holler at y'all when we get back on the air, man. This
I just do the show out there.
I'm gonna holler at y'all when we get back on the air, because this is an on-air type of discussion that needs to happen, or not even discussion.
Sean, we were looking at him yesterday. We were looking at WrestleMania tickets yesterday.
Why would you say that? It's not even true. People believe you.
Shout out to our girl Katrina, who I'm not positive, but I think Kevin John thought that was Katie.
No, he did.
Yeah, he did. Okay, I
He
thought
did.
so too. I thought so too.
He thought a lot of things.
Well,
he thought that was Katie. And he thought Katie was somebody else to you.
well, caught that too. Yeah, I caught that too. He had me and Katrina living happily ever after. Well, and that's the funny thing is, okay, so he acknowledged, because he was talking about Disneyland. So he said you were the happiest place on earth, the happiest guy on earth. And then he points to Katrina and says the happiest girl on earth. And Katrina's red hair. So it's like, okay, he thinks that's Katie. But he called Katrina Tasha.
Yeah,
Whoops. So we're not exactly sure what Kevin thought, but that's our man.
Kevin came over to me later.
Okay.
And asked me, he's like, hey, is that Damien's girl? I said, no. And then he was like, oh, man, I thought it was this. And I thought she was it. Oh, man.
The hand motions are killing me. The hand motions are the best impression you've ever done.
That is all Kevin.
He's like, I feel terrible. I thought, oh, man. I said, it's all good, man. I can't speak for Dave, but it's all good.
Oh man, that was epic. That interaction with Katrina was absolutely epic. Oh, thanks, Sean. I'm glad I won you over. I'm glad I won you over by losing every day.
It's not gambling.
That's right. It's daily fantasy.
That's right. It is a skill-based game. And Damien does not have skills, apparently.
None. Absolutely none. I don't know. Watch more games, jackass.
The key is to go 3-player lineup and play the flex play.
I understand that.
The ceiling is lower.
I get that.
But the floor is much higher. Once baseball season starts, once baseball season starts, we'll get on that no run first inning tip. Pause. And we'll get you some dubs.
There are no
you can't see my face. I'm eating right now.
It's a smart move to stay off camera while you eat. Well, poor Leezy. Leezy had like 6 picks. The last one was Wemby, and Wemby didn't hit.
Oh, and it was a power play too. That's cold, man. Damn. Somebody. I don't know what it was, but
last night was an epic night.
It was.
Last night was a blast.
I got to.
Can I tell you my favorite part?
Yeah.
It was the halftime meetup.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I got to give a big shout out to the Chatty House
for booing Kyle Draper.
Oh,
that was the best part. Drapes got booed because Drapes. I know Drapes was talking crazy when he walked over because he always says, "Why do you do this right here? Why don't y'all go somewhere else?"
I saw Drapes later in the night. He was like, "Oh, y'all had a little meetup, huh?" I said, "Oh, hey, man, we was out there, man." But that was dope, man. That was dope. See everybody linked up, man. Everybody. We
ain't never had a meetup like that.
No, that was crazy, man. That was crazy. We appreciate it. We appreciate the love. It was so good to see everybody. Got the flick. We even got fake Kevin Herter in the flick as well, man. Yep. Shout out to him. And yeah, that was dope. That was really dope, man. That was some good stuff.
Can I have a
Drapes got
Drapes got booed? I just love that so much.
I had a take about fake Kevin Herter last night.
Okay.
He looks more like Steve Kerr than Kevin Herter.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, that's fair.
You're not wrong.
That's fair.
No.
I think, and the other thing that happened too is fake Kevin Herter, I believe it was his son. I think that's what he was telling me. And he told the son, he said, well, you're going to turn into fake DeRozan, and got the cornrows and everything with the jersey. So he's just passing down a lineage. I think that's what he told me.
I was hoping he was going to go Doug McDermott.
No.
That would have been great.
No, because his son closer to DeRozan, way closer to DeRozan than McDermott.
Shout out. Love that for him.
DeRozan fits. McDermott does not.
Maybe his girl's name's Tasha.
It might be.
Who knows?
I think it is.
Someone asked Kevin John. Someone asked.
Hey, Katrina, I want you to know I'm never calling you Katrina ever again.
She's Tasha moving forward.
Tasha for sure.
That's so great. I just love the idea. He thought it was Katie, but thought her name was Tasha.
Yeah.
And wasn't exactly sure who Katrina was to me.
It was just a lie.
It was
a lie, and it was all wrong.
It was opening night for everybody.
Oh man, I thought it was this, and then oh man, I felt terrible.
Oh man, Kev, if you're listening, love you, dog.
Shout out to our guy Kevin John.
The nicest person I've ever met.
He really is.
It's not even close.
He really
is. It isn't even
He's
close.
Super cool.
That's facts.
He is super cool.
Absolutely.
I didn't know he was from Stockton.
That tracks.
I didn't know he was from Stockton. I thought he just happened to be out here in Sacramento. He came back home, I guess. Home-ish.
Well, welcome home, Kev.
Glad Kevin John came home.
Overall thoughts? Feel good? Feel
Nice
bad?
day. I like the weather.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a tattoo appointment, so I'm excited for that.
Oh man.
When
the
do
sleeve
you
is
not
already,
have a tattoo appointment?
when is the sleeve gonna be done?
Hopefully soon. Hopefully by the end of the year.
Ooh.
We'll see. I have a big
and
empty
you don't
space.
go in with plans. You're just like, yeah, no.
No, I have a plan this time.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Can we hear
No.
about
Is it a
Oh.
Disney plan?
Yeah.
Of
I'm
course.
just continuing the theme.
So your whole arm is Disney?
No.
Oh,
Just the bottom
Sorry,
half.
my bad. Please, excuse me.
My whole this guy. No, I was overall thoughts in the Kings game, I assume, not just my overall thoughts in general.
No, I just wanted to know how you were doing.
Okay,
We
good.
didn't get a chance to talk before the show. Yeah.
No, dude, I feel I said 51 and 31 before the year. I'm still there.
I just want to acknowledge Roddy deserves some credit for this. Apparently, fake Kevin Herter is actually the real Kayvon Herter.
Yeah. Shout
That's a
out
good
to
call,
him.
Roddy.
Shout out
That's,
to him.
that's a good call, Roddy.
So I
Well
was
done.
like, oh, okay. I wasn't familiar with the game. All right.
We're just going to start calling fake Kevin Herter Tommy moving forward. That's Tommy. I apologize. That was a A plus message
And
from
that's
Roddy.
actually probably, he looks more like Tommy than
He does look like
Herter.
Tommy.
He
It's
definitely
only
looks
the
like-
jersey that makes him look like Kevin Herter.
If he got a buzz cut,
Oh yeah,
he
he looked like Tommy. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get him a leather jacket or something and see who he turns into.
No, I thought they were good though. I thought they were good. There are some things they got to clean up, but I'd said so many times going into this season, I think it's going to look a little clunky for the first couple of weeks, maybe the first month as they figure things out offensively, and Mike Brown's got to figure out what he's doing with his rotations, but I didn't have any major complaints.
No, I like I said, I'll reiterate. I think it was a really good game. Two teams that I think are really good. I don't know like how, I'm not saying conference finals, but those are two top teams in the West. And Ant-Man was crazy. Ant-Man went crazy. Julius went crazy, and that was enough for them in that game. But the Kings were game. They were ready to go. One of the things, Kyle, that you talked about earlier that it's not aggressive enough to say I want to push back on, because I actually agree with you, but I want to give another side to that.
Sure.
You talked about the time in the fourth quarter when DeRozan kind of got in the Chicago bag a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what happened.
Mhm.
Right. Like that's what happened. But one of the things that he did in that stretch that is beneficial for the Kings, and that I think is going to be a major difference, is the game was, Kings were on the ropes.
Mhm.
They were on the ropes. It was 105-99. They had those bad possessions that you talked about where DeRozan maybe forced a little bit, and they were on the ropes. And one of the things that happened on the next offensive possession that it seemed never happened last year, and we didn't have nobody to do it, is DeRozan put his head down, got fouled, and went to the line.
Mhm.
And it got to a 4-point game, and it kept the game from going from 6 to 9 to 11. And instead it went from 6 to 4. And now we're back in this. And I think that's something that they didn't have last year. A guy that when it looks a little bleak and it looks like they're on the ropes, can settle things down, stop the clock, get to the line, make his free throws, and keep it a close game as opposed to it getting out of hand. And even in that moment when he got a little Chicago on us, he still got Chicago, but it helped out in this situation.
The thing I would agree with you, and I even tried to articulate this earlier. It's not that 190-second stretch lost in the game. It wasn't that.
Right.
It was like that stretch though right there was my concern. It's like the Kings have this great offense. They have so many great players that can put the ball in the hoop in their closing lineup. They have the best passing big man in the league, or second best if you're a Jokic guy. They have one of the best passing big men in the league that they run their offense through. I don't think it's beneficial to them to every time they get in a tight spot go, DeMar, go put up a tough midi. Like that's just not, I don't think that's a move. And that's what happened in those 90 seconds. I don't think it's the end of the world. I just hope it doesn't become a thing. The play, you mentioned Anthony Edwards earlier. The play of the night that turned the game back for Minnesota was, so Alex Len had the block, De'Aaron grabs it, lead up to Keegan, 3, roof comes off.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards immediately gets the ball,
Yep.
drives in, and one.
Yep.
6-point lead, back to 3 like that. It's
Yep.
like, man,
Kill
that's
it.
just he's just one of those
He's the
guys, man.
truth,
One of them ones, man.
Well,
Even
we
that-
were told before the game if the Kings had just stopped that guy, they would have been fine.
Oh,
That was the assessment.
Oh.
If somebody would have guarded him, we would have won. That was
Mike Brown and the coaching staff over there, like, hey, who's this Edwards guy?
yeah.
Well,
We
look,
should
we
game
didn't,
plan
even,
for him.
we didn't even get a name. He was like, that number
Number 5.
5. I said,
Yeah.
he's the truth. He said,
It's a season ticket holder.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Apparently there was
We
somebody.
may bring him on the show for breakdowns of Kings games.
Apparently there was somebody, a Kings fan, sitting by my buddy Leo was in the building last night. Shout out to Leo. He's a big Timberwolves fan, and apparently there's a Kings fan sitting behind him calling Julius Randle dubious handle.
Oh dear.
Jesus.
Cooked his ass. Got him.
I wish he would have stopped because Julius beat the Kings' ass
Yeah,
last
he
night.
did.
He see that
Beat
that
that.
black
When
and
he-
purple, and he
he-
just goes crazy.
He hit those first 2 threes, and it was like, all right, well, he's not going to keep doing that. And then he just kept doing it. It's like, well, what are you going to do? And Mike
That
even
was
said after the
brutal.
game, he didn't say it in these words, but I know me and Mike we chat a lot at the bald guy
Obviously.
meetings.
Yeah.
And
I didn't get invited yet.
yeah, you do.
Nah, I don't ever get the emails.
Oh,
Well, you just
okay,
don't
well-
check your emails.
yeah, no, that makes sense. I'll let you know. I'll make sure you get re-added to the list.
Thank you.
I'll hit up Michael Jordan and he'll do his thing. So he said last night, more or less, like, I don't have too many complaints defensively. Julius Randle went 5 of 6 from 3. Like,
He's
that's
not going to do that again.
That's a 33% career shooter, shooting 80% from 3 on 6 tries. Like, you gotta tip your hat sometimes.
Mhm.
And he had a lot of tough shots too. And I know
Yeah.
that's kind of his thing. He's a really good scorer. I don't know how it's going to fit for them long term.
Mhm.
Staggering Ant and Julius Randle is not a thing I think you can probably do and succeed, but good players.
Yeah.
They just hit
Yeah.
shots. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Ant was sensational in the second half.
Yeah.
Oh man, he was really good.
He was the only, it felt like I wrote in my notes at some point during the second quarter, it might have been early third quarter, like Ant's trying his ass off. I don't know if the Timberwolves are any good, but man, Ant is going to try and drag him as far as he
Well, I
can.
think he took the Lakers loss pretty tough.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like just
was
listening
pissed
to
off.
I think he took that loss pretty tough. And I was kind of fearful. Not fearful. I could have seen easily Ant having the game that he had last night. Absolutely without stretching my imagination. The 5 of 6 from Julius Randle was a little tough to
brutal. Yep.
that was a little tough to handle.
My favorite little thing that happened last night, like, you know, those things you notice at a game that you just kind of stick out that don't really matter that much. When he and Malik got into it a little bit,
Mhm.
and it was like really fired up, and then he goes to walk up above the break where Malik was standing, and claps his hands like getting ready to play defense, and you could hear it.
Mm.
He clapped his hands so loud
Mhm.
that you could hear it. It's like, man, he's so fired up. I love that when NBA players get into it like that.
Yeah.
That's fun.
That's one thing that we've seen in the first 3 days of the season. Man, these guys are ready for the season. They've been getting after it.
Yeah.
They have been getting after it, and we saw that last night. And that's one of the reasons why, I'm not tripping off the loss. Like I wouldn't think everything was perfect if they won. You know what I mean? They'd still have things to
That's
work
what I
on.
mean.
You know what I mean? So it was a game. It was a good game. They showed some good things, and there's some things they
The
got.
conversation would have been exactly the same if the Kings scored 3 more points. The
Yeah,
conversation we all would have felt better.
Yeah, the lead in would have been like, oh, Keegan, amazing, and then they got to work on X, Y, and Z.
Ant is that last play from Anthony Edwards to get to the foul line is very LeBron James level. Like once he gets space to kind of, to use the running back term, to get downhill, you've got two you either let him score or you foul him. Like there's not a lot of other alternatives in that situation. And maybe there's more, but I feel like there's only 2 guys in the league that can do that, and Ant is one of them. LeBron is the other.
Well, he did a phenomenal job on that, because I'm sitting up there and watching the game, and I say, hey, get the ball out of his hands. Get the ball out of his hands. Like, go double. I know you're gonna leave a Conley open or something like that, but I think I got to get the ball out of his hands. The Kings do that. Ant doesn't allow it. He gives it up and he goes right back and gets it. And he talked last night about how he's maturing. He said in that situation, I'm gonna go get the ball and I'm gonna do something going to the basket. He said a year ago, I probably would have stayed with the ball in my left hand and shot a step back three. And he said, I'm just learning and maturing.
Man.
And that decision, because that's what I didn't want. I didn't want him with the ball in his hands. And he made sure, like, no, I'm going to have the basketball to decide the fate of my team. And he's a superstar, man.
The couple of times last night, it only happened once or twice. And this isn't going to happen a lot because Keegan's a very, very good defender. Ant blew by him while he wasn't there. And it's just, there's not that many dudes in the league that you're just going to decide, like, this guy's not defending me right now. Like, his first step gone.
Yeah.
He's fun to watch.
He was the one where he just weaved through the whole defense and then got the and one going into the chest of McDermott.
Oh,
come on, man. That man is sick. He is sick. Yeah.
And all that, the Kings get outscored, what, 60 to 20.
Are you talking about threes?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
60
hit
to 23.
Yeah,
24.
They hit 23s. The Kings hit 11.
Oh, so 33.
They
Yeah,
shot
60 to
50.
33. Yeah,
They
that's
shot
right.
50.
They lost by 27 at the 3-point line, and they lost by 3. Like,
That was.
I just don't have it in me. I'm the overreaction king.
Yes, you are. I can attest to that.
I
You have
don't-
ended series 5 minutes into game
dude.
1.
That's
a shoot.
Steph Curry's been traded 47 times.
Easily. Traded or washed, one or the other.
So, no, it's just like, you should have heard me first quarter the other night. Whoo. No, but like, that's and I would, I don't want to say I would love to, but it would be way better radio if I could get on the radio and be like, this was wrong and this was wrong and they got it. But like, bro, I don't have it in me, man. I was pretty impressed last night.
Yeah, like Casey said to start, two really good teams played a really good basketball game last night. Unfortunately, the Kings came up on the short end of the stick, and now they've got another matchup against the Los Angeles Lakers looming, and there's so many things that go into that. The Lakers get their first win of the season against Minnesota a couple of days ago, and you're kind of like, well, what exactly are the Lakers? I'm not sure. And then you have this thing where the Kings have just dominated the Lakers over the last 2 years. Then you got the Anthony Davis, Domantas Sabonis storyline that you've got to touch on, and then we've got some that surprisingly, 34 minutes into the show, I don't feel like we've really talked about yet, and that's De'Aaron. De'Aaron was I think it was 15 points. I know. Shout out Prize Picks. It was 15 points and 11 assists. And I think I would have laughed at you if you told me De'Aaron was scoring 15 on opening night. Like, if Prize Picks had set the more or less at 15 points, I'd have been like, that's insulting. I wouldn't have ventured that. But obviously he took an approach of he was going to get everybody involved. We saw DeMar that he got to the line a lot. Domas actually got to the line a lot, which is awesome. Keegan took a lot of shots, and I don't really love De'Aaron being passive. I'm not going to be overly critical because he took the biggest shot of the game, and I think everyone is in agreement. That's a De'Aaron Fox special. That's a perfect shot for him. He just didn't make it. But I was surprised that 14 shots was his total last night.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Figuring it out. Where he
it's
fits
De'Aaron
in
Fox. No. De'Aaron shouldn't figure anything out. That's
What do you
De'Aaron
mean?
Fox's team.
Sure. That's why he's the one taking the back seat, letting people figure it out. And then dude, here's how it's still very much De'Aaron Fox's team. One, he had a couple of plays last night where he drives in and could hit a tough floater or kick it out to Keegan Murray for a wide open 3 in the corner. That's a 50+% shot for Keegan. Like that's the right basketball play. Kings up 5-0 early, Timberwolves 8-0 run, De'Aaron Fox 4 quick by himself.
Yeah.
Like that's what he's I don't have any long-term concern with De'Aaron.
Oh, no long-term concerns at all.
I think he's going to be more
surprised.
aggressive here.
Yeah.
You know what the difference is for me with De'Aaron and what I would like to see is I look at DeMar DeRozan and he had 7 made field goals. De'Aaron Fox had 6 made field goals. Difference is DeRozan got 14 free throw attempts. De'Aaron Fox only got 2.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see him attack the basket a little bit more, search out that contact, and find ways to get to the bucket. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the things, just watching him, that we see a lot from John Morant. You know, and I bring up John Morant a lot because they're always compared together. And I think De'Aaron Fox is just as good, if not a better player than John Morant.
Sure.
The difference between the two is Ja constantly is attacking on the offensive end. And whether he's scoring or he's finding ways
forcing
to
the issue.
Yeah, getting to the line 12 times in a game. That's usually the difference. De'Aaron Fox, he should be getting to the line 6-7 times. You do that, he's, I'm assuming he's making more majority of those free throws. Now we're looking at a 21-11 game as opposed to 15-11. So I want to see that from him moving forward. Just the aggressiveness, don't settle so much for the jump shot, and get to the bucket a little bit more and try and get to the line.
The interesting thing for me last night was, or one of the interesting things was, Domas only had 1 assist.
I didn't even recognize it. Wow.
Yeah, he had 1 assist. The last time he had 1 assist was also against Minnesota in January of 23, I think. But I kind of wonder if that's something that is going to be a trend this year, where he might not be averaging like 7, 8, 9 assists. Because if you're doing a dribble handoff with DeMar DeRozan, he's not pulling up for 3. He's going to put the ball on the deck, and now there goes your assist. But
unless you're John Stockton.
Well, unless you're, sure.
I've seen some of those assists. It's like, oh, wait a minute, you can dribble 7 times and you still get the assist? Okay, cool.
Are you on the Michael Jordan? A bunch of his steals didn't count train too?
No, I'm
okay,
not on
just
the
the John
Michael Jordan
Stockton one. That's fine.
Other than GOAT.
Okay. Fair enough. No, but I do kind of wonder if that's something we're gonna see throughout the year, is just his assists aren't going to be there because the dribble handoff stuff isn't going to be the same. And if he's shooting threes or shooting mid-range jumpers instead of standing there waiting for a back cut to open, it wouldn't shock me if that's something we see from night one that kind of continues throughout the year. Not 1 assist, but not 9 or 10.
Give me about 5 minutes or so, a little over, and we'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. But we do have Kyle Madson here, the host of the Candlestick Chronicles, writer over at NinersWire.com as well, the authority on all things San Francisco 49ers. This sneaky big game, or maybe not so sneaky, coming
not
up this
sneaky
Sunday?
at all. They're all big now.
Well,
pause.
Thank you. Good. It's fine.
They're all big games now. They're all big games now.
Here comes Ed Hockley. Wait a second. There it is.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Call that false start.
Okay.
They're all
5-yard
big
penalty.
That's
It's
fair.
fine.
That's fair. No, all of the games have you can't.
Now, I
Dallas
understand.
is beatable, bro. They can't lose any more winnable games.
I got you.
Dallas is super beatable. I'm very, very concerned about Kevontae Turpin.
You actually sound pissed off about it, to be honest.
I'm angry,
with you.
bro. No, Kevontae Turpin, the Dallas's kick and punt returner, is really good, and the 49ers can't cover kicks and punts.
Yeah, they've really struggled on special teams.
Yes, they're allowing 18.4 yards per punt return. That's an insane number.
Wow.
You should be like 7.
Yeah.
And Kevontae Turpin's averaging 19.2 yards per punt return. Like, that could be a problem that swings the game. But yeah, they have to go win. There's no, you can maybe drop one if you get to 7 or 8 and 4, but you have to get there first. They're just, the margin for error is very, very small.
I agree. It's a big game. This is one of those things where I talked about 2 weeks ago. I said, look, man, I'm not really tripping off the Chiefs game. Not really tripping off that. But you got to find a way to keep your head above water. Get to that bye week at least 500 at 4-4.
Yep.
And this is it now. You lost the Chiefs game, so you got to win this game. I'm still because of the division, and now the division's gotten even more congested. But because of the division, I'm still not looking at, if you're 3-5, the season's over. And it's just because of the division. I mean, it's you 3-5. Worst case scenario, 3-5. Seahawks win. You're 2 back from Seattle, and you've got the game on them. And Seattle's not going to run away and hide. They're not that good.
My concern, if you're losing to the Cowboys, is that I feel way less good about them beating like anyone else on their schedule.
That's fair.
Tampa Bay is a lot more winnable now because of the injuries of wide receiver. But you got Lions, Packers, Bears.
Oh my!
You get the Seahawks again. The Rams looked great last night. You got the Rams again. I guess that's a tough schedule coming up, man.
That's fair, but I'm also assuming you start getting guys back.
Sure.
You know what I mean? You
It looks a lot different with Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey and Juwan Jennings too. You know
That's
and Pershaw. You're getting a little more comfortable. So
yeah, that's the one thing I will say. Like the Niners offense is still moving the ball. Like they're scoring. I think they're third in the league in percentage of their drives that end in scores. They're tied for second in the league with the Lions in yards per play, way behind the Ravens, who are just outrageous. We're not talking enough about the Ravens, but their offense is insane. But they're tied for second. They're just not putting the ball in the end zone. And if Christian McCaffrey comes back, I think it helps with that. And maybe he comes back and they start rattling off 30 a game again, and they look like the Niners. But I got to see that first before I believe it.
I know it sounds like a cop-out, but I really do think it's execution with them. Maybe they just never execute this year. That's a possibility too. But like you said, it's not like the offense is broken.
No, it doesn't.
They can't move the ball.
Yeah,
they can't execute. They turn the ball over in the scoring area, in the red zone.
Yeah,
execute, take care of the football. I think you can change. And they're not getting blown out by anybody. Chiefs got a little dicey, but it was still a 2-point game at the end of the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, execute. You got to win on Sunday though. Win on Sunday.
Kyle Madson, great stuff as always. Make sure you're following Candlestick Chronicles, like and subscribe, all of that great stuff over there, wherever you get your podcast from, and get all of your 49ers news from NinersWire.com. We'll come back with more. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about some of the things that went well for Sacramento. And I've got a question about the number of threes we saw. It's a question that we already asked. Well, we've got a regular season game in the books. We'll bring it back. Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, did you guys hear the good news?
What's that?
Draymond Green has said that he's going to have less than 10 technical fouls this year.
On pace for 82.
That was when the NBA was officially back.
Oh, I looked up at the screen and all I saw was Luka bitching yesterday in the first half.
That's what. Hey,
bro, will you shut up?
That is, of all the things Domantas Sabonis does well as a basketball player, that's my favorite thing about him.
He doesn't complain, or what?
Well, he'll walk over, he'll say his piece, and then he walks away.
Yeah.
Last night there was a ball that was not out of bounds on him, but he tried to he gets up to the ref. He's like, "Our ball," and the ref's like, "No, it's every leg." And he's like, "What? No, it's not." And the ref's like, "Yeah, it was." And he's like, "All right." He can sit there and just belabor the point. It's like, man, that's so nice.
Didn't call him the P word.
Goes up, gets fouled. Goes up, gets fouled. No call. He looks at as he's running down the court. He's looking back like, "Hey, man, that's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate and respect that."
I saw in the
What are you eating?
A donut. You know what I mean? I just,
that's the last time you're ever getting that donut.
That was wild.
What did the lady say to you?
Lady at the donut shop talking crazy today. Yeah, chat. I told these guys this already, but I go to order those. I order those specifically for D'Lo and Casey, and then when I get here, I put the box of donuts down and I take those out and I put them in Studio One so they don't get taken.
I appreciate it.
Which is amazing because there's 6 people here. But go ahead.
I just don't know. I
got you. I appreciate you.
They're for you guys, so I just take them out and I get them for you. And I tell the nice lady working at Baker Ben's Donuts, shout out to Baker Ben's. I said, and then can I get the one with the chocolate with the peanuts on it?
Smart.
And this woman, so loud, goes, "You want the nuts?"
Well, did you want? Yes or no?
It's like, no, ma'am. I asked for the donut
with the peanuts.
With the peanuts on it.
Can't do anything around here.
I'm only saying
it was so loud.
I'm only saying this because they know. I already told them when I noticed I was gonna say what I was gonna say. Getting real oppy in here, man. It's getting real oppy in here, huh? It's getting real oppy in here, huh?
He's not supposed to be here.
What happened?
I have no idea. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Play the music.
So yeah, it's a real oppie out here. Jesse don't know. Real oppie out here, man.
Isn't that a song on the Black Panther soundtrack? Ops on my radar, dead to me.
Great soundtrack, by the way.
Really good.
Oh, you're lying.
Stop it.
We know you don't like Kendrick Lamar. Stop it.
I was really sad listening to the song Big Shot today, though, because in that song, Kendrick says something popped back like Diddy.
Uh-oh.
That was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough for me.
Not good.
We had to eliminate that song from
No.
the playlist.
Hit one more time. Hit the mic real quick. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is oh man, that is a hell of a call. Well, shoot.
R.I.P. Flipside.
Oh man, that's tough. Well,
I'm out of here, guys.
all right.
We'll see.
What? I'm flustered.
Oh, come on, Katrina. Oh, come on.
So
I'm sticking around.
So-
I'm sticking around.
I just, I
The ones that know, they know. It's
no, I mean, okay, we don't want to get our brother in any sort of.
Mhm.
So I'm just going to address Katrina.
Please.
Katrina.
Tasha.
Tasha. Thank you. Tasha. I'm going to need to make a change in the chatty house given some recent changes. Not if you understand, because I don't want to upset anybody. There's just we've got to switch things up a little bit. Tasha, let everybody in the house know we love them, but we've got to make a change.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It'd be like that. Look at that. Oh, on the screen, the amount watching was 957. What a coinky dink.
My other employer, shout out.
Yeah.
It's amazing that we can't have one job. It's amazing all of us are working multiple jobs. It's cool. No, we live a glamorous life. What do you mean? It's fine. It's fine. Nothing to see here.
Shout out Miss P. She was in the building, man. All the way out from
she really
Baltimore,
was.
Man. Yeah, man.
Miss P pulled up. Shannon came in from
Shannon
Phoenix.
was in the building. Yeah, man.
Man, that was terrific.
That was really cool to see everybody.
Yeah, that was terrific. Shout out to securing the Bagley, who pulled up on us. A John Bull sighting.
John Bull was in the house.
That's why I wasn't there.
John Bull.
We saw.
Well, what's funny?
It'd have been
Did
a
we
problem.
lose you, or were you just like, I'm not doing this?
So my buddy named Leo's son.
Okay.
Shout out to Leo, son. He, my buddy from college, hadn't seen him in like 12 years, and he was at the game, and so we met up at halftime, and a little like, "Hey, what's up? Great to see you. What you up to? Okay, great. Yeah, see it." Turned into us talking until there was like 9 minutes left in the third quarter. So, shout out to Leo, his
Shout out
brother
Leo,
Will,
man.
and
Yeah.
their other buddy Will.
Yeah. We I saw Sam. Shout out. Sam was straight from Sky River.
Sam was living the life yesterday. Oh, it was so good to
And
see
I saw Sam. I said, "Oh man, I thought you was gonna get the herder." He's like, he had the lane and then he kicked it out. He did too. Herder could have went for the layup.
Yeah,
Then he kicked it out. Oh man, that would have been tough. Shout out to Sam.
Sam is terrific, man.
That's
It
my
was
man.
a fun night at the Golden One Center for sure. We wish a couple more baskets. But let's get back to that again. Big thanks to Kyle Madson for spending some time here with us, following the Kings' first game, and of course ahead of the Chiefs and the 49ers this weekend on Sunday Night Football.
You got to tweet out that GIF of Wesley Snipes in New Jack City.
Well,
with the tear, yeah,
well,
yeah. In my
that was
home.
good. Oh no, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that.
I'm very proud of what D'Lo and Casey have accomplished here in this market. I'll say that. The 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the conversation about threes was about the number of threes they made.
Mm-hmm.
When you go back to that first game against Golden State. And that's kind of the funny thing about last night's game. Everybody hung their hat, rightfully so, on the way that the Sacramento Kings played in the first half of that first preseason game against Golden State. We all felt like that was probably, even though Kevin wasn't there, Trey wasn't there, that felt like the greatest representation of what we might see.
Mm-hmm.
And just like the game we saw last night, there was a massive discrepancy. I think it was 15-4, but I can't remember for sure. There was a massive discrepancy in made threes in that first half, and the Kings still took a 2-point lead into halftime. Kyle just laid it out a minute ago. They were outscored. What was it? I think he said 33 points. Oh, no, that's not right. They were outscored 60-33 in 3-point shots.
Yeah, 20 to 11.
And 20 made
20
to
made
11 made. And lost by 2. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the things that they did well in that Warriors game, they did well again. But is this, and I think we asked this question at one other point, so I'm gonna ask it again now that a game has been played. Mm-hmm. Is this the new version of the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be this drastic. This might be kind of the norm. They might hang out around the 32 to 35 threes taken area, as opposed to they probably would have been more like the 47 to 50 type team the last 2 years. But you just look at it, I mean, who's really going to take the threes out there? DeMar's not going to be taking threes. Keegan took 10 of them last night. That's about how many he's going to get up. De'Aaron only took 4. Maybe I want him to get to 6. Maybe I want him to like really get after that mid range and attack the basket a little bit more. So I don't know if I say he needs to do more. The only one that I really look at, there's 2 of them. Kevin Huerter, he only took 3. Malik Monk took 2, and I think those guys could each take 5 apiece on a regular night. But I still don't see them getting up to 50 like Minnesota did last night on the regular.
And they shot 37%, which isn't terrible. They gave up 40. It's not a huge discrepancy there, a huge 40%, but you normally would expect that number to be a little higher, not necessarily the percentage, the number taken, and hopefully with the number taken, you keep the percentage about the same, and it goes, that made number goes a little higher. Perhaps one of the craziest things about that stat was the fact that Domas made 3 of them. When you talk about offseason storylines, how would DeMar fit? What would DeMar do? Would DeMar take more threes? Would size be an issue? Would DeMar's like, well, all of these things kind of manifested themselves like, yep, that happened. Yep, that happened. The thing with Domas was we want Domas to stretch a little bit more, shoot more threes. That happened. He shot 4 of them. He made 3 of them, and he looked comfortable he looked comfortable and confident in every shot that he took.
He did, man.
He missed more free throws than he did threes.
No, that's crazy. But yeah, he looked good in big moments. Took the 3, that one late in the fourth quarter to keep the game in this. I think it had gotten up to 5, and he hit one to make it a 2-point game. I love seeing that from him. And that's going to be part of his game. That's going to be part of what this team, this offense is going to need to elevate, to go to another level. He's not going to be 3 or 4 every night, but the threat of him taking that shot on a pick and pop, I think that's major for what they're trying to do. Major. Do you think that, man, I really don't know like what they did a lot last year, but is it a bit of a trade-off, do you think, with them taking only 29 threes, but taking 35 free throws last night? I can't remember. Maybe Will, if he's listening, He would know
He's
a lot
not.
more
I
than
think
us.
he's in San Diego.
Gotcha. He got me my wide open shot stat though. Shout out to him.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't working. I just said he's probably enjoying life without D'Lo and KC
And
today.
Minnesota got way too many wide open threes.
Oh, did
way
they?
too many wide open threes. I wasn't a fan of that. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But 35 free throws is a lot. And
Yeah,
I don't
is.
know. I don't know if they got that many free throws that often last year.
Arguably the biggest positive from last night.
I thought you were saying the free throws.
That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about. Yeah, arguably the biggest positive from last night was the free
Man,
throws. I'm trying to think of something else, but I mean, like I said, DeMar is as advertised. Maybe that's the biggest. Maybe it's Domas hitting those threes. But yeah, 35 free throws is a big deal.
And making 80% of them.
Yeah, that was the thing. I wanted to be mad because it was like, all right, well, sometimes they lose by 2 and they miss 12 free throws. Like that didn't happen. The thing that sucks is how many they missed? They missed a total of 7.
It's that thing I told you. Percentages in math are not fair. That's not fair. They only missed 7 free throws out of 35. That feels more like 85%, not 80.
That's not how math works.
Well, no, I said it feels like it's actually 80. I understand, but math isn't
What's
fair
your paycheck feel like?
Not enough.
Is that how you rationalize them shoes coming in? Is well, my paycheck felt like it was more, so I ordered another pair of shoes. They missed 3 in the first quarter. They missed 3 in the fourth quarter.
Man,
that's like
tough.
Again, they missed a total of what was it? 7.
Yeah.
That's 6 right there. 3 in the first and 3 in the fourth. And Domas, as Mike says, he missed. I think he missed 2 in the fourth. That was like, oh, that's tough.
Yeah,
and Malik missed 1.
Malik missed 1, and that coincides with both of them having a great fourth quarter.
Yeah, right. Right.
Sabonis and Monk were fantastic, but those little hiccups, I don't want to say cost them the game, but you would have wished they made those free throws.
Yeah.
Did you think Keegan's shot was going in?
No, I didn't like it. Like I get it. It looked good when he had to do, because was that Ant who closed on him when he had to do that?
First,
it was Nas.
And then Ant, and that's the thing.
Well, who caused him to?
Nas Reed made him do the pump fake.
Oh, okay.
And then he took one step, and I was like, "Oh, he about to get a wide open 3."
Yeah, the first look, I thought
Ant
he had
comes
it.
out of nowhere.
Yeah,
he's got a.
So that's the one. The first look, I was like, when he made the first move, I was like, oh, he's got a look.
Yeah.
And then he didn't.
Man.
So as soon as I saw Ant close, it was like, oh.
So
I don't think that's it.
Here's a question I'll ask, and hindsight is 2020.
Yeah.
I was watching that play with Leo. Shout out to our guy Leo.
Mm-hmm.
And as they're in a timeout, I said, "Hey man, you taking Sabonis out right here?" And he was like, "Nah, man, you got to set the screen." I was like, "Yeah, I understand." But my thought process was, I want them to have to guard everybody. And maybe also my thought process, without saying it, was I'm going for the 3. I'm not going for the tie. So I want them to have to guard everybody.
Even though Domas was 3 or 4, you don't think they'd buy that?
No, if I was.
Would you have wanted Mike
Finch,
to guard Julius Randle on a final possession for
I know
Minnesota to get the win?
I know the math of their shooting percentage is different, but I look at Julius Randle as a much more capable 3-point shooter than Domas Sabonis. So yes, I would want to guard Julius Randle. If I was Finch, I'd be like, don't be afraid to help off of Domas. Like, don't be afraid. Like, don't let Keegan get a good look. If you got to come off and he kicks it to Sabonis with 1 second left, I'll take that. But I'm not letting Keegan get a shot. And to a certain degree, that's kind of what happened. It wasn't a 3, but Domas was wide open under the basket. He was wide open, and there just wasn't enough time to find them and hit and all this other stuff. But my thought process was, if you get a Trey Lyles out there or you get a McDermott, they can't help off in that situation because all those guys are capable of shooting the 3. And it wasn't a big deal. It was just a thought. It was just a thought of, man, maybe I want 3-point shooters all over that floor right there.
Do we care who gets the last shot?
I don't.
No. I mean, Keegan. Like, are you suggesting Keegan shouldn't have had the last shot, or are you talking about De'Aaron's?
I'm saying, like, for that last one, the 2 seconds left. Like, do you want the ball in De'Aaron's hands?
I want the
Getting that
ball
last
in the
shot?
open guy's hands. I'm not trying to cop out the answer. I feel like I honestly feel like any one of those guys who were in that closing lineup with Malik, De'Aaron, DeMar, Domas, and Keegan, I feel like any of those guys can win a basketball game.
They have enough shot makers where I'm not tripping. The only one I wouldn't have necessarily wanted in that situation would probably Domas. That's probably why I thought about taking him out, because I'm thinking of a jump shot in that moment. I'm thinking of, a contested jump shot. And unless they do what Tennessee did, the Lady Vols did to South Carolina.
Yeah,
like,
how'd that go?
Domas,
That was your girl, wasn't it?
It was
Cardozo.
Yeah, Cardozo. And I even understand that. She had never shot a 3 in her life.
Well, she has now.
And she banked it in.
Yeah.
If she shoots 10 of those, how many
It
times? It
doesn't matter. She fired Kelly Harper with that shot.
Look, I understand that, but I understand.
The woman lost her job shortly thereafter.
on a 1 in a million shot. Literally a 1 in a million shot.
Well,
the odds were with you, and you lost.
Well.
But the whole thing was, to answer Jesse's question, they got enough shot makers where I'm not. I would have a pecking order, but if argument's sake, Keegan is 4th, I'm not tripping that he got a wide open. Got to look.
I think Jesse hates something that happened last night.
No, honestly, I was pretty happy with the way the game turned out. I was more encouraged than discouraged, even though they lost.
And that's kind of the frustrating thing too. Is it's tough to, like, I don't know what the pulse of the fan base is, to be honest with you. I didn't live on Twitter last night because I had to watch the game again, like, or for the first time, and I don't know if people are upset or people are just like, all right, it's 1 of 82. When you lose, though, the energy is not the right word, but attention is a little heightened going into the Laker game. And I think it'll be heightened until you feel like, oh, the Kings are 4-1, 5-2, something to where you feel like, okay, this team is good. Like right now, the Kings beat the Lakers. Hypothetically, the Kings beat the Lakers. It's not like, woo, here we go. It's like, all right, good. There isn't any of the near 18,000 people that are going to be inside the Golden One Center on Monday that aren't going to be nervous about playing the Portland Trailblazers. And that's another hurdle it feels like the Kings are going to have to clear. And it's okay. No one, I don't know it at this stage of the game, in the second, third game of the season, whatever it winds up being for Portland at the time. I don't know that there are any true, like, bad basketball teams yet. There are teams that still feel good. There are teams that are still hitting on all cylinders, teams that are healthy, all of that different stuff. But, like, in the end, I don't think we really believe that Portland's going to be very good.
Right.
And so this game is going to sit in Kings fans' stomachs coming up on Monday, because there's just multiple hurdles to clear, knowing that, okay, you're 0-1. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. Even though last night's game was really good, even though it felt like a heavyweightish fight, you saw a lot of things that you liked. Still, in the end, you lost by 2, or you lose by 20. You still lost.
Still lost.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. I mean, no one likes to lose, but it's not like they were getting bad shots at the end. They just didn't hit their open shots, and it's like, all right, well, just take the L that day.
Sometimes you have to live with that. But I would understand any Kings fan who said, yeah, sometimes you got to hit those.
Yeah.
Like, you've missed a lot of big shots. You need to hit that shot.
And I think they will.
We need De'Aaron walk-offs. We need I'm effing nice back. Like, we need those types of things.
I think they will, and that's the difference between this year and last year. Like, some of the shots DeRozan took towards the end, I was like, oh yeah, no, that turnaround, that's a shot that's right there. That's a shot that he normally makes. Even De'Aaron's pull up. I mean, both of those shots were just back rim, right on back rim. Monk had a little floater late in that game, a little runner, 1 foot runner, back rim, look right on. So I think they'll eventually hit those shots on a consistent basis. And I think this is going to be one of the best. When they get in their groove, they start to feel good and they start to understand what they're doing and what they're trying to do. It's going to, I'm standing by what I said. It's going to be one of the best offenses in the game. They got so many places they can go. They've got so many weapons that when they figure out what they want to do and how they want to go about it, there's not going to be enough teams that can stop what they're trying to do. Then you've got the added aspect of DeMar DeRozan will get to the foul line. He'll get to even if you're like, oh, we got McDaniels on him. All right, McDaniels is guarding him. He knows how to create contact. He knows how to get to the line. It's a lot. I'm not saying they're unstoppable, but I'm saying it's going to be a lot to deal with on a night in, night out basis.
Yeah, I feel like they did well for not being comfortable yet. Because it feels like they were trying to not force DeMar to get his shots on the fourth quarter, but just they're trying to figure out a flow and what's going to work.
Yeah, I think DeMar's like that. Let's
DeMar,
actually. Sorry.
I think I know what you're talking about. What he said.
Let's go to our good friend Sean Cunningham here, and our friends over at Fox 40. Here is DeMar DeRozan.
Hey, DeMar. Just how comfortable do you feel you were? I mean, to be in that position to, inbound the ball, try to make a play there at the game on the line like that.
I felt good. It's comfortable. Just going on my reads, understanding what was going to be open. Got a good look. Even with a double clutch, we're in and out.
I mean, Domas obviously talked about just the way that third quarter ended and when they got back into it. Do you feel like you guys are able to sustain a game when if you go cold like that on the offensive end?
Yeah, it's first game. It's a great learning experience, because that lapse in that game, I think that's what, made it tough on us. I felt like the whole game up to that point, we had the whole game in control. We played well. We defended well. They only hurt us when we hurt ourselves and gave them open shots. But, as long as we limit that moment, that stretch that we had in the third quarter, we pull out a victory, but like I said, it's a great learning experience.
I know the result is not what you guys want, but the reception you got tonight from the fans and just the environment of being inside of Golden One, just what was like that?
It's amazing, man. I always say to still be playing in this league as long as I've been playing in this league and still be appreciated, still wanted by the fans and still be able to perform at a high level. I don't take none of these moments for granted at all. We only get a certain amount of time to play this game, and we all want to be loved and appreciated for what we do on the court. So that was great.
Obviously the first game, and you mentioned it being a learning experience. Just stylistically, how would you gauge where you guys are at with what you'd like to do, joining a team that shoots a lot of threes, does a lot of DHO stuff? Where are you guys at in that process?
I think we was rusty with a lot of things, but the effort was there. We competed, we moved the ball. Once we get that rhythm with one another, I think everything fit in perfectly. Understanding what guys like the ball, get to their spots, everything. But for the most part, I'm happy how aggressive we was, how we competed. And it just sucks we didn't get the victory.
I'll leave that there. You can hear in his voice like he's frustrated that they didn't get the win, and I think part of that is he knows that they played well, and it's probably the toughest thing for a competitor is knowing. I mean, I'm not suggesting that DeMar thinks the Sacramento Kings played perfect yesterday, but knowing that you played well against a really, really good team. I think those are the toughest losses. Like we talk about blowouts, talk about close losses. Sometimes you get into a close game that you just kind of like fall into. Sometimes both teams stink and the game is just close. Mm-hmm. Those were two really good basketball teams that were playing really good basketball last night. And I think those are the games that are toughest to lose. And I feel like you could hear that in DeMar's voice last night.
Yeah, I also think you hear, and he speaks in a certain way of, an optimistic outlook where he's like, we played good. It's unfortunate that we lost, but we've got another level that I think we could hit. And speaking of how he feels, right? Once we start to feel comfortable playing in the offense together, and some of the things we get a rhythm for. He said, I think he had a quote where he said it's going to be scary. It's about to be. It's going to get real spooky out there once we start getting it. So while I agree with what you're saying, there's also a level of confidence that he probably gained from that game, from that experience of like, all right, we're still filling each other out on the offensive end, but we were pretty good last night. Like we played a good game. So I I took away the same thing from that, what I just spoke about. Like they got a lot of things that they can get better at, and they were also pretty good last night.
Yeah.
And it was, and like I said, it was just the basketball. It was like this is what we talked about last week. What we see, from this team, and I think you agreed. I talked about it. Like they're gonna come Thursday, regular-ish rotation gonna be there. This is gonna be a basketball game.
And it's
They're
like
gonna play
that
good.
that end play too at the end where he drew the foul. Like they played good defense for like 23.9 seconds. Just drew the foul at the end. Like
There's two guys in the league that can make that play.
yeah.
Maybe there's another one I'm not thinking of, but it's Brown and Ant-Man.
If you get that stop there, it's probably completely different.
Yeah,
All that.
100%. We'll come back. I think there is an element to DeMar's game that concerns some people coming into the season that I do think reared its head last night. Also, we haven't talked about Malik yet. We'll talk about Malik Monk.
When we talk about Malik, I saw something that was a stupid question in a stupid outlook. But in fairness, we're talking about the game. I'll bring it up.
Okay, Kenny brings up stupid questions when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Y'all really don't know this is a shoot. I have no fucking idea what Kenny's talking about half the time. I find out when you guys do.
Some of this stuff don't happen until 11:45. Like, oh, I seen that. This is a good idea.
He tagged us. I'm just going to see if he makes a smart ass remark about Kenny. Yeah. 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 Okay.
Settle down.
Jason Jones making TikToks, man. We got to support our brother out here. Come on, man.
Always.
Making TikToks.
Is that 5 o'clock?
What is that? What is that next commercial that's running? Can you tell me what that is when it plays? Okay. You see that email thread from Justine?
No.
That's right. I responded to it. Might have something cooking.
What the hell? What the no?
Just generic? Okay. Thank you. My bad, Tasha. Tasha said she needed more music on Flashback Friday, and I didn't have any ready. So I got you. I got you next break, Tasha.
Gotta listen to Tasha. She with us.
Yeah, she definitely is. She definitely is. Let's start with DeMar, and then we'll get to Malik. I mentioned there was one little thing that I think people were concerned about headed into the season regarding DeMar DeRozan. That may have shown up a bit last night. DeMar, not known for being a big, nasty defender. He was on Julius a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why Julius hates Sacramento.
I don't either.
I don't know why he hates the Sacramento Kings. But that man scored 33 points last night on 13 to 17 shooting, 5 of 6 from 3. He was brilliant. I think Julius Randle's a really, really good ball player.
Guy turns into a combination of Charles Barkley and Chris Bosh when he plays the Kings.
But I don't get it, and I wonder if part of that was, the dreaded lack of size that the Sacramento Kings have against a player like Julius.
Maybe. I mean, they didn't necessarily have a true matchup for him, but that's Julius Randle too. Like, he's a matchup problem with what he can do on the perimeter, and at his size. You know what I mean? He's
that's a huge matchup problem. It felt like
last night.
Yeah.
No? I thought DeRozan did okay. Like, Julius did a lot of his stuff in the first half, when it was kind of like what they talked about, like, oh, he's shooting threes. Okay, let him shoot the threes, and he was cooking. And at that point, you got him, feeling good about himself. And it was what they say on Inside the NBA: they hide the women and children, or get the women and children out of the house. The house is on fire. Like, that's what it was. But DeMar, at this point in his career, can guard a guy like Julius Randle. He's, got his grown man veteran body. It's in some ways it's a little better for him because he doesn't have to keep up with a smaller or a quicker small forward or shooting guard or anything like that. So it's not what you want to do, but I don't think in the end of the game, they went to Julius quite a few times. I thought DeMar did a good job. I thought he did a good job in that fourth quarter guarding Julius Randle, kept him off the boards. It's just one of those things where Julius had a great game, man. He was hitting on all 3 levels.
Okay. We mentioned DeMar and Keegan played roughly 43 minutes each last night. Mike said that's something he's got to be better at. We got a message earlier here. I don't even know what to call this person, but welcome 6B. That's what we'll call you. Does nobody else see how ridiculous Monk's lack of minutes are? I think there's a couple of things to look at there. I don't know that 26 minutes is necessarily a lack of minutes for Malik Monk, but I actually understand what you're saying. You probably want him closer to 30. We've talked about that a lot this offseason, is regardless of what you're doing with Malik, which he again did not start, he again did close the game. Kevin Huerter played 19 minutes. And another subject of conversation for later in the show, Keon Ellis played 11.
Well, can we go there now?
Sure.
I'm just saying, well,
we can go there.
Well, because it ties into the question I have, and it ties into Malik Monk.
Okay.
So I saw something earlier today where guy at CBS or whatever, he writes the question, and he asks the question. He says, I'm only caught the end of the Kings-Wolves. Would somebody care to explain to me why Keon Ellis played only 11 minutes? And he's like, he's their only path to surviving on defense. Somebody in the response says, with Monk and Fox on the smaller side, it's hard to play 3 smalls against the Wolves. And he says, then don't play Monk. I love Monk, but the lineup balance matters. Ant scored 13 points in the fourth quarter because the only King with a prayer defending him was on the bench.
I'm sorry. This is a Kings fan?
No, he's an NBA writer.
Oh,
CBS.
Okay.
So I think that's ridiculous, but do you think they should have worked Keon Ellis into that game a little bit more, especially in the
And
fourth
not played
quarter.
Malik?
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I
don't
guess
think
somebody
so.
got it. I disagree with it too.
I don't
You
think
couldn't
so.
take Keegan off, but maybe if you here's what you do though. If you take Malik off, which I disagree with, you take Malik off for some of that fourth quarter and have Keon out there. You've got probably Keegan guarding Julius Randle, Keon getting some minutes on Ant-Man, and that's what you do. I once again, I completely disagree. I think it's ridiculous, but that's why you say you bring up Keon Ellis's minutes is were there minutes to be found right there for Keon in a situation where Ant was cooking.
Yeah, I don't know how you take Malik out. I mean, I guess this goes to, I guess what would that look like on the offensive end then? So if you know what it looks like on the defensive end, what does it look like on the offensive end? Because you just talked about the idea on that last possession of taking Domas out of the final shot that Keegan took to force everyone. You've got to guard everyone because you're going for the three. They've got to guard everybody, and maybe they challenge Domas to hit his 4 or 5 at that point in the game. In a game like that, with DeMar, I assume DeMar, De'Aaron, Keegan, and Domas on the floor, how hard are you working against Keon? And are you putting one of those other 4 players at a disadvantage? Because you can't do that with Malik, and that's always the trade-off. If Malik played defense like Keon or Keon played offense like Malik, there's no conversation to be had here. Like, we know what's happening, but they each have their strong suits.
Right.
And each of their strong suits, I don't know that Malik, I don't know that what Malik does on the defensive end creates a disadvantage as much as it isn't as much of an advantage when Keon is out there. But there probably is a flip side to that. And that's what happens on the offensive end. And we can't answer it because we don't know, because it didn't happen. So I don't know. The idea to flippantly just say, take Malik Monk out of the game is pretty wild to me. And it's why you don't listen to people who don't cover the Kings on a daily basis. Because the idea that you just remove Malik Monk from the lineup is wild.
It's ridiculous, but it's also the whole notion of like defense matters. Absolutely. But this is what I kind of push back where it's like, you need a defender. No, in that situation, this is what I'm always telling people. You need defense. You need defense. Do you need a defender or you need a bucket getter more in that situation? You need somebody that can match up and can go toe to toe with these guys on the offensive end, with a Julius Randle, with the Ant-Man. And that's why you don't just say, get a defender in there. No, you're keeping Malik Monk in the game. Because if you don't, number one, a guy like Anthony Edwards, you're probably not stopping him anyway. Like if Ant-Man had 13 in the fourth quarter, and I know this is real simplistic or whatever, maybe it wins you the game, I guess. But if Keon plays more, maybe he gets 11, 10 points in the fourth quarter. Maybe, just for argument's sake. But what did Malik Monk have in the fourth quarter?
I think he had 8, didn't he?
Yeah. Are you getting those same 8 points from Keon Ellis? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
I'm going to take my chances with the bucket getter in that situation. And you got a guy in Keegan and DeRozan, like we started off talking, guarding a Randall. I'm going to take my chances in that situation as opposed to just going for the just defense guy, at least with this particular Kings team.
I stand corrected. Malik had 4. DeMar had 8. And I think Domas had 8 as well. Keegan had 6. Nothing from fourth quarter Fox. He was 0-4 in the fourth quarter. Though he wasn't electric offensively yesterday.
He was the start. I thought he was going to have a 30-point night. I think he had 9 points in the first quarter. He was cooking. He was absolutely cooking, and then he just kind of went silent.
Sean Cunningham just had a terrific typo on a tweet. He said Devin Carter he meant to type shots, but misspelled it. So he said Devin Carter. I'll let you figure out what he wrote. But it says Devin Carter with some stuff, following today's practice before the Kings head to LA. Oh, I can't wait for him to notice that. That's
it didn't get
fantastic.
fixed?
Not yet.
Oh,
I don't know. It's still on my screen. I mean, maybe he fixed it. I don't know. Let me click on it. Oh no, he got it. He got it. That's all right, Sean. You're set to notifications. I see everything, buddy. Because I don't think Sean has the little Elon Musk. Oh no, he does. Yeah, he just deleted it. He'll start fresh.
Yeah, delete it early before it starts picking up.
No, but that's an all-time. No, that's a good one. That's sometimes typos can be fun. Devin Carter out there in a Zip Up Social Club hoodie or something.
I mean,
it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine, man. Like, I'll warm up to that kid at some point. He ain't done nothing to me at all. He ain't done nothing to me at all.
Get well soon, Devin.
Oh, he's out there shooting.
Yeah.
What month is it? It's the end of October, November, December, January. Oh, okay. I guess. Damn.
He's probably on the Kevin Huerter timeline. Huh?
It's January, right?
January, February-ish.
Oh, geez. Okay.
But isn't that what Huerter was saying? Huerter was saying he was shooting for a while before, and he just got cleared. He got hurt in March, and he was shooting in September, but still wasn't cleared to play basketball.
Well, that makes I guess that makes sense. Get your range of motion back and kind of keep it moving. We just talked about Keon Ellis. Let's go to the locker room and check out Keon's chain and hear hear what Keon had to say. Again, courtesy
look at that wrist too.
Sean Cunningham in Fox Sports.
Just, I guess, overall thoughts on that one tonight.
To be clear, this is Fox 40.
How good and bad, I guess.
My fault.
Oh, you're good.
I mean, I think you could definitely take away some positives from that game. Obviously, you know what the Timberwolves bring. They're a tough team, not going to lay down. So I definitely like the fight that we had. I think there's a couple stretches that we wish we would have back, but overall, I think what we've seen tonight, we're not really worried. I think we're on the right track.
Did that feel different from what you saw in preseason?
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone knows just like the intensity is up. We all know like this is another level. You have to step it up. So the seriousness in it, I think it was at another level tonight.
And obviously, Julius and Edwards, they got off. I mean, what did you see from them? Were you pleased with the defensive effort you guys had?
I mean, obviously you want to make it as tough as you can on them, but you know they're pros at the end of the day. They kind of got it going. You kind of want to shut that off, but I mean it's tough and kind of try to make it tough on them, but I mean sometimes they just get it going. So I mean they had it going tonight and kind of just gotta tip your hat to them. They made some tough plays.
That steal in the third. Do you wish that you maybe held it instead of going for that floater?
Honestly, no, but I do wish that I didn't see Malik wide open. He let me know for sure shortly after, but I did not see him wide open. I probably would have passed it, but definitely not mad that I took it though.
A couple guys mentioned the start of the third is kind of one of those turning points. What was your perspective on what happened there?
To be honest, I can't necessarily remember what happened at the start of the third, but I do know that is where you kind of want to, make that first punch in the second half to either, extend your lead or, impose your will, I would say. So can't necessarily remember right now what happened, but yeah.
And just a little bit of a different role for you. Just how was it different going into this one, and what was your assessment of how you played?
I mean, I think it's pretty simplified for me. Just kind of go out there, play defense. If I have to initiate, I will. That's no problem. So just go out there, space the floor or whatever. So nothing really too different. I think last year, with guys down, I had to do a little more. So, but at times I probably will have to do more. So it's no big difference. Just kind of adjust depending on how the game's going.
Keon Ellis, right there, following last night's game. Always a good talker. I would like to. I mean, 11 minutes did stand out to me, but I'm gonna be honest. So did 26, and I don't know what the answer to any of this is. Mike talks about rotate. There's only so many minutes that can be given out, so I don't know how I can make an argument to simultaneously increase Malik's minutes and Keon's minutes while still knowing Kevin needs to be on the basketball floor to kind of be on the basketball floor and get going again.
Well, somehow, some way, and I don't know if this works for the matchups, but somehow, some
I
way.
just realized Kevin didn't play in the fourth quarter at all.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he did not. He did not play in the fourth quarter at all. Malik played 7 minutes. Keon played 1. Alex Lynn played 4. There were Doug McDermott minutes.
Yeah, it starts the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter. He played 5:32. Nothing for Kevin in that one.
The answer to that, where you find the minutes a little bit, was DeRozan and Keegan can't play 43.
Yeah.
You're probably taking 8 to 10 minutes off of them a piece.
Is this where we start to workshop the Kevin to the 3 at different points, and maybe Keon is at the 2 there, or Malik is at the 2 and Keon's at the 1 or something like that?
Yeah, potentially. De'Aaron played 37 minutes last night. He averaged 36 last year. Sabonis averaged 36. But Keegan averaged 33. And like you said, he'd probably go up a little bit. He'd probably be more 35 this year. So you're taking 8 to 10 minutes away from him on the regular. And that also could be matchup based as well. Like if you've got the matchups to not have to have Keegan out there the way they did last night because of Ant-Man and Julius Randle being out there, you can get away with more minutes for Keon or for Kevin Huerter. But those two, and Mike talked about it, having them play 43 minutes apiece, obviously is not going to be the norm. So that's 16 minutes right there, I would say. 8 minutes apiece for both of them. That's 16 minutes. Maybe you can find 3 more minutes for Malik, 3 more minutes for Keon Ellis or something like that.
Let's go to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Let's hear from you. 916-909-1320. We'll start with Donald. Donald, what's up, man?
Hey, fellas. Kenny, I've been hearing you in regards to you saying or feeling that this team needs to match other teams bucket for bucket and shot for shot, that they need to get back to the offense of what they had the previous year. I get that, but you cannot, and I can't put any more emphasis, you cannot give up 23 pointers in one game. It is not sustainable to give that up. So you look at it on both sides. What was more egregious, the 23 pointers they gave up or the 11 that they hit? Me personally, it's the 23 pointers that they gave up. And with this team, if you have to depend on Keon Ellis to be your stopper and, shut that water off, man, I don't know. And I'm not giving up. The season's just beginning. I'm just saying that 23 pointers is just not sustainable.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't even think 23s was an outrageous number.
That's what the league is now.
With you, I don't.
They shot it 50 times.
Maybe he watches his games on NBA, ESPN Classic or NBA TV or something. Like I'm not sure. Is now. Like, yeah, I didn't. I mean, truthfully, he asked the question. He gave his answer. Donald, appreciate you. I'll give you mine. It's the 29 that the Kings took. They averaged 36 last year. They shoot their average number and their average makes. I think they win by 2.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I don't know, but this is again that thing where you saw something in the preseason and it carried over here into this first game, and it leaves you wondering, like, is that what this team is?
I thought Jesse was saying something. We're going because I got something to say to that, but we can go get Mitch real quick.
Okay, let's get Mitch. 916-909-1320, the Elk Grove Kia talk line. What's up, Mitch?
How you guys doing? Fasten your seatbelts.
Okay. They're fastened. Let's cook, Mitch.
Hey, first of all, we're a little small. It was a good game, but to me, it looks like Minnesota got the best of that deal.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you.
Randall, I mean, he's underrated. He's a good player, and he's 6'8", so he's not 6'4" like Charles Barkley. And Casey, I'm surprised you're not wearing the New York Yankee or Rutgers hat there, right? You got the colors, at least the Rutgers colors there.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not worried about Rutgers today. You know, I know they're playing USC. It's a crazy Friday down in LA. I get it, but no, Rutgers is fine. SC can win. That's okay.
Sometimes
the teams are playing. All the LA teams are playing down there. You got the Lakers. They could move USC to tomorrow. I mean, it's come over here at 11 o'clock tonight. It's so ridiculous. You know, the sun rises in the east. Okay, you remember that. Okay.
There it is. This. Yes. Okay. Goodbye, Mitchell. Goodbye, Mitchell. The slow Jesse fade.
Which is my guy, but once we got to the LA traffic store or whatever,
what are
yeah,
we doing? Like, I just want the Chatty House to start fighting with each other again. Like, I don't know what's been going on these last two calls.
we got TC on the line.
Oh, TC will fix this. 916-909-1320, the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. TC.
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
You get a job over there too, TC?
Huh?
No, never mind. Go ahead, TC. That's my bad.
Hey, y'all cutting up, D-Lo. Y'all cutting up. Hey, no, look. But, hey, I got a different approach on the game. I seen what I needed to see. I know it's more to see it, but, like, it was bigger than that. Keegan got more of a bag. He got the turnaround. He driving. He catching it on the run and, like, firing a three. Like, I seen enough. DeRozan had his money. I mean, that little stint with him trying to find his bag and get his shot, everybody kicked back and let him do his thing. That's kind of his thing, though. Fox getting those moments, too, though. I want to see the ball move, but I've seen a lot, bro. Like, what I need to see. That shows you how scary this team is, right? We weren't even clicking on all cylinders, bro, and we lost by 2. So imagine if we clicking.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm with you.
I hear you. I hear you. They got things to work on. You know what I mean? There's one of those things where either way, you know, I knew there was going to be a lot of dissecting this game and, you know, feeling one way or another. They look good last night. I need them to keep a level of focus and play at a high level on Saturday and play at a high level consistently. So, and not saying TC saying this or you or anybody else is saying this, but just because they look good last night, I still need to continue to see it. I need to see a level of focus and commitment to playing at a certain level every night. Because if they can do that, now we're talking about a 50-win team. But I got to see it. They haven't earned the right yet to just assume that that's what's going to happen. Say like, oh, when they get it together, they're going to start cooking. No, let's get it together first, and then I can rely on this. This is how you
We'll
approach
get
the
it
game.
together now.
Yeah,
like you've got.
Well, they had it yesterday.
I mean,
keep it going.
Yeah, you've got you've got your first. Okay, you had your first home game. Great, you got your first road trip. It's to LA, but still, you got your first road game coming up, and you've got the Los Angeles Lakers. You got a unique matchup right there. You have a big basketball team over there. You have Anthony Davis, who's coming off an MVP caliber first game of the season. The greatest player of all time is over there. You know, they have another Kings killer from Julius Randle to D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah. They're going to be playing on a back-to-back. Both at home, though.
Who they got tonight?
Phoenix.
Oh, that's right. 41st matchup between LeBron
That's pretty
and
cool.
KD.
I never circled that matchup for whatever reason, mainly because they didn't play
for a
against
couple
each other.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's cool. That is up there. KD versus LeBron. That's always cool to see.
They were showing on NBA TV. They have some pretty dope moments together. Of course, that dagger. I'll never forget that shot from KD over LeBron James.
Game 4,
nuts.
Game 3. No, Game 3.
Just nuts. Like, oh man, that is tough. That is absolutely tough. What's not is heading over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. They make everything easy for you. They make everything easy for us. You can even take advantage of the free nutritionist consultation they are offering you. You could do that consultation through Zoom, phone, in person, email, whatever your vibe is, they'll help you. And it's free. It is completely free. Go to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. Book that free nutritionist consultation. If you're a little more advanced and you just want to use the macro calculator, find out what types of foods you need to be eating for specific goals. Perfect. They got that there for you. And of course, the link to maptrition.com is right there on the page for you. That will take you to where you can purchase the strength enhancers, the fat burners, the cravings crushers, the protein powders, all of the good stuff that I take to help me stay in great shape and keep my fitness, more importantly, on a high level. It's trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. We're going to be out at the Granite Bay facility tomorrow morning. Really excited to shoot some video out there with our man Leezy and let you guys inside that awesome facility that they have in Granite Bay. We'll come back. We'll continue our Kings coverage. There was a football game last night that actually has some ramifications on the San Francisco 49ers. Who got the Dallas Cowboys this weekend? We'll talk about it. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Well, that's not really how gravity works. See, here's the thing. So this is the thing. No disrespect, but
You're about to shit all over you.
people talk so matter-of-factly about things, and then show in the same comment they don't even know what terminology means. So he talks about Mike Brown felt Herter's gravity was a factor, but it really wasn't because Kevin attempted 3 times. That's not what the gravity is. They're closer to Kevin, not allowing him to shoot, so other people will have easier looks. That's what gravity means in this particular situation. So, yeah, it kind of sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not even saying that you're wrong, that he didn't play well or anything else like that, but your explanation and what the gravity of somebody means, that's just simply not correct, sir. You know what I haven't really tapped into it, but if DeMar DeRozan was getting more one-on-one opportunities or Fox was getting more one-on-one opportunities when Herter was in the game, then yeah, maybe it did. Do you attribute that to Kevin Herter or not? I don't know. But the gravity would be they are so close to Kevin Herter because they're afraid of him shooting that DeRozan can go one-on-one or Fox can go one-on-one. That's what gravity means in this particular situation. It's not how many shots he took. Nah, man. Come on, man. It was all love. It was all love. I'm glad they put the light the beam sign on the side of the Hollywood Inn, the Holiday Inn instead of that Chevron.
Tasha said she wanted more music.
Hey, Tasha.
I lost the record.
Uh-oh.
I did. I had one I was gonna play. I straight up
I'll go
lost
down
it.
the rejoiner all fast too, because I thought you were gonna play some.
I lost it because I was gonna do something different. Because every once in a while, you get a little crush, and you just gotta tell like the little sweetie how you feeling. When I was young or old, I ain't had no game. So I would tell a girl how I felt by a song. And I'd put together these mixtapes for them. And if I really liked you, this song was on every mixtape I handed out. So they about to hit you with it right here. See, that's a universal line from New Jack R&B right there. Go ahead, hit him with it. So if you really want to tell somebody how you feel about them, go ahead and drop this Troop record in with them. Steelin' with KC on ESPN 1320 Flashback Friday.
I can't wait to get to school each day and wait for you to pass my way. And bells start to ring, and angel starts to sing. Hey, that's the girl for you. So what are you gonna do? Hey, little girl, I love you so. All I do is think of you. Day and night, that's all I do. I can't give you all my life.
Now we're not gonna do verse 2. We're not gonna do verse 2. We're gonna give you a little something different. Everybody knows this. Listen. See, it's universal on all 90s R&B. You gotta hit that. Yeah. We talk about the great R&B groups of all time. We talking about these brothers right here. And you can't possibly talk about New Edition without this joint. Come on now.
On a perfect day, I know that I can count on you. When that's not possible, tell me, can you ever restore? Cause I need somebody who will stand by me through the good times and bad times. She would always be right there. Sunny days, everybody loves them. Tell me, baby, can you stand the rain? Storms will come. This we know for sure. This we know for sure. Can you stand the rain?
You know, we might have to do verse 2 here.
Come on now. Love unconditional. I'm not asking just of you. Girl, to make it last, I'll do whatever needs to be done. But I need somebody who will stand by me. When it's tough, she won't run. She will always be right there for me. Sunny days, everybody loves them. Tell me, can you stand up? Can you stand it? Storms will come. I know, all the days won't be perfect. But show me, can you stand it? Can you stand the rain?
Let's get back to work.
Can you stand
Oh, now I'm
the
getting,
rain?
man, now I'm getting
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
From me,
No,
baby.
this we know for sure.
Come on. Come on now.
Oh,
Come on now.
come on, man. All right. now I'm thinking. Now you more. We might flip this whole show on its ear. Okay. All right, hang on. Everybody hang on just 1 second.
This we know for sure. Kings fans, can you stand the rain?
But it evolved a little bit.
What are we talking about?
Well, R&B evolved a little bit.
Absolutely.
And it got a little edgier. Got a little, well, it just got a little different. You know what? The game kind of changed. I think everybody knows the opening line. We're going to fall back here.
Every time I close my eyes, I wake up feeling so horny. I can't get you out of my mind. Sexy, you would be all I see. I would give anything just to make you understand me. I don't give a damn about nothing else. Freaking you is all I need. I need your brain. Yeah, you, I would give it, baby. Say, you got my mind. All I wanna do is freak you. Oh, tell me.
Hey,
What's inside, girl?
to show how much.
Think about freaking
Now we
you,
gotta go
baby.
Gotta go back to work.
Come on.
Just trying to put y'all up on game.
All
Man.
day. All day.
Just putting y'all up on game. We got you. The evolution of R&B.
Oh man, I like the days when you just heard an R&B record. I didn't need the rap verse, anything. Just let it sing. They still do it out there though. Shout out to the Raheem Devon.
Well,
Shout out to the October Londons.
Well, shout out
You
to
know
the
what I mean?
Summer Walker. She
Shout out
dropped
to
a new
Summer
track
Walker.
today.
Yeah,
Or
shout out
last
Summer
night, I
Walker.
should say.
But we still got that R&B. You got to search for it a little bit, but they
Yeah,
still got that.
it's a little bit
That
work.
October, like I said, October London's doing his thing. He's kind of shout out to my boy Lucky Day. He's still doing it, man. They still out here. They still out here.
Let's get our man Manny in here. Great to see Manny last night at the game. Manny, what's going on, brother? Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, buddy?
I got to bring back the end when you got that deep voice. You're like, hey, girl, I've been sitting here thinking about you.
It's weird when you do it
Yeah,
because you
I'm-
breathe funny. Like, it's just weird, man.
No, don't
It's
do
not
that,
okay.
D-Lo. I'm on the thing, man. Don't do that.
Yeah, nah, you can't do that. You can try it at a live show because it might sound better in the microphone. Because I heard Flashback Friday is coming to a live show, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hey, but you just ruined it, D-Lo. Sorry, though.
I ruined it. You was over here breathing heavy.
Always got to talk about me, man.
I love you, brother.
Kevin Herter. I personally am watching him play. I liked what I saw a lot of. Like, I thought he played hard on defense. I liked the way he was cutting. I liked what he was doing. I know the shots didn't fall necessarily, but that all comes with time. He hasn't played for a long time. And I'm just not as hard on him as everybody else has been. Like, I see a lot of good things out of him. He looked like he had a lot of energy out there when I was watching him. So I think it's still going to take time. And like I said earlier in the Insiders, it's going to take 15, 20 games. It's going to take a minute to be able to really see what this team is and watch them gel. And we know what some of the weaknesses are already, but we also don't know what some of these guys might be able to do within this current team's evolution. So we're going to see what happens, and we just got to be along for the ride.
Yeah, I think I appreciate you, Manny, as always, brother. I think there's a lot of evolving to do. I think that, in fact, let's go to Sean Cunningham. ESPN, who just has the best video and sound. Malik Monk today, following practice, teams obviously headed it to LA ahead of tomorrow night's game. Here's Malik Monk practice. Anyone want Malik Monk cusses?
No, I think we're good today.
It's 3
Yeah, I don't think
minutes.
so.
3 minutes. Clean?
I think so, yeah.
All right.
think we're
Malik
good.
Monk today at practice.
Great. How are you?
What did you just make of last night overall, and maybe the good and the bad?
I wouldn't say it's no bad because it was our first game, and they had a game under their belt. So I feel like everything was good. How well we played together, being our first game out there. I think we gave up 2 mistakes on our end to let them back in the game. So it was just all on us. Some stuff we haven't went through because we hadn't played the game yet. So
Did that feel about as good for you individually as you had felt really since tipping off things and preseason schedule as well?
yeah, it felt good. Felt good.
Was there any added incentive going up against Minnesota and obviously with Mon-Fri, who got the award? Didn't?
Nah, I don't think about it. I don't care about that award no more, man. I tried last year, should have got it, so just playing basketball this year.
Yeah. What impressed you most?
Our togetherness. Like I said, we ain't played a game together once, and to have the West, one of the best teams in the West, and we had them down on the ropes the whole game, and we just let up. So yeah, that was surprising.
What do you see during kind of that let up? Like stands out to me, sort of end of the third there.
Yeah, it wasn't even the end of it. It was the beginning of the third. We just gave up too many open threes to the hot guys. Like Mike Conley, we gave him 2 corner threes. He a 40% shooter, so he gonna knock those down. We gave Ant some rhythm threes that he normally makes, and he made them. So it's just stuff we can cut down.
I mean, only 29 threes last night. Do you feel like you guys could have created more there?
Yeah, I should have shot a few more. It's just a few more I should have shot. That would have helped us out. But like I said, it's our first game, so we'll be all right.
Yeah, how much of it is just like a feeling out process, like getting integrated with DeMar and then Kevin back in the fold? Like how much?
And Trey back too. We haven't had them all training camp, so like I said, we just getting back in rhythm. It was great. I'm happy where we at right now, especially not having a game under our belt. So yeah, we'll be all right tomorrow.
What do you see in the Lakers right now?
I don't know. I watch Sacramento.
Okay. I mean, obviously you had played down there before. I mean, does what LeBron and AD, what they do, has it changed at all from when you were there?
They got JJ Redick as a coach.
Yeah.
So obviously,
for sure.
yeah.
I mean, I guess to their overall importance and just the.
Oh yeah, no, they haven't changed. They bring everything every night to the game. Practice too. Whether they doing something or not, they always talking, throwing their ideas around, throwing their thoughts around, and just helping the team out. So yeah, they haven't changed at all.
What stood out to you about Keegan's performance last night?
Nothing.
You like his look he had?
Well, look, the three. Oh yeah, look, I thought it was going in. Yeah. I'll have Keegan shooting that every time if we could.
No love for the rebounding.
Yeah, nah, that's what he's supposed to do. He did what he's supposed to do.
I like that. They funny with man. They funny with Keegan. He didn't even flinch. It was like nothing. I will say this, one game or not, I do kind of take a lot of cues from Malik. I think it was the 0-5, 0-4 start. I can't really remember, but I remember Malik being like, "No, we're fine. Like it's good. Like we're fine. We're doing the right things. We've got to close. We've got to do this. We got to do that." Okay. He said we're fine, and he was right. I'm watching him there, like, nah, there are things we didn't do. He talked about taking more three. He was 1 of 2. Yeah. Malik being 1 of 2 from 3 in a game is crazy. Yeah. Hell, Malik being 1 of 2 in a quarter is semi crazy, but 1 of 2 in a game is that's not really Malik's style. So I don't want to be too dismissive of people's concerns about the game last night, but again, I'd like to take my cues from Malik Monk.
Yeah, man, and Malik and I really do feel like DeMar had that same type of mindset too. Just it was a good performance. We've got a lot that we can get better at, and we will get better at. That's the way I took how they they approach these questions and press conferences. I think that one of the things that I do want to see get a little better, and we had Donald come in talking about 20 made threes, and we kind of dismissed it. And once again, this is how the game is played at this point in in the evolution of basketball. Teams are going to make 23s.
Yeah.
But I mentioned Will Z sent me the numbers that I'm always looking for. And he did send me the, tight, wide open, and wide open shots, 3-point shots. And I'm looking at this one. Normally I look at the Kings. I'm looking at it from the Timberwolves. Timberwolves had 24 wide open looks last night. And that is too much. They went 9 of 24. They shot 37% from that. They had 19 open looks. So of their 50, only 7 were tightly contested. And that's one thing I think they need to kind of figure out. And I don't know what it is. Like, I'd like to ask people, because they talk about this all the time. The Kings need to be better at defending the threes. So I don't think it's just a one-person thing. I don't think it's an effort thing. I'm starting to think, as I was watching the game, while we were there last night, I wonder if it's a situation where, because they don't have what they feel is enough rim protection, they pack it in. They are overly aware of protecting the rim, which leads to swinging the ball, skipping the ball, getting good looks. 24 wide open looks is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. And 19 open looks.
Do we know how many of the 24 they made?
9 of 24.
They were 9 of 24 on the wide open.
They were 8 of 19.
And I was going to say they hit 20.
Yeah.
So, man, they made you pay for it.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm going to be looking at. I don't know what it was last year, but I'm going to be looking at what they do as far as defending the three in that respect. And I don't think that's a person. I don't think that's, Keon needs to be out there or they need to try harder. I do think some of that is on the scheme, and how they fundamentally look at defending teams. Like they said, we're going to make sure we don't get beat up in the paint, and we may give up some open looks because of that. We may give up threes because of that. And if they keep hitting at that clip, they might have to rethink that.
Is the bigger concern with that particular defensive point the fact that this is what we were talking about last year? Like, and we're talking 9 of 24 on wide open. Again, we could be as dismissive of the preseason as we want, and I don't have a single issue with that. But it was there during the preseason too, and it was here in the first game.
Yeah, I agree. It is something that
it's a greater concern, and I get Malik, and I ride with Malik. It was one game. Like it was our first game. They had one under their belt. There are things we got to do better, things we got to fix. I got all of that. This particular subject matter, this is not one game though.
Mm-hmm.
This was an openly discussed problem, I guess, from your head coach, from De'Aaron, from a lot of people associated with the team.
Yeah, and I Daryl in the chat says, I think it's in the Matthews Chatty House said, I think it's primarily personnel. And we see the same thing last year and throughout the preseason. Yeah, but if you watch these games, if you watch them, when you say personnel, I don't think they're not trying to defend the three. I don't think they're lazy to defending the three. I think there's a lot of ground to cover a lot of times. And when I think of that, I think,
well, I don't want to speak for Daryl, but maybe he's not talking about being lazy. Maybe he's talking about the size issue, I guess, that he thinks the Kings have, or that people think the Kings have. I'm not speaking for Daryl.
Yeah, maybe, but I also don't think, could be wrong. I don't think they're getting wide open looks because the Kings are small. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it'd be different if you have, as opposed to De'Aaron at 6'3".
Well, what did everyone say that they wanted? They want a big athletic wing who can defend.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Well, that's not exactly what DeMar is, but I think that's part of the reason why. No, or wouldn't it be part of the reason why having another Keegan? Wouldn't that help?
Yeah, it would help. It would help, but the shots, the that doesn't help the wide open shots. That's
Sure.
what the wide
And
open shots.
I think Malik didn't use the terminology you're using, but he talked about Ant-Man and how he walked into three. Those are going to be wide open,
right?
Because he's probably in transition, or they're probably not expecting him to shoot at that point, and he's just sitting there.
Right. One of the things I see a lot with the Kings in this year and last year is when I see a lot of these wide open shots come in the corner a lot, and they do a thing where the ball's on one side of the floor, they get it to the guy in the middle, and then he's got a choice to kick to either shoot it. He's like around the paint. Say it's Rudy Gobert. He can either shoot it 7 feet away, or he's got a guy at the wing or a guy in the corner. And there's one guy that has a responsibility of guarding the guy on the wing and the guy in the corner. And a lot of that's a lot to ask. They whip that ball back over there to the corner a lot of the times. That's a wide open look. And I wonder if that happens because they're afraid of like giving up the points on the inside. Because like, at least for me, traditionally, when you talk about basketball, you defend inside in, right? So we can't give up a layup. If we got to give up something, we're giving up the jump shot. But we can't just give up a layup. You don't defend. You don't have
You're
a
saying
sense
inside out.
You don't inside out. You defend. You protect inside, and then
out.
I got leave out. You don't usually go backwards, like protect outside and leave the basket wide open. That's just like kind of fundamentally what you think about basketball. And I wonder if they are so aware of protecting the basket because they don't have a traditional rim protector that it's leaving them really open to, skips and swings and stuff like that for these guys to shoot wide open shots.
So I don't know that this is pushback. The question I would ask about that seems completely counter to what Monty McNair is. Monty McNair is an analytics guy.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't his conversations with Mike be, look, the rim protector be damned if we're giving up twos, just don't give up threes. And again, I'm not expecting you to answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, we might not know a lot about Monty McNair.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to draft older guys, and he's an analytics guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know that. It seems 2 versus 3, that's an analytics thing where a team that Monty McNair is the general manager of might not lean towards the 2 more than the 3 on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the defense is completely different than the offensive, the way Monty may express what works on the offensive end versus the defensive end.
Yeah, and like you said, I don't know.
Again, not expecting someone to have an answer to this, just talking.
And it's kind of it could be a catch-22 thing because the analytics will say, well, what does it say? Like, if you shoot 33% from 3, that's I don't know. They say stuff like, if you shoot 33% from 3, that's better than shooting 66% from 2.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Little stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
But
no one came here for math.
My thought would be sometimes, like, you want to make sure, like, the thing that can beat you is the 3. You do not let them shoot the 3. You shoot the 2. But in certain situations, especially in the NBA, you let these guys get the ball 5 feet away from the basket. That's a 95% shot, as opposed to if we kick it out to a 3 and we try and chase out there, that could be a 47% shot, right? Because it's a jump shot, it's further away, as opposed to this 6'7" guy being 2 feet away from the basket. They're going to score, get fouled every single time. So you've got to protect that and make sure you're defending that and take your chances on getting out for the 3. I don't know what the strategy is. I don't know what their thought process on it is, but the 24 wide open threes was a lot, and it seems to happen a lot. I'm not going to ask Will Z to look for this last year, but I wonder if this specific breakdown was something that happened a lot last year. And if that's the case, that's a fundamental problem with their approach to defense, I think.
You're talking about the wide open versus. Yeah, I don't. Will, when you get back, you're going to work. Someone send Will Z a note. He just finished the Disneyland trip and he's in San Diego. We'll send him a note. When you get back, you're working. Yeah, I think for me, the bigger kind of puzzling thing, And it's where we asked earlier, is this the new brand of Kings basketball with the addition of DeMar DeRozan? DeMar DeRozan was 0 of 2 from 3. I could see that stat line, or a 1 of 3 or something like. I could see that a lot this year. 1 of 2 from Malik, doubt it. I doubt we see that again. 3 or 4 from Domas. That's I'm good with that. Keegan took 10. That's about what you'd expect, right? Like he was 5 of 10. 17 shots for Keegan. We probably haven't given that the attention it deserves.
He was balling.
Yeah, we asked for him to be aggressive. He had a double-double last night. Him and De'Aaron both had double-doubles. Keegan, that's weird. Keegan and De'Aaron had double-doubles. No one else did. Mainly the guy who had 60-some-odd double-doubles in a row last year. He had 24, 8, and only 1 assist for Domas yesterday.
That was crazy. When Kyle said that, I was like, that I didn't even recognize that. That's
1
crazy.
assist for Domantas Sabonis yesterday. 11 for De'Aaron. But what's this tell you? 115, 2-point loss. We look at some of the barometers we've used all of these years together. 21 assists for Sacramento.
You like for him to get to 30.
30.
Huh?
Yeah, it was at 21, but they were at the 115. They're in that range of points that we see them win games at. But 21 assists.
Does that change a little bit now? Because you got more of an ISO guy on your roster now with DeMar DeRozan.
Might have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I say does it change?
Well, it might
maybe,
might not be a barometer I can use anymore.
Right. You might have to bring the barometer down because it's a different style of play that they're playing potentially now.
Eddie Gonzalez joins us next. We'll talk hoop with our man Eddie when dealing with KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Probably saw the assist numbers lower too because of the 35 free throw attempts. It's probably a positive thing we should focus more on. Like that's a good number. I don't know that they're going to get 35 regularly, but Z sickness, I did, man. I did. I think De'Aaron's done a good job. I think Under Armour, the whole crew, has done a good job with these shoes, man. They're dope. Let's bring in our man Eddie. Eddie, what up, boy?
Yo, how's it going?
Good, man. What you been following the Fox Under Armours? You like those?
I have seen. I remember I got all the press releases and all that stuff. I think it's cool. I think it's dope. He's got a pair. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, it's definitely it definitely is. I thought he's got a couple colorways that are pretty dope.
I was listening to you guys talk about the open threes and stuff.
Yeah,
a minute ago. So tough game. Tough game to lose, but.
No, yeah, it's a tough game to lose. I mean, again, it's hard to be mad. Like they played a great game against another team that we think is going to be really good, and they just lost. Like you want them to be able to get those a couple of times, but they weren't able to get them. They weren't able to get that one last night. But I thought there were a lot of positives, man. DeMar is as advertised, dude. Like he is.
Yeah.
That man is the picture of consistency, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he didn't have an incredible and explosive game, but he also didn't make a ton of mistakes. I think it seemed like they're still working through rotation and stuff. That's kind of what I was getting out of that. And then, it's tough to have Keegan be your main guy, essentially guarding essentially anybody, and then having to run around behind all that, and they're working out a bunch of stuff. You can tell.
Yeah, Mike even mentioned that after the game. He was like, "I got to get these. I can't have Keegan and DeMar playing 43 minutes every night. I got."
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was curious about when I watched them, because it felt like Keegan never came off, but it felt like DeMar really didn't either, and it's like. Well, okay, then that's 2 spots all night. Then
yeah,
the rest of it.
Yeah, I think he probably needs Trey to get his legs back a little bit more, and I think one thing that'll really help. He needs Kevin to get his legs back too, because I think one thing will help a little bit is if you can play Kevin at the 3, means you could get Keon out there a little bit more, and give you kind of some different defensive looks.
Yeah, I think. I mean, there's a lot to love here, and then end of the day, the Wolves are good. You know.
Yeah.
So,
right. Facts.
You're dealing with that. I mean, you lose to Anthony Edwards pulling some stuff out of his ass late, and including that last shot. Like he shouldn't have been able to get that up, but he put him in a tough spot and got to the line, and you make it. Even then, like you got a decent. Like they closed out on that look smart. I mean, in a vacuum, you go, oh, maybe Keegan can touch pass. And
hang on, Eddie. Hang on, we're coming back. Talking about the game last night with our man Eddie Gonzalez there during the commercial break. We might as well just get right back into the conversation. We were talking about that last look that Keegan had, and Eddie, it felt like Keegan went from a great look at a 3 to win the game to a fairly tough look on a 3 to win the game. The way Minnesota played that.
Yeah, you got to credit them, right? I think it was Ant and Nas, right, who were like just the double closeout, completely abandoned Domas. I think I watched it a few times to see if there was a chance to make that pass to De'Aaron right away. And that's like some quarterback anticipate he'll be open on that and that type of stuff. And I'm looking and it's like, oh, I can see how he didn't see him that second he flashed open and all of that stuff. So it's easy to second guess that stuff. We're talking about 5 seconds and then 2 seconds to say, oh, Keegan Murray can catch that and make a touch pass to Domas. Domas sitting by himself under the basket, but 2 seconds is 2 seconds, man. So you got to kind of tip your hat off to the Wolves. You like the play design, and then we'll probably see that again for the end of the year and probably get a good shot, maybe even a make out of it. I can't believe he got as close as he got. So close games, man. Somebody has to lose a close game. Unfortunately, last night it was the Kings.
Yeah, man. I that play specifically, a great play design. Got a good look for Keegan when he pump faked and had Nas in the air and did a little sidestep. I said, "Oh, he about to get a real good look off." And shout out to the awareness of Anthony Edwards. You know, I'm gonna go leave where I'm at, leave the guy that I'm helping with. There's not enough time for another pass. I'm gonna go out there and contest it, and completely blew up the entire play. And that's a credit to him. That's a credit to that T-Wolves coaching staff. But that's not one you even necessarily like coach up. That is being aware of the situation, being aware of what's going on, and using his instincts. And that was a good play by him, man. Good play.
Yeah, winning play by one of the best players in the world, and that's what you expect. I mean, he took over late. It's funny because he missed a tough shot. Made a couple tough ones too, and missed a tough shot, and then thought the Kings had a chance. What you guys think of the 2-for-1 with De'Aaron? Like, what did you think about that situation? Because that was one where it was like when he's dribbling up the court, I can see it spinning. I'm like, oh, he's gonna go for it, but it was so close to that little gap, and I guess in essence it worked because they did get another shot, but maybe you spend 10 more seconds, you actually get a better shot. You get a make, you find something better, you get to the line, and yeah, you give the Wolves a shot with 10 seconds to go, but you're also up. Like, what did you guys think about that? Because that was the one that kind of got me. And also it was a loose ball. It got tipped. It was like, you lose 3 seconds doing that, and all that stuff adds up. But I just remember the shot feeling really awkward.
I liked it. I liked you got a wide open look. I was for the 2-for-1 situation. I know it was a little tight. For the 2-for-1, but
most teams don't run the clock all the way down to the end. If you doing that, you're almost ensuring yourself you're going to get another decent possession out of it.
Yeah, they had 2 timeouts at the time, so
with the timeouts, I think it's different. And again, it worked. They had 2 seconds. They had an extra possession. It did what it was. I think he just he teetered just on the line. And again, loose ball situation after made it worse. Like obviously you lose time in that. But I mean, that's a shot he takes and he makes all the time. You want him to take that, and in the ideal world, he makes it and you get a stop and the game's over.
I probably want him to attack the basket a little bit more, get to the line. You know what I mean? Like see what happens there, as opposed to the mid range. But he got a good look. That's a shot he makes a lot of the time. So, and it was on. It just back rim. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, close game, tough game. Really explosive performances on the other side of the court, and that's probably where the real story is.
Julius beat our ass, man. That was the problem.
And he gave it to everybody. Like it was, y'all know me. I love to come on here and be like, man, Domas needs to be better defensively, and he got his share. He got his share from Julius last night, but he gave that to everybody who got in front of him. He hit some threes. He handled the ball well. He bullied that whole team, and we talked about this. What was it, last week or a couple weeks back? But there's a fit there for Julius Randle, and like, don't forget how good a basketball player he is. And unfortunately, Kings found out last night the hard way. But I think a lot of teams are going to find out.
Julius. They always find out when the Kings play Julius. My goodness, you see that purple and black, and he turned into, like I said, prime Charles Barkley out here. Right.
Yeah, it was. That's an interesting team to watch. I mean, you always had the Rudy Gobert conundrum. I think they also had to deal with the Mike Conley situation where up until now, it's like, hey, you have an adult in the room to run that point. But as we saw in that fourth quarter, you got an adult in the room. We got number 5 as well. So I'll be very curious to see how they handle that going down the stretch of the season. They'll take their time. Obviously, they just made a deep run. They know these are our guys. That's what we're rolling with. But I don't know if there's a world where he comes off the bench where Anthony Edwards is handling the ball full time. If Dante DiVincenzo supplants him, he had his moments yesterday. He had, it's a guy like Dante. It's cool he has his moments, but it doesn't mean he can guard De'Aaron Fox or DeMar DeRozan when all the chips are on the board. So he also got some buckets dropped on his head too. So it's gonna be interesting watching that team. It's gonna be very interesting.
I'm confident that was your second time watching Minnesota. What did you think of the Lakers and how that first matchup went? Is that legit? Is that the Los Angeles Lakers, or did they just have a nice little outing?
I thought it was interesting that going back to Gobert, a lot of people were talking about AD lit him up, but like the numbers don't back that at all. Neither did my eyes. He got a lot of money outside of Rudy. They got a lot of offensive rebounds outside of Rudy having to contest shots because guys are giving up runs to the rim and stuff like that. The Lakers, I mean, they're playing last year. I feel like they look like a play-in this year. They didn't really patch so many of their holes up so much as saying, well, we got Bron and AD, we'll be fine. I think for the Lakers fans and then the Lakers haters, I think Rui Hachimura is probably the guy you want to watch all year long, because if he's going to be as aggressive and attacking and his jumper is going to be as alive as it was in that first game, yeah, there's something there. If he's going to be Rui we've watched for some years and he's going to be inconsistent, then that obviously changes that as well. I think the backup center situation for them is going to be a thing too. Like Jackson Hayes looked fine that night, but I don't think he's the guy you're going to go down with the ship either. I had a tweet about LeBron. I was like, wow, I can't believe we're on 22 years of him being a above average basketball player, NBA player. People were like, what? Why would you say above average? He had 16 on 16 shots. Like, he had some rough moments. Anthony Edwards was attacking him in the isolation and was seeking him out. I love LeBron. I think LeBron's the GOAT, but he is about to be 40 years old. He's been playing for 22 years. I don't know how long the expectation could be 25, 7-7 forever. And he had moments, a great crossover, nice layup. He had travel. It was a nice layup. Obviously got to play with his son. Had a lot of great moments, but everything rests on how great LeBron can and can't be. And I don't feel like you can hold it against him at this point if he's just a 20-point guy, right?
Right.
Were you one of the people? Sorry, Casey.
Yeah.
Were you one of the people who hated that moment? I think one of your homegirls hated it.
Man.
Shout out to my old colleague Michelle Beadle. I think sometimes he's just not the right messenger for your message. I don't think it's out of bounds to call it contrived or whatever, like whatever word you want to use. But even in the most pessimist way looking at it, it was still cool to see. Like, it was still cool to look on the court and be like, that's really LeBron James Jr. Like, what am I looking at right now?
That's crazy. Yeah.
I think, and it's a longer convo, I think for that group, for that family, for that agency, for all of the powers that be that are a part of this, there's a world where they let it play out, and maybe Bronny goes to a mid-major and he plays his way into being a real prospect. Hey, look at Oasis. I think there's a world.
Sorry for the radio audience. We had a little run in to see Eddie there.
I think there's a world where Bronny plays himself into being a real prospect, and maybe that takes a year, maybe that takes 2 years, and the moment is quote unquote better and more earned or whatever you would say. But I still thought it was great. I still think it's incredible that they could put that together. I hope he develops into a very good NBA player or whatever his future is. But a little bit of skepticism to say, hey, they manufacture a little bit of this moment. I don't think that's unfair. Like, I think it's pretty clear they did that, but it's still great that he was even close enough to being an NBA worthy talent that they could pull that off.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, man. Like, number one, sometimes like it doesn't have to be so serious where it causes an outrage. Like it is a great moment, a moment that we've only seen one other time in one of the 4 major sports, at least. I don't know about racing or anything like that, but yeah, like let it happen, let it be great. Like, we're talking about game 1 of 82. We're not saying that they're making Bronny play 35 minutes in the NBA finals. Like, he played 3 minutes in game 1 of 82 for a special moment. And you kind of touched on a little bit as well, Eddie. The people that are upset, do they understand so many things that have to happen at a high level for that moment to even be able to be contrived? You know what I mean? Like, LeBron has to still be LeBron. Bronny has to be as good as he is. I know people don't, for whatever reason, don't think he's a good basketball player. Bronny can play. Bronny can hoop. Is he an NBA superstar? I'm not saying that, but is he a guy that's a fringe NBA / overseas? Yes, absolutely. He can hoop. And he's what? Is he still 19 or is he 20 now?
He's 20 now.
He's still a young kid. So there's so many things that had to happen for that to even be a possibility. That if they want to take 3 minutes out of game 1 in the first half of game 1 to let that moment happen, yeah, contrive the hell out of it, please do.
Shout out Julius Randle, who immediately attacked him as soon as he got him on him, and immediately started backing him. But I think
he was crazy to him, man.
I think in the perfect world, he makes the shot. I think it's we get a little bit of reality in that he missed it. And hopefully he plays his way into a decent NBA career or beyond. Like, we truly don't know what he can and can't be. He only plays so many college games. Obviously, he had a health scare. I think it's dope.
Yeah, his heart stopped. Yeah. Like it's not like, oh, they thought he tore his ACL. No, like, his heart stopped. They were concerned he was going to die.
Yeah, and I think it's again, people bring up like Jerry Jones and things of that nature, and I know it's different that we don't see that on the court or on the field, but a lot of relationships get a lot of guys in the league, in NFL and MLB and all these leagues get a lot of guys spots in this league. That's business. It's business in a lot of places. I'm on this show right now because I know you guys and we're the homies. Like, you know what I mean? So I can't like turn my nose up at that too much. And it's not like it's wholly unearned. Like you said, Bronny is a decent player at prospect. And again, there's another world where he spends a year at Dayton and he scores 18 points a game. And it's like, oh, we're drafting him 7 and all this stuff. I get why the James family and Clutch and the Lakers and whomever else is involved would not want to leave that all to chance, especially the fact that LeBron is in year 22. I don't care if he thinks he can play until he's 45. Anything can happen on any given day, So I enjoyed it. I didn't think I would going in, but I thought it was cool. I mean, I have a son. Like, I laughed at the commercial going in, like,
the cereal.
Your whole thing growing up is like, I gotta beat Pops, and imagine Pops is LeBron. Like, I'm never gonna beat Pops. What is this? This is not fair. So, I kind of love that the James family is this public in general. You know what I mean? Because they're wholesome and love and hate LeBron all you want, but that part of it is cool. And it's his daughter's birthday, and Mom's is there, and all this stuff. So, I love seeing that.
I honestly think it's one of the dopest moments, if not the dopest moment of his career.
Yeah,
I would bet he'd say that too.
Oh, I'm sure he would. But like I mean, when he broke Kareem's record, like, that was dope. Winning for Cleveland was cool. But there was something about, because watching Bronny, there was a feeling of there is a child on the floor. like there's a kid out there playing professional basketball, and I know that's a professional basketball player, but because LeBron was right next to him, it was like, yeah, that is a child out there. That's that man's child. I got the one thing I think I've ever saved was that the little pin that they gave you when you walked in that night Sacramento played Cleveland, that first game. That's in my office somewhere. Like I was at that game.
Yeah.
And did you know it was in Sacramento?
I did not know.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Somebody's got to ask him that. When
somebody has to. And I think that man's got a grown-ass man in the league with him now. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Bronny. I feel like in general, unless you just hate LeBron, and I don't think there's any real reason to hate LeBron. I don't think there's any real reason to hate any of these guys, but people hate LeBron. If you don't hate LeBron, I feel like you should be rooting for Bronny. It's a fun story, and it's tough sitting where he's sitting and the legacy you got to live up to, and that's as big a shadow as it gets. And he's going into the family business, quote unquote, and he's trying to forge his own lane. And I tip my hat to him because he could just be at the crib. He could be at UCLA or USC where he went and just taking econ classes and doing whatever. But he's actually like chasing his dream and make something happen.
It's already better than Giannis's brother.
Well, get healthy soon,
and less of a problem.
Get healthy soon, Thanasis. The other crazy thing about Bronny is he probably took a pay cut to live his NBA dreams.
Yeah.
SC, he was getting paid.
But the Bus family better than me. I would have made Big Bron take a pay cut too. Like, we're paying Buddy $2 million. Okay, we need 4 off this side. Like,
hey, look, Eddie, our guy, because it seems like me, you, D'Lo, Jesse, we're the only ones that got love for this dude. Our guy, Jason Tatum, is he on a mission? Is he on a mission? These first 2 games, he was looking like, oh, I heard everything that was said over the summer.
Hey, man, I shot him a text because I've been laughing at him all summer. You've been missing jumpers all summer. What's up, dude? I said, the jumper's back. He's like, all right, chill. But I like that there's the narrative now that he could win an MVP. I talked to him about that a couple years back where it's like, I don't think you can win MVP. Like, you already just averaged 30 on the best team, and that wasn't enough. There's no narrative for you. I think there is one now, like his kind of revenge tour narrative, and he's killing it. He looks great. That team is scary, man. That team is scary, and we can talk about the style of current NBA and all that we want. I saw Nick Wright had a really great rant about this, and I think he's on point. Like, there is a stylistic problem in the NBA that I think fans are kind of reckoning with, and I don't know that the league cares to fix. But the Celtics have maximized that better than anybody. They play true 5-out basketball, and you just cannot guard that. You got to hope they miss a bunch of shots. And then if they do, they still got JT, they still got Jaylen Brown, and they can just go get buckets when need be. But going back to JT, man, he looks great. He looks great. He's only 26 years old. He's about to be 27. He's like, come on now. He's still going to get better. He's been playing high-level NBA basketball since he came into the league. Conference finals his rookie year.
Yeah,
he's bumped into everybody. He's been mentored by everybody. The jumper looks smooth. It's scary what they can do. It's scary what they can do. I think they're focused on team. I mean, even in talking to Jason, he's not focused on anything individual besides being better, hearing the noise and just using that as motivation to be better. But it's scary what that team can do.
You think he could be the MVP?
I think my whole thing about MVP is that I always call it the narrative award. And they take turns with it. They give guys next up. Russ should have won one before he won one. Then he won one. James was one. We've seen this all throughout history. We've seen guys get MVPs that the other guys should have got. We've seen one vote cost one guy from being unanimous. All this stuff happens. I do think Shea and Luka are kind of there. They've just been itching to give them MVPs. And it's not to say they're not great players, obviously, but it's like this is an award voted on by the media. The media picks who's the most valuable player. But I do think Tatum has that respect level now, whereas, a year ago, 2 years ago, he wasn't viewed in that upper echelon of a Jokic, of a Giannis, the guys who keep winning it. But I do think there is that, like, they're clearly the best team. He's clearly their best player. If he stacks up the stats, then it's hard to argue against that. Do I think he will? No. I mean, I think we might have seen the MVP last night. I hate MVP talk right now,
Yeah,
but
so
but all things go right and all things go well. We might have seen that guy yesterday with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, like who's just looks unguardable and ridiculous. And shout out to my guy Chet Holmgren, like he looked incredible too. I think those two are the next in line, Shai and Luka. But I think a great season. Jason Tatum put some pressure on him. We'll see.
I think, and this may sound like hate, but I ain't hating. It just is what it is. They want to give it to Luka so bad.
Oh yeah.
All Luka has to do is finish top 4.
But I don't even
and
feel like he was in the
qualify.
conversation last year and he had a good season. No,
He wasn't because of team, right? Because Jokic, and like I truly believe they're done giving it to Jokic. I said the same before, and he won another one, so who knows? But there is voter fatigue. But then they fought against the voter fatigue by following against with that, and it's a whole thing. But I do think, look, Luka led the league in scoring last year. He took the team to the finals. Like he's no slouch. Let's not make it like he's undeserving.
He's worthy. Like it's not like.
But
he's
I do think he's
unworthy.
next in line. I do think there's a lot of like self-seeking validation and saying, look, I told you guys about Luka in that draft and you guys wanted Trey and like stuff. Like we watch the stories, we watch the guys get on TV and talk about this stuff. I do think he's next in line. I think Shai is right behind him. Guys love Shai and they should. But JT can bully his way in that conversation. I think he's already started to. And if it gets to the point where those guys, they win 67, 68 games and he's scoring 32, 33 points a night, it gets hard to say, well, he doesn't deserve it. He's got a good team. Like, we're penalizing him because Drew Holiday, who 2 teams cast off in a week, is on his team. Like, that doesn't sound right. So Derek White was a throw-in to a trade that they developed over there and made better. Like, that penalizes Jason Tatum. Why? I don't understand that.
Silly ass Luka. Last year, looking at Vlad, you should have drafted me, bro. Shut up, fam. It's 20 years ago, bro. Nobody's even
I don't
tripping.
think it was 20 years.
Stop. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. Get out of the goddamn Golden One Center. Goodbye.
But you want Vlade to have a standing O. But
Vlade does deserve a standing O for what he did as a player. Give him some respect.
Shout out Vlade.
Here is the player.
Or
Vlade Divac. You can't say here's
or I
Vlade
say-
Divac. You have to say the player.
I say don't boo him. That's what I say.
Okay. Sit on your
Don't boo him.
hands.
That's all you got to do.
Just sit on your hands. Let the arena lights light up and keep it moving. You been to G1C? You've been
Me?
gone for a while, yeah.
I've been multiple times. I ran into Kenny here one time.
Yeah, I pulled up on him one time at the G1.
I've been in there. I love that arena. Voted #1. I seen that. I seen that.
man.
Ron Artest made his grand return yesterday. Shout out
He
to Meta.
did. He did, and Reggie Jackson was there too. So
Stat Kings legend. Come on.
Cedric the Entertainer.
Cedric the Entertainer was there.
Ed was there. What was Seth doing there, man?
No one knows. No one knows. Like
I seen Seth in the elevator.
random celebrities.
What?
What was
So
Seth
like I
doing,
saw
man?
Seth in the elevator. I was like, oh, I didn't hear Damian wrong. He did say Seth the Entertainer. I thought I heard you wrong earlier. You told me that earlier in the day. I was like, oh, he really is here.
Yeah,
that would have
making
tripped
it
me
up.
out.
Like, what stupid ass thing can I tell Kenny? I know Cedric the Entertainer is at the Kings.
I thought
game tonight.
I thought he was like using that as a nickname for some player. And I meant to go like look at the roster and see like who you were talking, and then we did something else. And then I remembered when I saw him, I said, oh, that's what he meant when he said Seth the Entertainer. He's really here.
Premium seating for Seth too. Like
Yeah,
he
oh,
didn't
yeah.
get that baseline joint. He got right in the middle. Like he got.
Nah, he got right. You amped up for your boy in the King tonight. They said it's the 44th matchup between LeBron and KD tonight.
I'm excited, man. I mean, big win for them the other night. Obviously, like I would hate to watch Kevin have to defend the best player on the other team for 40 minutes again at 36 years old. You're 18, 19. Like I would hate to watch that again. Let's win it in regulation. But I'm excited, man. I it's crazy. Since I met Kevin, they didn't play against each other for multiple years for various reasons, and it was literally since I met them. And it didn't play in the All-Star game. They knew nothing. They never played each other. The time they finally played, it was in Phoenix. It was in Phoenix. I couldn't make it. I still have not seen them together. I flew out to LA one time, missed it. The whole thing. It was a whole thing. So I'm gonna catch them this year for sure. I gotta catch them playing. But I'm always excited to see that. I mean, I think you see it on their faces too. They understand there's only so many of these left.
Yeah.
and they matter. You know, these dudes played in the finals, and Kevin was 21 years old. And I think amongst the brotherhood of the NBA players, right, they look around and they know who the guys are. And especially if you come from urban America or whatever you want to call it, you come from the block, you come from the hood. Those dudes were thrust into situations at 18, 19 years old and trusted to build cities up and build organizations up and did that. You know, Kevin, they took a team, uprooted it, took it to another city and said, okay, on your back, we're going to make this $1 billion franchise, and did that. So, like, those dudes know what that life is, and it's only a few of them in the league. And so they'll always have that bond on top of them just being the homies in general. So they're excited to play. I'm excited to watch them play. I hope the right team wins and the Lakers go home with the L.
Please.
I ain't gonna argue against that. I ain't gonna argue against that. Eddie, always great to talk to you, man. We appreciate you making time for us on these Fridays.
Of course, guys. Hey, man, don't wear that hat next time, man. You ain't learned?
Oh, man, it's 49er Friday, man. What you talking about, man? Every Friday is 49er Friday. Unless they go more than 2 games under 500, then they got to work their way back up. But, yeah, right now it's still 49er Friday, baby. Come on,
All
man.
right, man. All right. Y'all have a good weekend.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right, bro.
So, man, Eddie Gonzalez right there. We will come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings, their game last night, and the team we were just talking about with Eddie, the Los Angeles Lakers, because that is who the Sacramento Kings play tomorrow. We've got that coming up here. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be November 11th, 32 Brew Street. Come through, hang out. The Insiders, for the first time ever, they're going to be doing their show live beginning at 10 a.m. And then, of course, Steeler and KC live at 12 o'clock. You heard that right. November 11th, Veterans Day. We will be live. If you've got the day off, come hang out with D'Lo and KC.
Pull up.
November 11th, 32 Brew Street, inside Sky River Casino. We'll come back with more here on ESPN 1320.
I'm going to need everybody. Jesse, stand up. Give a standing ovation. Standing ovation to Odyssey's GOAT, Jen Enders. Jen Enders went and did God's work. The snack, it's all filled up. It's
Shout out,
all
Jen.
filled up, man. Jen is doing God's work, man. It's my girl. It's my girl.
Jen was even like, "Hey, like, what do you want us to like get for this?" And I was like, "Jen, no worries. Just thank you."
That's it. Just because we was dying out here. We was dying out here. Real quick, let me just get ready to clip this. We're gonna do a little cash care way up in here. You know what I mean? College football. You know we got the other thing going on, but we still cooking with college football, man. Last week, your boy went 1-2 to bring my record on the season to 13-11. Still good, still over 500. You know, doing my thing. We're late into the season, and your boy's still over 500. So that's a good look. So we about to cook this week, and I think I'm definitely going 2-1 here. Maybe 3-0, but I think it's definitely 2-1 here. And one of my guarantees, sign this one up. We got Washington going to Indiana, number 13 Indiana. They're going to Bloomington. Indiana is 7-0 on the season. It's a 9 a.m. start. Indiana's a 6-point favorite. Come on, man. Give me the Hoosiers. Don't even play around. Give me the Hoosiers on that one. And then we've got number 5 Texas coming off. Man, they got worked. They got worked against Georgia at home. So they're going to be a little upset. They're going to Vanderbilt. Now, I know Vanderbilt earlier this year took down number 1 Alabama. They're 5-2. They're a good team. They're ranked number 25. It's a good squad. Texas ain't having all that. They're an 18.5-point favorite. Texas is going to be pissed off. They're going to handle Vanderbilt relatively easy. Give me Texas minus 18.5. And then this is another lock right here. This is another one where I feel this is the second win. Kansas, who's been very, very disappointing this year. People had high expectations for them. Very disappointing. In a rivalry game, they're going to the Little Apple. They're going to Manhattan, Kansas, taking on number 16 Kansas State. Kansas State is a 10-point favorite. This is a 2-touchdown, maybe 3-score victory for Kansas State. Give me the Wildcats on that one. So we got Kansas State minus 10. We got Texas minus 18.5, and we've got Indiana minus 6. Book it. Cash Caraway. You know the vibes. Let's go.
I was watching that Red Sox 2004 doc this morning.
Oh, it's out? The one on Netflix?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that really brought back some like intense feelings and all that stuff, like watching Aaron Boone hit that home run. Like, what's the most intense moment as a sports fan you guys have lived through? Where it's just any memories just like, oh no, like it's just like I said, like because like 03 and 04 for the Red Sox Yankees was wild. Is it Lakers Kings or something back then?
For me, no. For me, it is Niners related. Niners losing the 3 hardball losses, just devastating. Yeah, and then the 2 Super Bowls to the Chiefs. Oh, that was the. I mean, when Richard Sherman tipped that pass and it was intercepted, I remember I was watching at a bar, and I just left. There was one of the homies I was with. I was just like, "Oh, what's up, man? All right, I'm out of here." I just left. The famous story. I never saw the Richard Sherman, Aaron Andrews thing. I was in the car at that point.
Yeah,
I
that's
never
crazy.
saw it live. That one hurt. All the Niners stuff were punch in the gut. Big Za. D-Lo and KC on this Friday afternoon in Sacramento, California. You know, the Kings, they took a loss last night, but basketball's back. It was good to be at the Golden One Center last night. It was good to have basketball back in downtown Sacramento, and I really enjoyed that. I'm excited for the season. I think it's going to be a really fun season here in Sacramento. So it was good to see everybody last night. It had. We talked about this before, but it had first day of school vibes. It definitely had first day of school vibes. Seeing some of the workers down there. You know what I mean? Seeing all those guys out there, and I hadn't seen them since I left the Golden One Center in April. So you know, it was good vibes out there last night, man. Always a good time at the G1C.
We'll obviously talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings when James joins us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. There was a football game last night. Rams beat the Vikings 30-20. Matt Stafford threw 4 touchdowns and 1 interception. Puka notoriously is trash here. Dealing with KC, he had 106 yards on 7 catches. Cooper Kupp returned with 51. I only point that out because we've got a matchup between the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers this weekend. We haven't given that conversation a ton of run here, obviously, because we've been talking about the Kings, been talking about basketball with Eddie. But the NFC West is pretty tight.
Yeah, man.
And there's a million reasons why this game is big for the San Francisco 49ers. But the NFC West feels like one of the reasons.
Are we changing our minds at all about the 49ers if they lose this matchup? I feel like if they win, it's kind of like, all right, going into the bye, like you're good, pick yourselves up. But do we feel any certain way if they lose?
What is my mind?
Or maybe they might not make the playoffs this year because I'm still not there. But
I don't think that if they lose this weekend, I don't think I'm going to hit that. It'd be a few more losses before I think this team's not making the playoffs.
Yeah, I no, and it's purely because of the division. You know what I mean? Once again, if they were in the NFC North and they went to 3-5, I wouldn't feel this way.
Yeah.
But they're in the NFC West where, like I said, even if they lose this game, and I understand what Kyle was saying earlier, the grand scheme of like if they lose this game, like how could you believe in them to win other games or whatever? I get that, but I'm just looking at the numbers of it all.
Mm-hmm.
You lose this game, you go to 3-5, you get to your bye. Say the Seahawks beat the Bills. You're still just 2 games back of the division, already beating the division leader and having another game against them at home. It's still there for you. So I understand the thought process behind they're just not good and whatever turnaround won't happen. Like I get it, but I'm still looking at it as you're right there in the division, even if you lose. So, but you don't want to have that happen. You don't want to take that chance, especially against a team like the Cowboys who are struggling, who don't seem to have a lot of talent.
Even struggling, they're not good.
Yeah, they don't seem to have a lot of talent, and you got them at home, and you're in a desperate situation. You don't. Yeah, you want to win this game. Come on, man. It would not feel good going into the bye with a loss to the Cowboys at home. not feel good at all.
That's a Sunday night football game, so we'll get a standalone, which will be nice. Chiefs and the Raiders, the 6-0 Chiefs, play the 2-5 Raiders. It looks like Tua's back. Tua's back for the Dolphins. Jaden is, I don't think Jaden is. I think he's still questionable.
I think he's going to be out.
He's ruled out.
They had 3 quarterbacks out there at practice, and he was not one of them.
Now I saw he wasn't at practice. I didn't know that they had officially ruled him out. That's the 4-2 Bears versus the 5-2 Commanders. And then you mentioned that Seahawks-Bills game. That's the 5-2 Bills versus the 4-3 Seahawks. So there's a couple of decent matchups here. You got the Falcons and the Bucks there in the South. That'll be a fun one. And I think that's really about it. Colts and Texans is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy the
you
Colts.
mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, I don't buy the Colts. I'm with you. But I do think that is an interesting matchup. But, of course, we'll have our eyes on the Sunday night football game with the Cowboys and the 49ers. I don't know, man. I don't know what to think of the 49ers. They're not a bad football team. I've watched Dallas. I've watched San Francisco. Those two teams are not the same. No. You could say that they're both struggling. You could say whatever. Dallas isn't good. The San Francisco, and that's what the 49ers are struggling. The Cowboys aren't good. Those are two different things.
Yeah, I look at the 49ers, and I look at a team that's not executing. And a lot of the numbers bear that out. And when I talk about executing when you like really need to in the red zone, in the clutch and all this other stuff. They blew 2 10-point leads in the fourth quarter. To blow a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, you got to be up by 10. You know what I mean? Like you're not getting dogged out 42-7 or whatever it was in that situation. They have to be able to execute and do the little things better. And if they can do that, I think it turns into wins. Now you can say they just not ever going to do the little things better. Like that could happen. Sometimes it's not as simple as, hey, just execute better and then you'll be a better team. Sometimes you're incapable of executing better for a season or something like that. That may be the 2024 49ers. But right now, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that if they can execute better in those certain situations around the red zone, taking care of the ball, maybe getting some touchdowns as opposed to field goals, you can switch up the way the season is going. The killer for them, though, as well, is the injuries may start to mount up. Like I think they're at their brink of injured top flight players.
Yeah.
They can't lose no more. I think right now you can lose some and you can still maybe kind of make it work and duct tape your way, to after the bye. But if another starter goes down for an extended period of time on Sunday or beyond, it may be too much. Maybe too much.
Man, they have just been decimated. I mean, Ufunga's probably played his last game for the San Francisco 49ers. And
that's a weird situation too, because the 49ers are getting out there that they don't expect to see him again this year. And the agent is like, no, we're still going to try and play. So I don't.
The 49ers like, oh, we're good. It's cool.
That's bizarre.
I don't know. Maybe they're trying to. I don't know. I can't even pretend to understand what happens in the NFL. No clue. I'm still trying to figure out if Christian McCaffrey's playing football this year. We go from he's around practice. I think Nick Wagner tweeted he's been around his locker. Well, he wasn't there before. Like, what does that mean? Like, what does being around his locker mean? Like, can the man run or not?
Right. Yeah, I'm not. There's been talks about trying to get him out there after the bye.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe him when I see it. Right now,
I don't think he's playing this year, dude.
Ian Rappaport, he came out today that he tweeted he has a very good chance of playing after the week 10. Or playing in week 10, excuse me.
So we're going into week 8 here. So their week 9 bye, week 10 is the game. Okay.
His injury is so weird too, just because he's missed 8, 9 months of football and he didn't tear anything.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
yep.
Now you come back like he's good now.
Well, the other thing about it though, and Damon, you know this, too, Jesse. I learned this is the terminology is different, but he did tear something. If he's got a calf strain, he tore the muscle in his calf. And sometimes without surgery, sometimes they heal different. Sometimes they can get aggravated easier than other injuries, and it's from person to person.
Well,
so
you are notorious for taking things frustratingly literally. Like when I was saying basketball was returning on Thursday, Kings basketball. We got to point that out. I think what Jesse's saying is ripped to the point of repair.
Mhm.
Like I think that is like there wasn't something that he had to have.
Well, he's been dealing with his
repaired.
Achilles tendonitis too, right?
Yeah,
That's kept him. I mean that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean he's been out. What'd you say, 9 months and hasn't
since
had
February,
to have
basically.
a surgical repair,
right, but
which is
okay.
kind of bizarre.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You're approaching ACL time with that.
Yeah, that's who really knows what's going on with him. I don't even know if he really knows what's going on.
Well, anytime so-and-so had to fly out of the country for a procedure, yeah, man, it's a little concerning. The FDA doesn't clear this procedure over here. We're going to go over to Germany and do it.
Right.
Shoot, if it works, man, get it done.
I'm not
But it
expecting
feels
much of anything.
It feels like a constant state. This is where Jesse asked about opinion changing. This is where I won't say my opinion changes. This is where concerns really hit a different level. Is when it's not like, hey, George Kittle can play against the Cowboys. Okay, cool. Debo can play against the Cowboys. Great. It's not like they're better. They're good enough to play.
Mm-hmm.
Those are not the same thing. And they're going to go get roughed up by the Dallas Cowboys, or they're going to go get roughed up playing football against the Dallas Cowboys. And then come Monday morning, they're going to feel like crap again. And you're going to start the process all over. And, Debo's situation is a little weird, but you're constantly playing. Like when you're in football, when you get hurt, and I think the same is true for basketball, really. When you get hurt during the season, you're playing from behind the rest of the season. Like you're playing with that injury or that ailment or whatever it is. Like you're playing with that the entire season. It's just measured like how bad is it? How difficult is it? How much does it cause you to miss a game in 2 weeks? Does it cause you to miss you a game every 3 weeks? Like it's a constant, you're constantly trying to catch up. And the only way you can catch up is by stop playing football. And none of these guys want to do that. They want to help their teams as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, with Debo, I don't know. Maybe it's a sickness, that illness, I should say. So maybe he'll feel a little better. But I look at Kittle, and I mean, he's not going to feel 100% this year. He's going to find a way to be able to, if he can play.
But Debo was already hurt this year in addition to the illness, no?
He had, what was it? Was it?
Did he get hurt at the end of?
He got hurt in the Minnesota game and didn't play against the Rams.
Oh, okay.
I forgot.
I thought he got hurt. Okay.
He got hit here in the Seattle game. I don't know what that was. It was something with his wrist or hand or something like that. But he came back out in that game. So I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what happened to Debo. Debo just be hurt. He'd be looking all bad, and then he's back out there. So.
Juwan Jennings has already been ruled out. He won't be out, or he won't be out there on Sunday. So yeah, it's a tough go for Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and the San Francisco 49ers. They're going to have to find a way to beat a Dallas team that, one, is short on talent, but some of their talent is hurt also. So they got to get it done at home. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's officially out. So yeah, I mean, both teams. I think you're going to get. We can talk about how bad the Cowboys are or anything like that, but I think you're getting the best version of the Cowboys on Sunday night. They've had a week to heal up as much as they could. They've been getting smacked around in their media and national media for the past 2 weeks, so they're going to be ready to play. And the game plan, they're going to be having their top game plan because they're coming off a bye. So whatever that looks like, I don't know what that looks like, but you're going to get the best version of the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday if you're the 49ers.
Let's bring in our man, James Ham from the Insiders. Hammer, what's happening, man?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Ham?
How you feel? Game 1 is in the books. The Sacramento Kings are 0-1. but I think most people felt pretty good about the way that the game went. It felt like, and we hope, that it was two good basketball teams fighting it out, and unfortunately the Sacramento Kings took the L last night. What was your overall perspective of the game last night?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Like, I don't think there's any reason for panic. I think Mike Brown is certainly searching for answers right now, just because he hasn't had his whole team together all season long yet, and he gets them together with like 3 days left before the season starts, and that's not a like enviable position for anybody to be in. So I don't think we're going to see like the 43 minutes from Keegan Murray or DeMar DeRozan, or 38 minutes from Domas, 37 from Fox, all that often. But maybe a couple of times during this early season, as he's trying to figure out who the other guys are and trying to get everybody kind of up to speed. So it's a tough look to try to, work guys into the lineup without a single preseason game like Kevin Huerter and Trey Lyles, but it's a situation that they're in, and they've got to kind of deal with it the best they can. And so I thought it was a quality game, and you lost, but you very well could have had Keegan Murray hit that three at the end, and we could have seen a different outcome, and everyone would be seeing a much different story this morning.
Yeah, one of the things that we've been kind of talking about is win or lose, the things that went right for this team went right and they looked good. And if they would have won, they'd still have some things they got to work on. You always want to have some things to work on after a win, but it doesn't fundamentally change what the team's performance was yesterday. I thought they played well. I thought there was things that they could build on. And you heard, with DeMar talking and even Mike Brown talking, like, okay, we got some work to do, but this was a good starting point for the season.
Yeah, and I think the things that went wrong are, like, again, you're looking at a team that just hasn't played together. If you look at the big five that they have of Fox and Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, and Malik Monk, those guys all played tremendously. De'Aaron Fox could have scored more points, but again, I don't think he played poorly or anything. Defensively, I thought he was really good. The other guys who played, Trey and Alex Len, Doug McDermott for a few minutes, Keon Ellis, and Kevin Huerter, they combined for 10 points. And you can't have like the other 5 guys when you're playing 10 guys come up with virtually nothing. And so when I look at sort of the bad that happened, I just look at a lot of that as just the fact that no one feels comfortable in their role yet. And that's because they shouldn't feel comfortable. They just started playing together a couple of days ago. And again, like Keon Ellis was with the starting group last week, and now he's not. And Kevin Huerter was on the IR, and Trey was on the IR. And it's really tough for Malik Monk right now, because I don't know how Malik is supposed to put a second unit together as like sort of the leader of that group, when he didn't know whether Trey would be back, and he didn't know that Keon Ellis was going to be part of that group until just a couple of days ago. And again, Doug McDermott's been on the team since last Friday. So again, like some of the things that happen, it's fine. It's out of a lack of familiarity, and that will work itself out. But I think that overall the effort was pretty strong.
Hammer, you surprised? You brought his name up there a minute ago. Keon goes from a starter into a reserve role with the return of Kevin Huerter. Kevin only plays 20 minutes. I think we'll see that a lot this year, but Keon only played 11. Did that surprise you at all?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but again, I talked about this with Kyle earlier in the day. Like, Keon Ellis hasn't really looked like himself throughout camp, and we're kind of waiting for this moment where, like, he's a very distinct player. Like, you just see, like, his energy level has always been just off the charts, and like his defensive energy level is crazy. And as soon as he steps on the court, it's just like, you can't stop from like watching him, because he just stands out. And I don't really feel like we've seen that. Like I even talked about it on like some of his dunks, like the breakaway dunks, it feels like he was barely finishing some of his dunks. And I thought that was weird. It just feels like for whatever reason, he's not playing with this same like energy and pep that he usually has. And I don't know if it's that he worked really hard all summer and got all the way to training camp and had sort of burned himself out or something, or whatever the reason. But what I can say is that like all through training camp, he had an opportunity to just take that job.
Yeah.
And I don't think any of us felt super confident that he went in and just took it. And if he did, he would have been starting last night, and Kevin Huerter would have been brought back slowly into the fold. But for my money, like I think that there's going to be a point where Keon needs to figure out what it is that he's not doing, versus what the player he was last year. And again, every player makes adjustments and everything else. And I'm not saying he didn't work hard during the summer, because I know he did. But for whatever reason, he just looks like a little lethargic compared to what I'm used to seeing from him as a player. And I kind of want to see him find that groove again. And so I'm not surprised he only played 11 minutes. And in the 11 minutes, I thought, yeah, sure, he was fine defensively on Anthony Edwards. I thought he started to give you some of that, what we're used to seeing a little bit, but it wasn't so much that you couldn't take him off the court. And it's not about scoring. Even though the one steal that he had on the baseline and then he forced up the jump shot on the baseline, I didn't hate the play. But I did look at like the other two guys that were crashing at the rim, and he easily could have found someone in a better position to score. And it's these little things that I'm kind of wanting from him to be a little bit different.
What did you think of Herter and Trey Lyles and how they played? They look like guys that were trying to get back into the groove of playing, real basketball games. But did they look hesitant to you? Did they look normal as far as their approach, or were they looking like they were favoring their injuries at all or anything?
No, I mean, I think they just looked out of sync. At the end of the day, I didn't think either one of them looked particularly like super strong in their role. And I think Trey, he instantly had to go down and defend Julius Randle, and it's really tough. Like I remember it used to be something that the great teams in the early 2000s that the Kings had, Doug Christie would walk off the floor to go take a break and would literally look at Bobby Jackson and say, you better not let Kobe start cooking, because once he starts cooking, then what am I supposed to do? Like, you're gonna let him start hitting every shot or doing something crazy, then that puts a ton of pressure back on the person who's coming in. And I think, unfortunately for Trey, they bring him in to like kind of slow him down or slow down Naz Reid. And by the time that Trey got in to play those guys, they were both cooking. And it's really tough to come in and try to be a cooler, because that's just not who Trey is. So I think he'll be fine. But again, he hasn't done anything in weeks. Like a groin pull is no joke. Sure, he can do upper body stuff, and there's some like non-load bearing like elliptical stuff that he can do, but overall getting back in basketball shape isn't going to be easy. I thought Kevin Huerter, like if he would have hit the first three he took, like probably would have looked just like Kevin Huerter. That's what it kind of felt like. He was I thought he was aggressive defensively. I thought he was good on help defense. Did again Anthony Edwards get cooking? Sure, but he's an excellent ball player, and sometimes that happens. I think overall, like I didn't feel like Kevin stood out one way or the other, except for the fact that you watched the way the spacing opens up as soon as he steps on the court, and you could see it like right away early in the game, and then how it collapses when he's not. And the same thing happens when Doug McDermott steps on the court. Like everyone looks over, like, uh-oh, McDermott's on the floor. Everybody better be ready for the 3-point shot. And again, Kevin needs to start hitting those, but like there wasn't anything in his game that just like left me disappointed with what happened. He looked like a player who just spent 7 months trying to work his way back onto a court.
James, this will lead into the next question. I got some numbers from Will Z, who woke up from his nap. I guess we sent out the bat signal, and he he heard us in the background as he was napping, and we were talking about how many wide open threes they gave up last year. On average, it was 16.6 per game. 16.6 open threes per game. That was the 19th most. However, opponents shot 42.3% on those 17.6 per game threes, and that was the highest in the league. James, we saw the Kings give up 23s last night. We saw them give up a lot of wide open threes, made threes, I should say. We saw them give up a lot of wide open threes in Minnesota's 50 attempts. This isn't a one-game problem. This is dating back to last season. How much of a concern is it for Mike Brown?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always going to be a concern until it's not. They were so much better defending the three in the last 25 games of the season once Keon Ellis stepped onto the court and started playing major minutes last season. So that's one solution. But I also, like, if you look at the threes, the distribution of three-point shots, I think they actually did a pretty good job of defending the three. You know, Naz Reid started shooting laser beams from like 30 feet. Julius Randle is not a good three-point shooter typically throughout his career, and he lights you up for 5 of 6. But look at Dante DiVincenzo's numbers. What was he? 1 for 6. Look at the one other guy that did. It was Alexander Walker. He got it. I think he was 3 for 5. But Mike Conley, 2 for 7. Anthony Edwards, 5 of 15. So sure, if somebody wants to shoot 15 threes to make 5, you'll take that every day. So my point is that I don't think they necessarily were horrible defending the three, but some guys that typically aren't like crazy hot shooters did get crazy hot. And again, if Julius Randle would have hit 2 of 6, like what is more like standard with his shooting percentages, then they would have given up 17 of 50, and that's only 34%. And that's where like you're kind of looking at it like, did they give up 20 made threes? Sure, but would that happen every single time they played that team? And I don't think the answer is yes, especially with, I think they did do a good job against some of their standard 3-point shooters, except for Alexander Walker, which I think he's a guy that they needed to cover better, and whoever's fault that was, I don't know. I haven't gone back and looked at fully, but you can't leave him open on the perimeter.
In general, Ham, what do you attribute their lack of defending the three well to? Do you think it's a personnel thing, like the players that they have aren't capable, or do you think it's more of a scheme and the way they defend, their thought process on defending? Which one do you kind of lend that to? Because like we've talked about, it's something that is going on at least one season of it. We saw it in the preseason, and then it was something that was an issue last night. So do you think it's just the personnel, or is it the way that they defend out there that lends itself to leaving open threes up?
Okay, so they made a change in the way they defended the three during the season last year. We had a conversation with the coaching staff at one point, and last year it used to be race out to the shooter and get in their chest, right? Be like right in their chest, and that's how they opened the season defending the three. They changed mid-season to what they call the high five. So as opposed to like breaking down, taking short steps, choppy steps as you get close to the 3-point shooter and sort of like getting into their body, the Kings started doing, they would fly out to the shooter with a raised hand and literally try to high five the shooter, because that's allowed in the league. You can't hit their wrist, you can't hit their forearm, but if you hit their hand on the follow through, that's okay. And so that's why we saw some of the improvement last year with the 3-point defense as the season wore on. I think they still finished like 29th, but where they were midway through the season and where they ended was like they did not give up nearly as high percentage in the final month and a half of the season. They're carrying that over into this season, but there are going to be some structural changes to what they're doing as a defensive team. Jordi Fernandez left and went to the Brooklyn Nets. Luke Laux has taken over as a defensive coordinator for the team. It's his job to draw up these plays. They still have the same exact defensive identity where they protect middle and they shield guys towards the outside. What they don't do though, their rotations are a little different. How they hedge towards shooters are a little bit different, and so I think the guys are learning some of that stuff. And once again, we can talk about, Kevin Huerter and Trey Lyles and these guys missing time as like why the offense isn't working all that well. But you also have to remember that that's part of the defensive problems as well. The rotations are going to be a little off until those guys truly learn what's happening and get back in game shape and all that stuff. So I would put it as like it's an issue or a concern because it was a trend that happened last season. But I also think like we saw the team get better during the season. And so if they can figure out how to get back to who they were at the end of the season, they should be okay.
What'd you think of De'Aaron Fox last night?
I think he's trying to figure out, like, make sure that everybody's happy. And he's trying to figure out not where he belongs. I think he knows where that is, but he's picking and choosing his spots. I think, anytime your point guard walks out of a game and has 11 assists and 2 turnovers, he's done a good job, regardless of what he scores. I think we all expect him to score more than 15 points in a game, but you had DeRozan go for 26 and Domas go for 24 and Keegan's right there at 23, 24. Like, you can't have everybody score every single night. Even Malik Monk comes in and gives you 17. So there are going to be nights where each of these guys have lackluster, overall scoring nights, but he wasn't inefficient. He wasn't like, there wasn't anything crazy. And I think, look at the point guard play for Minnesota. Mike Conley was a non-factor in that game completely. And so was Dante DiVincenzo. I think he was 4 of 10 from the field. Connolly was like 2 of 7 or 2 of 9 from the field. I think he did a really good job defensively, and he sort of stopped the point of attack. He did, like everybody else, go up against Anthony Edwards for a stretch here and there. But look at how inefficient Edwards was, and that's the second straight game. I think against the Lakers, he opened up 10 of 25 from the field. Last night, he was 10 of 24. And, sure, did he hit some shots that hurt you, especially late? Yeah, but I wouldn't put a lot of that on Fox. So, again, I think Fox more than anyone else is like in feel out mode because DeMar DeRozan's there. I would have liked to have seen Fox take over in the fourth quarter instead of relying so much on DeRozan. But I also would point to the fact that he knocked knees pretty bad with Dante DiVincenzo midway through the fourth and had to go sit for a few minutes while they made sure he was okay.
And in fairness to that, too, DeMar was really good in the fourth quarter. I think DeMar and Domas, I think, had 8 points each in that quarter.
Yeah, the only problem was that you had like the 2 or 3 plays in a row where DeMar really forced it. And the reason why I kind of point to Fox being out in that moment is that DeMar forced it against Jaden McDaniels, and he hadn't really had to go up against Jaden McDaniels throughout the game. And that's because Jaden McDaniels was defending De'Aaron Fox. And so I think that that's one thing I would point out, that when you have all of your players on the court, in sort of the reverse of like Minnesota, I think Minnesota has a problem. Like they can do dueling banjos, like, one guy on the court, one guy off the court with Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle, but they haven't figured out how to play those guys together at the same time. It looked very odd when they weren't, when they were on the court together. But the Kings have this thing where when they do have all their players on the court, it shifts the defenders around pretty dramatically. Again, Fox was defended by a guy who's really close to an all NBA defender in McDaniels the entire game, and DeRozan wasn't. And then as soon as Fox stepped off the court, DeRozan felt what that looked like. Where as opposed to Minnesota is that, you started the game with Keegan out on Anthony Edwards, and I thought he did a great job in the beginning of the game defending Edwards, but Randle got loose. Then you shifted Keegan over to Randle, especially when Anthony Edwards went off the court, And I thought he did a good job slowing down Randall as well. The Kings have like one primary defender that they're dealing with. And, I think that the way that they balance their offense is really good, where I don't think Minnesota still has that balance.
Do you think that DeMar DeRozan, as time goes along, will be the guy making the decisions in the fourth quarter? You think that's just something that kind of happened because Fox went out, but he seemed to handle the ball a lot, run the pick and roll, and it wasn't always just to shoot; it was facilitating. But we saw, especially when Fox was out, him kind of being a de facto point guard, bringing the ball up, initiating the offense. Do you think that's a role that he's going to settle into here, or maybe we see Jordan McLaughlin, maybe we see Malik Monk running the point? How do you think that works out?
Yeah, I think we're going to see more Monk, unless he's on the court by himself. Like if DeRozan is on the court without those other two, yeah, sure, he could be the backup. He's the guy you're going to run the offense through, sort of. But there's a lot of things that are like a lot of moving pieces that Mike is trying to figure out here, and a part of it is figuring out when you are doing half court offensive sets. Who are you calling the plays for? And, we want to talk about this being equal opportunity offense. And that's true when they're flying up and down the court, but it's not true when then they're in a true half court set. They are calling plays for specific players. And again, these guys have to learn each other. I think what I saw from DeRozan in like that little short stint, like a minute and a half in the fourth quarter where he totally forced things, he just wasn't comfortable going back to Domas. And that's something he's going to have to figure out really quickly, because Sabonis was absolutely cooking, and you needed him. You probably should have got him the ball a couple of times on those dives to the basket. I would also point out, like, one thing that tells me that the offense isn't where it's going to be and isn't like working the way that everyone thinks it will is that Sabonis had 1 assist on the night.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like the magical number. You look at him and he rolls out of bed and gets 8 assists. It's not just that he averaged 8.2 last year. It's that almost every game in the season he was between 6 and 11. And to see him with 1 assist is a little different. So I would like to let this thing play out a little bit. Let these guys move around and figure each other out on the court a little bit more.
Overall, though, so we talked about defending the three. Hammer, what about taking the three on the offensive end? You just mentioned they're talking about Domas. One of the places Domas gets a lot of assists is that inside-out game to Keegan or Kevin or Malik De'Aaron, whoever. We didn't see a ton of threes taken last night. They shot at a fair clip. 37% is far from bad, but 11 of 29 is very unlike what we've seen from the Kings in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I believe they averaged 39 a game last year. And Mike Brown addressed that a little bit in post game. We talked about like the splash zone, like so much, right? Everyone is supposed to fly in and get offensive rebounds. Well, the Kings finished with 4 offensive rebounds, right? That's not what they expected. That's not what they've been working on the whole time. And when you get those offensive rebounds, it usually allows for wide open threes on the perimeter. It's how the Warriors busted up the Kings in the playoffs 2 years ago. It was Kevon Looney grabbing rebound after rebound and finding spraying to the hot guy, as Mike likes to call it. So anyway, I think that you missed quite a few opportunities there. And I also don't think that outside of Fox, they got a lot of paint touches. They weren't getting into the paint and then kicking it out like what they typically do. So they're still learning each other. And I wouldn't, again, I'm not like freaking out because they took 29 versus 39 threes. They also were really efficient in their 2-point baskets. And they're also like, look at how many shots they took versus how many shots Minnesota took. I think Minnesota took 2 more shots, but the Kings took 15 more free throws or something like that. And so they had a lot more opportunities. They had a lot more possessions just because, of the way that they were playing. So I think that there are some things that we should be concerned with, but overall, you can't really like freak out over a 2-point loss to a really good team. And lastly, I would say this too. Minnesota was the number 1 rated defense in the NBA last year. They were better than Boston Celtics. They had like a 108.4 defensive rating. They were absolutely phenomenal. And so to come in and put up 115 points against that team, even though it's early in the season, but without really like 5 guys contributing all that much, is pretty impressive. I'm not going to be all too concerned about shot distribution or 3-pointers versus 2-pointers. I think the overall feel of the team is, if they take what they did against Minnesota, and they play that way against the Lakers on Saturday, against Portland on Monday, against what have they've got? Utah, Atlanta, Toronto coming up. If they play that way, they're not going to have any problems picking up win after win after win. That was a pretty solid performance for a team that is still trying to, piece everything together.
Let's come back, Casey. Let's hold off. We've got some more questions for James, and we've got to look ahead. We've got the Lakers tomorrow, because we're going to suit up at the crypto.com arena. So we'll talk Kings versus Lakers tomorrow night with our insider from the Insiders, James Ham, here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I flipped over to KSFM. Are we out of bubbles today? Yeah, okay. Thank you. What you got going on this weekend, Hammer?
Basketball. Yeah, I'll be watching the game tomorrow night, and then football on Sunday. So I don't know what's going on. Ham looking at the chat. What are we doing over here? What's wrong with the chat, people?
Is the chat broken? What's wrong?
Well, no.
Have you met Tasha? This is Tasha.
Yeah, what's going on with Tasha?
That's her new name. Her new name is Tasha.
She just decided?
Nope. Kevin John did.
I love Kevin John. He's so funny.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, Drew Down. You're right. No high school games for me this week, Russ.
Nah, me neither, man. Me neither, dog.
Oh, Johnny G had me cracking up towards the end of our show. Ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh man, Stephen Brown, what's going on, bro? What's Stephen
okay.
Brown?
All right.
Yeah, Johnny G, you know what you did. What do you guys got going on this weekend?
Not much, man. I probably gotta go to the pumpkin patch tomorrow, and then I'm going to the Niners game on Sunday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it'll only be nice if they win.
Oh, that's gonna be a late night though. Isn't it 5:20 in the 5 o'clock game?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, typical night.
Yep.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I felt it this morning.
Yeah.
What's that coming back?
No, you're good.
Oh.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, it's the like even the preseason didn't feel like yesterday. That I got home and I couldn't sleep until 2 o'clock in the morning, and then the alarm goes off. And you're like, oh, this one hurts. This is what I forgot: is it not being able to sleep after games.
Yeah, I don't know what pumpkin patch I'm going to. I got to figure that out. We'll probably figure that out soon. Last year we went to the one out in West Sac. That was nice. It was cool.
Hmm.
I'm not a pumpkin patch guy, but
I think
the kids enjoy it. So
Bishops is off of Old Auburn, right? It's over in Citrus Heights, sort of. Am I wrong?
I have no idea.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
I have absolutely zero reason to go to a pumpkin patch.
It's starting to get overpriced too. Like, settle down. You got a bunch of hay and some pumpkins. Like, I don't need the $25 to walk through this gate.
Oh yeah, maybe Bishops is in Wheatland. Yeah.
Okay.
I promise
do
you,
it
I'm
here.
not going to Bishops.
Okay, Lonnie said it was Sacramento.
Like Elanius.
Bishops is overrated. That's funny.
West Sac.
Oh, that's way out there. I have been to Bishops. Forgot about that. And it's like a lot of stuff going on.
I'm guessing we got a long break at the end because of we're going. Oh, okay. That's not bad. We're going straight to the game.
Oh yeah, we got World Series tonight.
All right, we're coming back, Hammer. A couple of quick notes here. Remember to head over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. Take advantage of the free nutritionist consultation that you can book right there on the website. You can book it through Zoom. You can do a phone call. You can do it in person. You get to pick. If you're a little more advanced and you already know what types of foods you would eat, but you want to know exactly how much, use the free macro calculator. That is awesome. It's right there on the website. Tells you what types of calories that you need to consume. Also has a link to Maptrition, where you can grab the all-day BCAAs that you see me drink throughout the day, the strength enhancers, the fat burners, and, of course, the protein powders that our man Greg told us so much about when he came in here and spent some time with us a couple of weeks ago. It's trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. Make sure you're following us on social media. This weekend, we're going to have some really cool videos coming out of a training session we're doing out at their beautiful Granite Bay facility tomorrow morning. Excited to show everybody that. Also, at the top of the hour, the World Series, baby. Game 1, Yankees at Dodgers. We have got that coming your way again at the top of this hour. We'll take you out to the World Series, or at the top of the next hour. Excuse me, as we bring James Ham back in here. James Ham, our Kings insider from the Insiders. The Sacramento Kings 0-1. However, they got the Los Angeles Lakers coming up tomorrow. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that they have dominated the Los Angeles Lakers over the last 2 years. Of course, Casey pointed out earlier, it's the Lakers and Suns tonight. So the Lakers will be playing on the second night of a back-to-back. But what's this matchup here? Why is it favored the Kings so well? And why am I so nervous about this game tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think it's one of the weird mysteries, right? The Kings went 4-0 last season, 3-1 the year before, so 7-1 over the last 2 years. We also have that weird Domantas Sabonis versus Anthony Davis thing, which is 10-0 at this point. I can't figure out why the matchup has been so one-sided towards the Kings. Except for, the Lakers just look like a collection of players still, and we'll have to see what they look like tomorrow. But I wasn't particularly overwhelmed by their performance in the opener on Tuesday, outside of Anthony Davis just playing out of his mind. And I kind of want to see this Sabonis matchup, because Sabonis is playing extremely well too right now. So do I know? I can't really figure out why the Kings have had such a huge advantage over them. Although I do know that the one thing that they can't do is they can't stop Fox and they can't stop Monk. And so if you get those guys cooking and really like clear out and give them space, you have a huge advantage there. And so I'm intrigued to see what this game looks like too.
And they didn't really do anything to address that guard defense in this offseason in the draft or anything like that.
Yeah.
Did you see anything different between a JJ Redick led Lakers team and a Darvin Ham led team? I
I mean,
think
they won.
yeah.
That was uncalled for. I
Even though
apologize.
Darvin went to the Western Conference Finals 2 years ago.
I'm sorry, LeBron went to the Western Conference.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But did you see like did they look like a differently coached team?
Well, I think we will never know because the ball was slick and wasn't broken in. Yeah, I mean, like, I think we're gonna have to wait on this whole, JJ Redick situation. Let's see how it plays out. Let's give him a shot to figure out how to be a coach at the NBA level. I think Darvin Ham, again, was probably the wrong guy for the job at the time. I think Darvin Ham should have been given an opportunity to coach before he got the Lakers job, and he was a really, really good assistant for a long time with Budenholzer in Milwaukee. But like, you need to know what jobs are good to take and which ones aren't. And unfortunately for him, he took a job that was just a buzzsaw and was going to run through whoever it was that was coaching that team. And again, like, I feel the same way for a guy like Jordy Fernandez, who sat here and waited and waited and waited and get his opportunity, and now he gets a team that's just devoid of talent. And it's really tough for a young coach to put his stamp on the league and show that they're the guy when you don't have the players to do it. And it's also tough for a guy to get a first time job and turn around and you got LeBron James and a bunch of guys that think that they basically coach themselves, and that's not a good thing either. So,
Well, allegedly, that's not nice.
Allegedly coach
LeBron allegedly coaches himself.
Yeah,
It is funny watching what's the starting five. They do I don't know that Darvin Ham makes very brief appearances in the whole show, but there's one particular clip that I remember where it shows LeBron on the Lakers bench, and I can't remember the game. It's obviously against it's probably the Celtics. And LeBron actually is coaching the team. Like it's not unusual for you see this all the time when you watch the game, especially if you're at the game, you see it a little bit more often. The coaches walk out, the players go to sit down. The coaches don't immediately go to the players. The players talk amongst themselves for a minute before the coach comes and sits down, draws up the player or does what they're. I don't know that Darvin ever pulled up the seat to sit down because LeBron was calling the play right there with the group. He was like, "Oh, this is what we're going to do. And they're going to come here. And when they do that, you go this way." And he's doing the whole thing. And it's like, yeah, I get it. I get it.
It's tough, man. Like,
He knows what he's doing.
he's an NBA legend, and the Lakers handed their franchise over to him. What, like, has it been 5 or 6 years now? Maybe more. 6 years, 7 years. It seems like it's been a long time, and they just handed their entire franchise over to him. And he's played a huge role in who they draft, who they trade for, who they sign. Again, remember that Buddy Hield was a Sacramento King for an extra year because they didn't. They basically stole a trade
You're
out
trying
from
to find a
underneath
way
the
to crap on Russell Westbrook. I can see it. Like I could actually see the gears in your brain turning. You were trying to find a way to crap on Russell Westbrook and the fact that LeBron wanted him there, which was
Not
an
at all.
absolute disaster.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing worked out to be like a total mess. But again, LeBron has had a
You
big
would have
say
had
in.
Kyle Kuzma. Goodness gracious, man.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
that's what you do. You hand your franchise over to LeBron James. He has never failed a franchise when you hand it over to him. He hasn't.
I guess.
I guess nothing. He's won championships every franchise he's gone to.
Yeah, I don't think he had control over Miami.
Hand the Kings over to LeBron. I won a championship. Now, at this point in his age, you probably don't. But the way he leaves it and the way it is when he's gone, sure, is not ideal. He went to the two Western Conference Finals and won a championship with the Lakers.
Yeah. No, I mean, like he's an all-time great player. But the other stuff, I mean, I'm not gonna hire him as my GM.
Did you know he played his first game in Sacramento?
I may have known that. Yes.
Ask him about it. Ask him how he feels
someone
about
should ask him about it. I don't know that that's ever brought up. I think Sean. I don't know if Sean's going there or not, but no, Sean. That was at the Golden One Center. The guys are practicing at the Golden One Center today. They're headed to LA tonight. I'm sure Sean's covering the Cowboys and San Francisco 49ers on Sunday night.
Yeah.
Any matchup issues that you're concerned about? Size? Anything that could rear its ugly head against the Kings?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit. Like Rui Hachimura has been a problem for the Kings multiple times. You know, I kind of want to see how Keegan Murray fares against LeBron James, and then just like I think we should all be sitting here wondering like just how unfair is it the one night you start a game on Anthony Edwards and then have to shift over to defend Julius Randle and then come back 2 days later and have to play LeBron James. Like Keegan Murray, what he has to do as a player is really bizarre. Outside of that, like, I don't know, like they have a bunch of random guys that any of them can get hot at any given time. D'Angelo Russell is a guy who has just torched the Kings so many times throughout his career. He's one of those bona fide Kings killers. But overall, I don't love the build of that team, and it's the same exact team from last year that wasn't very good and that the Kings were able to maul. And so, we'll have to see what the Lakers look like, and if LeBron is the same player he was on night one, that's gonna be tough for them to win nearly as many games. Like they almost have to have him not only play like 70 something games, but be that same guy who's like 25, 5-5.
Let me ask you something, James, because you talked about it a little bit on the insiders earlier, and just want to have you bring it up again. We saw DeMar DeRozan guarding Julius Randle in that fourth quarter last night, and you've talked about in the past about how that may be where they miss Harrison Barnes. He's a guy that will guard Julius Randle, will guard Zion, will guard LeBron James. Do you think, after seeing it maybe one time and getting a feel for what it looks like, do you think DeMar DeRozan can be that type of guy that takes on those different assignments of maybe, like I said, those guys are different body types, right? That you would just kind of throw Harrison, hey, good luck, Harrison. Do you think DeMar, after seeing him against Julius Randle, might be able to hold up against those type of assignments?
I don't know. I mean, Julius Randle did go crazy last night. I think it's going to be tough. Like it depends on the night. DeMar DeRozan is like he's been in the league year 16, right? So he's a smart guy. He knows the game of basketball. As a team defender, he's going to be fine. Even as like a one-on-one defender against, I think he's going to be better against sort of the power guys than he is against like speed and quickness. Just because he's 35 years old. Like, is he going to be the problem of the Kings defense? I mean, he might not be a solution, but I'd also I've talked about how much Harrison Barnes helped, defend some of those guys, but it's not like Zion Williamson didn't torch him every single time the Kings put him. That was just the guy the Kings put on players. And I would say the same about LeBron. Like Harrison did his best to slow those guys down, but he didn't stop anybody. And at the end of the day, Harrison Barnes, especially like defending the three, wasn't very good. I think DeMar DeRozan can be perfectly fine, especially defending the perimeter a little bit. As far as like defending the biggest of the bigs or a guy like LeBron, I don't love that. I think that's why you have Keegan Murray, and I think it's why all of us were hoping to see more Keon Ellis. So Keon Ellis could do something like defend a guy like Anthony Edwards on the perimeter and allow Keegan Murray to go defend a guy like Julius Randle. But until that kind of comes to fruition and he earns his way back into like a full-fledged rotational spot, I think we're going to have a lot more of like Keegan Murray, and then whoever has to guard everybody else it could be a problem.
I think one thing for us, Hammer, that we spent a lot of time talking about, particularly to open the show, was DeMar DeRozan is as advertised. Like, he was so good last night, and the fact that he scored 26 points while taking 2 threes and making 0 of them that's the DeMar DeRozan statistic. Like, that's the one where we're like, yeah, this dude's going to be able to dominate the mid range. He's going to be able to dominate different parts of the floor. Like, he was exactly what we talked about since July 5th or 6th or whatever day that was.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the 3-point shot, you almost have to abandon the idea of it. And if he hits one, he hits one, but it's going to be like him going 1 of 3. You can't expect him to do much more than that. It's just not his bag. I'd say the other thing that we talked about once before, and I think really, really showed up in game 1, was that he got to the free throw line 14 times. And not only did he get to the free throw line, but the Kings went to the free throw line like 35 or 36 times, and like way more than Minnesota. And I don't feel like he's like your standard foul grifter. Like, but his pump fakes and stuff like just gets him to the line all the time. And the way he plays, the way he leans into a player when he's going through traffic, like, I think that this is one of those things that's really going to help the Kings this year, because what it does is allows you to play with a lot of pace and have breaks, because he gives you basically the equivalent of many timeouts all over the court, because he keeps stopping the game by going to the free throw line. So you can play at a faster pace and not worry about it nearly as much, because every 4th, 5th possession you're getting to the foul line, whether it's him or someone else. So yeah, he definitely is as advertised. I was again a little bit disappointed in the way he forced stuff there for just like a minute and a half, but those things happen, like, it's not like De'Aaron Fox or Malik Monk or even Domantas Sabonis haven't forced things on multiple occasions and cost the team a couple of possessions. We have the game last year where Sabonis turned the ball over 9 times. We're going to have like disappointing moments for everybody. But that would be the one thing where it's like, with this team specifically, you don't have to have him be like Superman. Like, he doesn't have to be that guy all the time. Once he figures that out, that relying on the players around you and the system, I think he'll even be better. I don't think better as in he'll score more points all the time, but I still think he's a walking bucket.
And I was telling Kyle about it, and I saw the same thing that you guys saw in that 4th quarter stretch where, maybe I called it earlier, he went back to Chicago, DeMar a little bit. But one positive that I thought came out of that was the lead had got to 6 from Minnesota. And right when it got to 6, it was like, oh man, they're on the brink. Like, they need a bucket in a bad way right now, so this could get out of hand. DeMar was able to put his head down, attack the basket, got fouled, got to the line, and hit his free throws, got it to 4. And that's something that seemed to be missing last year. Somebody that could slow down those type of runs and, keep the game from getting out of hand. And instead of it going from 6 to 8 or 9, it went to 6 to 4, and you were able to stay into the game. And I thought that's one of those things that he's going to bring to the table on a consistent basis.
Yeah, it's a Zebo trait. It's something that Zebo did for that team that stopped them from being like a 20-win team. And when Fox was a rookie, every single time the Kings got in trouble or someone started to go on a big long run, and next thing you know, it's a 6-point run that instantly leads to like a 12-point run or a 14-point run. Zebo would call for the ball in the post and go down and score and break it up. And even if it was Zebo getting to the free throw line, you have to have those players on your team, the guys that, they shoot 60% or 50% from the field, but when they need a bucket, they score a whole lot more than that. And I think that's one thing that will kind of help break up the runs. And like, remember last season, how many times we saw these games of runs with the Kings where it was like 12-0 run, 8-0 run, 8-point run one way, and then 15-point run. it was just like all the time we kept seeing these like crazy swings in a game. That I don't think DeRozan will allow something like that to happen because that's kind of not who he is.
You mentioned this. I kind of I don't know. You didn't really elaborate on it, but you kind of mentioned it. You talked about the amount of free throws that DeMar took, stopping the game, slowing things down. What about the Kings? 35 free throws for them yesterday. That is not. We've seen them have 11. We've seen them have very low numbers. Like and DeMar, obviously 14 free throws. He deserves a lot of credit there. But we saw Domas get to the line 8 times. Sometimes he could get to the line 40 times. They just don't call those fouls against him. But he got to the line 8 times. Like those, it felt like those guys, with not taking the 3, worked hard to get to the line.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking twice as many free throws as the opponent, that's huge. And I know like the Timberwolves were very frustrated with the officiating the whole night. I didn't see the Kings really get all that frustrated with the officiating, and it's because the Kings were playing like hard-nosed basketball, and I didn't feel like that. I thought Minnesota was not great defensively, and they were doing a lot of things to like reach and grab. Sabonis got to the line 8 times. Monk got to the line 5 times, which is not always standard for him. I think that's just kind of going to be part of the soul of this team this year. Whether they hit their free throws or not is going to be another question. They did hit 80% last night, but DeMar DeRozan like has that respect with the officials, and not only does he get them, but I think he's going to help the rest of the team get free throws as well.
I think so too, man. I think so too. I'm going to see De'Aaron Fox attack a little bit more in the upcoming games and get more than 2 free throw attempts in a game. But I think in general, that's what we're going to see from this team more often than not. They're going to get to the line a lot more than we saw them do last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want to see De'Aaron Fox be part of that.
Yeah.
Fox is the guy that realistically should be at the line 7 or 8 times a night. And he didn't play that style of basketball last night. But eventually I can see him, getting more and more free throw attempts because of this.
We used to have a number of 30 assists a game. We like to see them at. They had 21 last night. It was a 2-point loss. They still got to 115. Do you think that's a product of the addition of DeMar, and maybe that 30 number should, like in terms of our barometer, should come down a little bit, and maybe they're going to play a bit differently with a guy who can dominate like that?
Yeah, I mean, you would hope so. I think that this is a team that should have a ton of assists. Like they should not get away from who they are because DeMar DeRozan's there, and I hope that that's not something like I want to see them around 30 assists every single game. That's just that's the soul of this team. They're equal opportunity offense. They share the ball really well. No one's super selfish, and I would like to see them get back up to that number. I think you can't. DeMar is going to take away a few of those opportunities, but he should also add a few with pulling up and hitting the mid-range jump shot off a pin down screen.
Thank everybody for being with us. We've got Kings basketball tomorrow night, and then we'll get back here on Monday to recap the weekend and get ready for Kings and Blazers. So hopefully we'll be talking about a 1-1 basketball team. Hopefully we'll be talking about a San Francisco 49ers team that's built some momentum headed into the bye. But no matter what, we'll be here talking.
That's right.
If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the follow if you haven't yet, and we will see you. We're headed out to the World Series, baby.
Yeah, man. Go Yanks.
Dodgers, Yankees coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, vamos Niners. Have a good weekend. See you guys. Gotta go.
Kenny ran off.
And Kenny is, well, at least he waited till the end of the segment this time.
Oh.
All right. Goodbye, Kenny. All right, guys, we got to get out of here because it's Flashback Friday, which means we got to go to work right this second. So we'll see you guys Monday, 10 a.m.